Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT China. This is week number 3 and we have 2 certified games to bring you into your weekend. We're starting off a game that can maybe be used to hold things together, and then we have a slightly more top-ended table coming up after that. But my name is Veggie and joining me today is the Snow Spy. How are we doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, man. You said that we have 2 certified games. What makes a game certified? Like, were they not
just that it's live in action?
Okay. So any match being played is certified. Like, you're not even saying like a certified banger. We just have a certified match that will take place.
Yeah, I'm not willing to put any promises when we have JDG versus Titan coming up. It's on VLR. It ticks a box that it is an actual match that is taking place. Therefore, certified.
What? Like, you're talking about this like this game means nothing. This is deciding the bottom playoff spot, essentially. I mean, I say deciding. We still have other matches to come through, but if either of these teams have any hopes of making playoffs, if you're Titan, you got to throw them away, because I'm pretty sure it's mathematically impossible now, because the only way that they could do this is if they were to get into a 2-3 situation, and then even then Tyloo still has the head-to-head against them. But if you're JDG, this could be the start of a huge resurgence at the back end of the split to push you through to playoffs.
Yeah, I think you summed it up exactly what it is there. JDG fighting for their very last chances. Today, they need to put on a show. They need to show why they've been kind of close in those previous other matches. I mean, if you look at who they've played up against, having played BLG, having played Trace, it's not been the easiest of runs for them coming into this already, right? But they still have a chance. They still have a cling of hope. With that Tyloo on week 5, that's where it has to be. But the foundation has to be laid today, Snow. And I'm going to believe. I know my predictions said otherwise. I'm going to be honest. I've done all my predictions week number 1. Before that, before everything happened, before all the explosions went off, I was set. I knew exactly how this stage was going. And then Tyloo turned up, started playing a different style of VALORANT, some roster changes. But so I'll do a switch. And I think JDG will win today, is where I'm going to be.
The thing is, JDG's not a bad team. It's just somebody has to miss out on playoffs. And you've got a few middling teams are lower end of the pack, and JDG's a solid team. They performed decently last stage, but it's not like they're a very strong team coming into this. It's difficult, and you know, we have just been spent this.
They went 1-4 last season.
Listen. They had some good performances. Listen, it doesn't matter. The stats don't matter. It's all about the eye test here. That's what we care about. That's where the cope comes from. But one interesting stat that is being pointed out to me that I've been told is that we're looking at pistol percentages for both these teams, Reggie, and Titan 33%, JDG 42%. That means there's a percentage possibility that nobody wins the pistol.
And that probably sums up my feelings towards this game, right? It's not going to be the teams that are winning, it's going to be the audience, because we're going to see some Carmine Core Apex type gameplay, if that's what those stats are suggesting.
Look, that's all I'm saying is I don't know how that's going to happen, but both teams dying at the exact same moment, or just the server disconnects, it just skips the pistol round. That's the only way that we can really
turns into a knife round instead.
Yeah, but one thing that is kind of slightly impressive for the side of JDG, 17% clutch ratio for this team so far. So when they get into some of these, you know, numbers down situations where somebody has to put up some kind of big performance, they are converting it a decent amount.
Yeah, and I think that is exactly what you need, and they have kind of shown throughout it, right? If you look at Titans, we were talking in the green room, they've only managed to get double digits on a map once throughout this whole stage, right? For a team of Titan who were in the playoff picture last season, that's nowhere near the acceptable standard. But then you flip that back to JDG and you start to see that clutch percentage being risen up. And you look at who they've played against. Like we said, they've played Trace. 2-1 was the scoreline there. 7-13. They won 13-4 at Lotus. Haven, maybe let's not talk about that so much, but even going up against Billy, who are flying this stage, right? They're absolutely gone. They were the first team qualified into the playoffs. Lost 2-1 to them, but they took a map off them in overtime. They took Sunset to 7-13. They are capable of fighting against these big guns, and I think they're going to show that towards Titans today.
And talking about Titans, let's talk about the reason why this split has gone so horribly for them. And I think, me personally, the big factor has been the fall off of Luke. T-Virus Luke was their star player in that last stage, was the player that was carrying the momentum. He was an absolute force when it came to first kills versus first deaths, and this split, whether it's due to personal performance, whether it's due to team performance, they just cannot find Luke in those same situations. And we have some games where Luke is literally the bottom of the scoreboard, which is a situation you would have never seen in the last stage.
Yeah, I think you highlight it out, even just against Billy on that last game. 26 and 34. Yes, your duel list isn't always going to go positive, but they're not winning the first duels, like you said. They're losing everything that they come into, and it's just not setting Luke up for success. And that is something that we will be absolutely looking for to see if Titan can kind of manage themselves into a slight comeback and show what they have going ahead for after Paris, right? This is where it draws the line. Like, the season's done for this team, understandably, but they need to show why they still deserve a place on a roster in general, not to be over dramatic with it.
And I think in part, maybe it's due to the fact that they've had constant switching of IGLs, right? You look at even that last split that they just played. They had Haldong starting out. They swapped to Coco for a bit. They ended the season with RB doing a bit most of that IGLing. Now they come into this split. Lucas is the starting IGL. Then they now want to bring it back to Haldong. And while it is a good sign, because that good performance they had in that last stage was always Haldong being either that main IGL or that supporting IGL. It's just the fact that you're constantly swapping up styles and systems of play. It's difficult for a player like Luke to find that rhythm where they can just put on those carry performances.
Yeah, when there's no consistency, there's no straightforward plan, and maybe just not understanding how one's mentality works alongside it. Haldong does have a job on their hands. That's something that has to be put forward. Like we said, it's about how they get T-Virus Luke into those positions again, and how the rest of the team can work to make sure that is set up. And it does need to be shown here today. But then we go back to JDG as we see them walking out. This is the roster that, like we said, went 1-4 last split. Still has that chance to get into the playoffs based off if they win today. I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us and beat EDG next week. It's possible, depending on what they can show here. And this is where they start to build the fear factor into the team of Ty Lue that you said was the surprise so far for this season.
I think it's just that first game against Trace. The fact that they 2-0 beat Trace is just, I was talking about in the green room, it's thrown off all of our predictions because everything's up in the wind. We don't know what to do anymore because we don't know what team is better than who, because it's become, we've essentially just become EMEA where everybody can beat everybody on any given day. And it's a great situation to be in. But it's also one where it's so difficult to predict these games. But if we're talking about JDG, we're talking about getting a victory here and moving forward towards playoffs hopes. I feel like it has to come off the back of one player, and that is Stu. We didn't really get a chance to talk about them so far, but they are a key player that's having a great split so far, well above the average in terms of all their stats. And just when you look at the type of rounds that Stu can win, they can just have these rounds where they just pull out a 3K out of nowhere, where they have some great utility usage to really crack open these rounds for JDG.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. But, well, we spoke about the teams. We haven't really spoke about the maps. And so when I was doing my little preparations coming in for today, there was one thing that really stood out to me for JDG, which is probably the turning point and the whole factor of why I would like JDG to win. If we look at their Ascent composition, right? It's different than what everyone else plays with. Everyone comes in with these bog standard Ascent comps. Let's run through what JDG have played so far. Chamber, Omen, Sova. That's not too out there as you might think, right? And then it boils down to the two best agents in the game. We're talking Yoru solo duelist, and then we're talking Vice as a pseudo sentinel alongside Chamber. What an absolute comp that I am hoping they bust out right now. They brought it out on week number 1. It got banned further down the line, and I'm really excited to see if they can bring that up against Titan and show exactly why that composition in itself is a force to fight for.
It's one where you definitely need a few key performers to shoot their guns well. I feel like if you're locking in a Chamber on Ascent, you have to play around that operator. Mid control has to almost be a priority in holding those longer angles. But you talk about Ascent, you know what I'm excited to see that hopefully comes out is Corrode, because I feel like this region as a whole has been more willing to pick Corrode than some other regions. Not to say that they have the correct read in terms of the meta and how it's supposed to be played, but I don't know that any team has the correct read on meta so far. But it might not even matter because we see our pick ban, and the first map that we are going to be heading to is Lotus.
Ascent's banned as well. Ascent's banned as well. What an absolute outrage. JDG trying to play the long game to make it the third map if they were to make it there, but instead Lotus is the map that we head to. But both of these teams have played this, right? We look at the compositions, both of them come in with Viper Vice. It's actually mirror comps for both teams, so they both rock that Raze, they both rock Omen and Viper, both have Fade and Vice coming alongside that, so I'm expecting to see very much similar vibes for it. Obviously Titan haven't won on this map so far this split. JDG have had some decent fights up against them, I believe. They've took a map as well based on Lotus, so they have some promise coming in, and that's exactly why they've picked this to be their home ground for map number 1.
And I mean, the interesting fact about this pick ban is 2 3-site maps, 2 maps where both these teams are going to have to use those mid rounds to really split the defense apart and hit onto different sites. And when you're looking at 2 teams that haven't had the greatest coordination, I don't know if that can be to their benefit or their detriment. I guess you're always dealing with less defenders on those 3-site maps, so maybe it's a little bit easier to crack open those sites as to dealing with these 3 or 4 stacks that you're gonna get on the less site maps. But it's still a difficult prospect for them. But when you're facing off against each other at the bottom of the table, everything's even.
Yeah, and I think what is going to be interesting to see is how JDG play the retakes on their own defense. Looking at the matchup that they had against Trace, where they won 13-4, by the way. 13-4 against Trace, one of the teams that I was specifically expecting to do well this season. Didn't lose a single defensive round. Won 5 rounds, 4 DQs coming in. They're a very strong attacking side as well. So for JDG, they're going to be starting this one off very confident.
And the classic Titans Raze pick for Luke, it's something we always see. I mean, it's expected because it's on Lotus, but it is an agent that I always love to see Luke play. At least in the last stage. In this stage, we've been looking a little sketchy so far, but I'm hoping that maybe at least there's some kind of a resurgence. You spoke about it before, you spoke about those mirror comps. It's now a situation where both these teams are just going to duke it out on that even footing, and the better team wins no matter what.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Titan versus JDG coming in. JDG starting on defense, where they've been perfect so far this stage on Lotus Snow. Titan will want to start their attack off as fast as possible, look to be setting up T-Virus, look something in the call to action that you've done for. But as we get into this first map, and Titan versus JDG, who is going to be the team that comes out on top, and most importantly, doesn't end this season winless?
Any JDG fans are going to be hoping that it's them. They still have a chance to crack those playoffs, but it would be a hard journey from here. When you speak about a hard journey, getting towards one of these sites is going to be difficult for this Titan squad. Not quite picking a site to go towards just yet, creeping forwards, just seeing if there's any potential angles they can play through.
Yeah, JDG trying to take control of A Mound. Have denied it temporarily, but they hear the sounds coming back out. They do not want to give control of this up. But that paranoia is going to have to be counteracted just to stop J-Kuro getting caught. The Vice Wall now being tripped actually delays this even further. And you can see that Titan don't really know quite where to go. They've made a little bit of space on B with that first kill, but no space gained over by C, and just trapped in this little lobby out by Asno.
No real control of the map. Like you said, they found that first pick, but at what cost? No real space towards this A site. They've backed away. I mean, Abo's creating pressure towards B now that JDG's trying their best to clear out, but it's a slower round from Titan, and with 40 seconds left, they're going to have to start making some decisions.
Yeah, what I liked with Baby Blue using that Prowler to try and clear out the space to see if anyone was on VTX to confirm. So he's able to stay around, and that means that there's still 2 here to take the 1-for-1 battles when it comes to this B crunch. The Haunt stops anything pushing through, and you can see they've had to hit the door and rotate through to C with 20 seconds left to go. K-Killen has so much potential to stop this even getting a plant, but Coco will get that first headshot coming in, and the round falls through to Titan Esports.
Just what they would have wanted. You know, we spoke about they maybe can't make playoffs, but they can definitely play the upset. This game is not for nothing for them. They can be that factor that changes the outcome for the rest of the teams. It's not like they have no power in this situation at all. And, you know, taking some agency in this and saying we are going to be the team that stops you getting playoffs is definitely one call to make.
it's even personal pride, right? At this point, you do not want to finish, given how high the expectations were for you coming into this act, you do not want to finish on a 0 win. It's just not where you want to be. As a professional, neither of these teams will want to be in that position. JDG managed to avoid it last season, so we're hoping to replicate it. And Titans, look, they just don't want to know this feeling. And that feeling's going to be running away, chased off of A. But the space that's been created on C is absolutely massive. The Satchel's on site, dodges the flash as well. Look in prime position to get a couple kills.
They are hitting the site with the Vice, but with no utility active, it's an easy site for them to take. JDG's here, ready for the retake, but with classics only in hand, it would be a big ask for them to get some kills here.
Yeah, they're already here to deny. Don't need to worry about a fast flood if all 4 remaining members are already on site. They're going to peek, looks like 1 by 1, and just get picked up. Both taking different high grounds. Isn't where you need to be. J-Kuro once again, the last remaining member, falls down, and Titans get the round, but quite a bit of chip damage there. Some rifles dropped and an armor rebuy as well.
On the back end of it, you know, not really much wasted. There are a couple ghosts on the board coming through into this site. Not really much invested. They should have some vandals going through here. So when you look at this third round, this bonus, it's not exactly like Titans in the weakest of positions.
We will need to see what they're coming in. The interesting thing is we highlighted that JDG didn't drop a single defensive round against Trace. Yes, I mean, it's a pistol, so they'll have bumped that stat down slightly from what we were talking pre-show. But now this is where it really starts to show what they're capable of on defense, and it starts off once again just by trying to control that A side, stopping the attackers getting down, leaving Vice to solo deny any entry on C. You can see the wall and the spikes are there just to slow anything down and wait for the retake to come in.
Nades used, it doesn't get anything. Thorns active. Wolf has been baited out as well. Luke is all alone on the site, and Titan gets nothing for their troubles. The rest of the team just having to back away and watch their star duelist die.
Yeah, this is where you question what the thought process there was from Howdong and T-Virus. Look, sending the Raze in solo to trip that wall isn't really going to play out right unless Luke goes absolutely viral and gets several kills on sites, but he's isolated. There's a flash, there's the razor vines, and now you're down to 35 seconds. You still have a whole lot of utility to stop you getting anywhere on site, so you need to rethink all of these ideas.
And it might just be a force towards this C site, a 4 versus 2. If they could net themselves some kills, get themselves some rifles, it would be a good situation for them. But it's an absolute blender on site, and KK Lin's managed to find the spike all alone. With that Viper Orb stopping them, 13 seconds left on the clock. There's not much hope here. They just have to go forwards into their deaths.
I'm going to try and make a move of it, but like you said, 3 seconds left. They swing through, get mowed down by the combination of Baby Blue and Stu. But so I'm going to bring it back to that original point, right? Often when you see a Vice isolated on site, the idea is just to trip the wall, just to fake a bit of pressure and get that wall dealt with as early as possible so that later on in the rounds you don't need to worry about it. But the way Titans played up against that was a minute in, just send one person flying through and then it's a complete stall after that with the time counted down. I'd like to see them break that wall slightly earlier on as the rest of the team are trying to create pressure over by A main, and then you have that constant threat that C could be the target.
The back of that, maybe Titan doing exactly what you asked, trying to play this round a little bit slower at the very least, gain a bit of pressure towards Mound, but the question marks aren't there because Jian straight away clears Mound again, and they know exactly where this Titan squad are.
Instant clear one way up so that if anyone tries to challenge it, they're going to have to use some utility to clear through it. It's absolutely beautiful from JDG. This is the defensive side that they showed against Trace. This is why they were so strong, that not only do they have the ability to hold on to sites, but when they do give up that site, they're able to take it back and play that re-clear.
JDG knows that there's so many members towards this rubble position, but Lucas has found a kill through the smoke. The unluckiest of timings from J-Kuro will net their death, and Titan Esports Club, we know when they can get these first kills online, they are a team that mid-rounds really well. and decided now to pivot over towards Mound.
Pressure on that door button just to try and create the illusion that someone has gone through A, and there's no utility that can really clear that back out. But Zion is going to be pivotal here. We'll get all the sound cues that the attack is inbound and gets taken down. Lucas able to get that kill, has to satchel over the vines, but with 13 seconds, so this is going to be tasty. Stu could stop it.
Left it too late, but Luke has gone huge and found themselves with a 4K on the site. This is the Luke that we knew from stage 1.
Exactly what you wanted to see. The virus spreading through. Umbrella Corp activated. Yes, the time was down, but pressure doesn't hurt zombies, and zombies are going to decimate you.
And I mean, we see the difference there. You know, the round before, they just sent Luke in alone. They were like, good luck, buddy. See if you can make it work. This round, everybody's there on site with Luke. And it gives the space and the opportunity to find those kills. And that is what Titan has been missing in this stage so far.
The question comes down to how JDG can answer back to that. And it looks like we're just going to apply further pressure up towards this A rubble, as has been done before. The shotgun on the Omen, we've seen this countless times throughout this act on many a different regions, and it seems like Titan are slightly aware to it. They don't want to pressure too much, questioning why that smoke is so deep. So instead, they're just going to look to pivot towards B. You can see the pings coming out where they want that smoke. The showstopper on, clears the corner, doesn't hit it, hits the steps instead, but it's not going to matter because the shot was good enough.
Luke's maybe starting to feel a bit crispy today, which is a good sign for Titan, but a terrible sign for JDG. Just holding this cubby position, waiting for these members to come through, and the nade is perfect, just stalling out the players, but maybe Blue's trying to find their way. There's no bullets in the gun, but it doesn't matter when it's shotgun on shotgun. Jay Kerr is going to win that every day of the week, but has to reload. While that happens, multiple members finding their way forwards on the site. It's a 4 versus 2, and there's nothing to do.
The gun upgrades there, you could see the attempt at the retake coming back in, but really the lower weaponry is never going to prevail. And Titans get themselves onto a really strong start here, up 4-1. And yes, JDG get themselves back into better weaponry. This is just so unlucky. It's just so unlucky. Like, it's just one of those things. You often see it, the Raze ult that's a 50-50, even if you hit the body. Sometimes it just says, no, we're going to cover you in paint. And I think this timeout coming from JDG is probably about right, okay? That we've seen their attempts, but when we spoke about how they were undefeated on defense, being 4 down off the bat, I mean, I'm no mathematician, so, but that's not undefeated.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You might not be a mathematician, but you definitely are right about this. And I personally think JDG just needs to trust themselves and commit more to these reads that they're making. We see on most of these site takes that Titan do, JDG has 3-4 members there. They're making the reads perfectly. Their rotations are so good on this map, but they're a little bit hesitant about when it comes to flooding these sites, when it comes to actually fighting into Titan. And I feel like if JDG just commits a little bit more to some of these fights, it's going to be looking so much better for them.
See, I might even go the opposite way, Snow.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're disagreeing with me.
I think I might go the opposite way. I think they need to stop fighting so much when it comes down to that site, right? When we look at how they played up against Trace, every defensive round bar 1 was a defuse. At this point in time, Titan have barely even got the spike down in quite a few of the rounds. It's mostly been down to the 5 kills coming in rather than explosions, etc. I think JDG need to try and keep the numbers alive so that when they do flood onto the site after spikes planted, the retake is even stronger. And that will start eventually, especially with several ults coming online. You can see the Nightfall available for Baby Blue. Stu now has the Showstopper as well. So they need to start utilising them to start snowballing the rounds before Titans start getting their own ults back up. I mean, Luke's already halfway back to having that showstopper for a second time, and you cannot allow that. You cannot allow Trace to start, not Trace, sorry, Titan to start snowballing once again.
But kill through the smoke yet again. Stu getting revenge for the earlier play and instantly uses this showstopper, wants to get this space, and Haldong's been found, but do they know there's another member there? Not wanting to take the risk, just backing away. Yan in the perfect position. The flash is great, but do they know there's a second player there? Abo's found their way through, but it will not matter. The vice on vice battle is enough, and with Lucas being the sole player left alive, he's going to be able to get the spike down, but the tower defense game is going to have to go hard.
It taps to try and bait sort of movement out, and I like the fact that JDG are playing 2 stairs. They're not going to give up these 1-by-1 fights. Zion rotated over towards B so that they can be here fast. They don't need to guard it. You know there's no time to get on to C. So you play B. Now that the tap goes in, Zion's going to be here super early. Runs as well to get Lucas off the spike. Even if you go down, there is no time for that spike to be planted again. And JDG with a great answer back.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I mean, there's not too much to harp onto it. It's a 1 versus 3, but on Lotus, B is the one site that everybody can easily get to. And in a clutch situation planting there, it's just difficult.
Especially when you knew that one was C site and two were close by, right? Let's put ourselves in a difficult situation. But listen, it's fine. Titan are still 2 rounds to the good.
Yeah.
The only thing that they give is now Zion has that Steel Garden as well to flood retake even stronger. But they're going to need to stay alive on that note first.
But Avo has it to match. It's going to be a pistol round pretty much if both these teams elect to use it. Depends all on the timing. Baby Blue can throw the Nightfall in there as well. Multiple ultimates, like you said, going into this. And Titan trying to gain more, trying to get those orbs onto as many people as they can. But yet again, we've seen a situation where they haven't really worked the map much. Just presence towards Mound right now. Nothing towards A. And I think JDG has figured that out as they're already starting to rotate.
They're going to be here. Can they deal with the Vice Wall? You see, look, thinking about just tripping it. This is what I wanted to see originally.
There's no wall there.
Yeah, but he thinks it's there, and that's enough pressure, Snow.
Yeah, you know what? Just they've conditioned them now, but almost caught out by that nade. But he's going to be able to back away. But meanwhile, Coco's found a position. Jay Kuro is just that 1 step quicker, and now Titan feels forced towards this C site.
Yeah, they're going to have to come in. You see the Razor Vines go up, but the flash is good. The paranoia was excellent. That allowed the position to hold, and it's just a bloodbath on site. Bodies falling everywhere. The paranoia from Waterfall as well leaves Abo in a 1 versus 3 and gets 1 in close, but 1 in close doesn't win the round.
And here's the issue I see from Titan right now. I think you're... I don't know which one of us was right about that timeout, whether JDG's been fighting more or fighting less, but they definitely are still making the right reads. But on the flip side, Titan, they haven't really played the map much, especially in the past couple rounds. The site that they commit to at the start is the site that they end up going towards, and it's almost like they go, oh, we've got Mount for free, let's just take site, why not?
But I feel that that's because JDG are doing such a good job of holding on to A, right? They're fighting for it so early every round. But to your point, you would like to see Titan either challenge that or allow the util to be wasted and then re-clear it out for yourselves. Create more pressure, create more question marks for JDG to have to worry about clearing so that they can't group up on C and then deal with you as all 5 of you try and flood onto a site, deal with a paranoia, Razor Vines, Vice, Flash, everything that this JDG side have set up for their own defense. And that's what they're going to be talking about right now for sure.
Reassessing their options. Timeout went super well for JDG. Can Titan have the same effectiveness on theirs? I already said I personally would love to see them play the map a little bit more. Like you said, clear one side, get Mount for free like they're getting, then re-clear towards Rubble. I feel like that's the effectiveness that you get from having a fade. You have so much utility to clear this space, right? It doesn't matter if the other team has pushed up because you always have more utility. You always have a Prowler, a Haunt, something to be able to get that space back.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know what, so I'm going to call it. I want to see a fast B hit. That's what I want to see. I've not seen that in a little while, but we're not going to because they're going to challenge for C-Mound again.
Oh, you're a little bit of a psychopath there, but I rate that, you know, just fast B, no real reason for it. But well, why not? I mean, if you're going to send something, it might as well try B and see if it works.
Yep, that's what I wanted. But instead, we're going to play a little bit of the slow game, try and hit C. You're creating the pressure on B so that if there is a crunch back door, you can deal with it. And if you can't manage to get on C, at least your teammates have already walked up towards B, and you can navigate back. Now they trip the wall that, for the record, is there this time. The door's activated. Now you've walked onto B, and they get there. It's not fast, no, but it's B.
You know what? They are listening to you at the very least. B site is the site that they end up gaining, and all that A space is gone. They know that there's a potential flank here. The question is, how do they hold this?
Yeah, the Prowler gives that one away. I like the TP back from how Dong knows that they don't want to commit to this fight, especially given you only have a Sheriff on hands. But JDG, how do they flood back in? It's going to have to be a big fight here from this Vice coming in. And Zion is the first contact, does get that first kill, but Coco is answering it quickly back.
Aldong with the Sheriff only, doesn't really matter when the Vice ult comes through. Just looking to play these open angles. And I feel like with the time dwindling, yeah, JDG just saving.
Yeah, a quick call, realising that they're not going to get through this choke point easily enough. There's too many angles to re-clear, too much to worry about. So we'll just take it back and go, you know what? You called a timeout. The rules dedicate and state that you win the next round. So we're just going to back off and give it to you.
So now if we see another timeout, it's then one round back again. So it's just, we just keep trading timeouts. Why didn't teams just take infinite timeouts? I feel like that would just be OP.
Well, I believe the rules state that you only get 2 per map, Snow.
Oh, okay. Now I understand. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, with how the timeouts have been so far, you know, JDG took that timeout, didn't lose a round afterwards. Titan took one. Let's see if they don't lose a round either. It's like the team with the timeout just gets the momentum. It's our turn to play the game now.
Calling round timeout, get 2 rounds. Okay, answer it back. But once again, Snow, we started to see this B pressure. The team have subbed me in for that timeout, getting the correct calls. The Omen TP just to create more pressure, distracts K Killing, which allows Abel to get on and get that kill. And once again, B is free, it's undedicated. Now you have the Viper's pit down as well, and while all this pressure comes out of A Mound, it's going to be difficult to get back onto this site.
That's pit takes up so much space as well. This flank is going to be utterly useless as soon as they find that pit. There's just no space for them to work with.
I wouldn't even mind the Vice wall getting put down, but unfortunately it's already been used. That Paranoia comes in, tries to create an entry. Jakuro does get one. Space gained, it's just a battle inside. The Viper falls. And the defuse comes in. Look at the HPs. But they will restore as the pit falls. And Snow, we thought it was going to be difficult, but JDG made that look like a Saturday night dinner.
Yeah, I don't know why that was so easy for them. I'm not too sure what was going on. I mean, the Vice ult was popped. It caused a little bit of chaos in the ranks of Titan. Maybe the plan that they had, they couldn't quite use to great effectiveness, but... Okay, yeah, now we see what happened. People just started spamming through the smoke. I mean, that's one way to win a round. You just start spamming the Viper pit and get yourself some kills.
Listen, it's meta for a reason. Pick up Phantom, put smoke, brrr, shoot. Yep. Done. Round over. If you can't win off a timeout, win off the smoke spam. You heard it here first, folks.
Now going into this round, key important ultimates to look towards. The Virus Luke on that showstopper is matched by Stu on the other side, so Titan definitely going to have a task because JDG in favor when it comes to using those ultimates, when it comes to holding down these sites if they elect to do so. This first pick could be everything. An off angle being played by Baby Blue, uses the Hat Prowler, knows that there's one there, and Titan off the back of that just chooses to bide their time.
It's a replay of the timeout strat, Snow. Slow pressure on B, try and deal with the Vice on C and then pivot back, but they've not found quite as much success as they did previous, which is why the Spike's heading towards back to safety. Isolated alone, it's heading towards A lobby. Could be a big pick if it was to be challenged, and it's all a distraction. Showstopper for Showstopper. Connects 1-for-1.
But it's fake. Yeah, it's all a fake, Veggie. It's literally Luke being sent in alone, and JDG goes, "Oh, thank you very much. We've got this opening pick," and actually Titans is all on the other side. And unfortunately for them, a wasted Nightfall, but Spike is going down, and they have such good positions to play this post plant.
Yeah, and they need to worry about Abel here. Abel has everything to ensure this round could win, but Jakuro with a big double kill on site opens that up, means Abel has to activate faster, does find Stu, and now It's further away on site. Spike's not planted for them, so.
Not at all, and how about just sprinting through, but the spike is already being defused. The time is ticking away. And I hope we see a replay of how J Kuro managed to get 2 kills through a one-way, mind you.
Yeah, that is the pivot of the round, right? You look at how that one was playing out. Abo was in an absolute prime position to win that one out. You question if maybe because they had sight, they maybe should be planting in a safer location so that it opens up for Abo to play later on, but that double kill turned the tides on its head. Oh my lord.
Literally one-wayed off. I mean, the amount of kills through the smokes that we've got in this game is just unreal. How can you even play with situations like this happening? But JDG deciding to change the playstyle up a bit. They take pressure mound now. Titan seeing that knows that Rubble is going to be this weaker hold.
And not as much pressure being applied by JDG on that A side. Will get, once again, some spam, presumably through a smoke from J Kuro.
And a weird buy for both these teams, Veggie. It's neither of these teams with a full buy. I mean, obviously JDG a bit better off, but still a little bit of a weakened state.
You have to see how that one plays out. Lucas with that stinger, hoping that they can channel the inner NA. The Visal comes in. I like the snake bite just to try and deny any pressure immediately coming off of that. Means that Titans didn't get too much space off the back. And look at this lurk coming up from Stu. Becoming the attacker.
How did Stu get there? I think he just walked up mound with J Kuro. Big round from them there, really popping off. But Stu's just walked through mound and just found their way behind them.
Yeah, I mean, really just wanted to get onto the attacking side faster, but I think what's important is you're clearly seeing that JDG are reading into how Titan want to play this, right? They know Abo's heading towards B 80% of the rounds and wants to be that lurk on that vice, I should say. So aware that a player was most definitely going to be there, and now for the first time, you see Stu whip out the operator and picks up the first kill. Look like a clay pigeon flying through the sky.
And the fact that it was predicted as well, the crosshair placement. I mean, there's not been a single operator in this half. How is Luke supposed to expect that? But it's Titans going down a player, going down Luke yet again, but they still want to push forward. They still want to march their way onto this A site.
Yeah, the Viper's pit down outside C just means that the rest of the bodies can be firmly planted on A. Stu taking up that aggressive B position as well means that they can just fight heavily. Titans will answer back with a paranoia to clear out sight and start to mark their way through there, but Spike hasn't got out of that smoke yet, and we've seen J Kuro in this position before get 2, but only gets 1 for this time.
Hadriel in shambles right there. No one can see anything that's happening on site. So many smokes thrown around, but Titan, Spike still not even down. 3 versus 4. They have got A, but pretty much everybody from JDG slowly creeping their way over here.
Yeah, they want to tap it to try and bait some utility, bait some pressure, but JDG happy just to stand still. You make the first move and we'll react afterwards that. And it is going to be a try and swing to take stairs. They do get that kill, and that's going to open up this pivot towards B. That's going to open up some extra space, but it's K killing still being the thorn in the back.
This is where the Vice util is though. Flash still available to be used, but Abo goes huge. Spike has gone down, but Lucas, a big task ahead of them. They know exactly where he is. And just like that, JDG gives us a 7-5 half. A close match so far in what we were expecting to be, so.
Yeah, close match, but in reality, it's only close because of the slow start that JDG had, right? 4-1 up, and now you're looking at JDG in the lead, bringing this thing back, showing why they were favourites for this map, showing why they picked it up. And they're going to be in a position where they can take 7 going into this next half and look really strong.
We'll have to see how their aggression translates to that attack side. We saw a lot of pressure created by JDG. We saw some really nice reads, and if they can translate those skills onto their attack in half, I feel like it can be to a great benefit for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a very strong showing up against Trace as well, winning 8 rounds. They were able to get on their attacking side, so they're definitely in a fantastic position to show why they're going towards Take Lotus. For Titan, they have to show a different look on this defense, maybe replicate similarities for what JDG. Like we said, it's an exact mirror comp, right? But what is going to be pivotal for them is winning that pistol and the anti-eco coming up after that to make sure that JDG don't get the chance to start sprinting away.
And clearly, for this vote right now, there is only one winner, right, Veg? There's only one clear winner, and that is the Smite Knife.
It's a difficult one. I love both of them. I'm a big fan of both of them, so I'm going to sit on the fence here, I'm afraid.
Come on now, you're going to sit on the fence.
I'm sorry, I'm sitting on the
skin
fence.
line in existence. I mean, you got, in terms of the 2 best skin lines, Smite and Minima. Yeah.
Minima? Minima? How about you Minima the hell out of here? No.
I'm here as the rage bait. I'm actually a psyop veggie, just created to make your life a living hell. But getting back to actual relevant things within Valorant, is there anything that you're hoping Titan takes away from that first half and looks to transition into their defense? I mean, you know, defending the bomb sites would be good, but any play style variations that would be good from them?
I think they need to adapt the same strategy and be aggressive on A to deny that space. And I mean, they're not going to do it off of the pistol, but they will do it over towards C instead. Deny anything coming through so you can start to pivot where this attacking side of JDG is going. You at least have the information that it's not on C. It's not quite been B main because the fade's there with the Prowlers as well. So you know that the information has to slowly be coming towards A.
Creeping up, playing that contact, no information gained by any Titan members right now, and if they decide to hit this A site, there's only one player here completely alone. Coco would have such a big task.
JDG showing Titan how to get rid of that wall early on. You can jump peek it. You don't need to send your rays in with double satchels alone. Peeks out of the smoke and gets 1 kill. Coco's able to get the next on site. Baby Blue does answer back, but now you see the re-clear, the rethinking back on towards B, but there's 2 players here already, Snow.
Yep, and they are finding those kills. Grenade going to be used as well to stall the push through. Luke's ran out of bullets though. And Baby Blue left all alone. Going to be crying in their crib, waiting, throwing their toys out the pram. As
that was just me this morning.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you do? All your team's dead. You're the last one alive.
Yeah,
but it's a good first round overall, and it is off the back of a very aggressive push out of a smoke.
Yeah, that's exactly what came through, right? They knew that the team were committing down now that Vice Wall had gone through. So instead of giving them that A space for free, make it a little bit challenging at least, put the pressure on, give them further angles to fight on, support that lone teammate on site. And now you get the big weapons coming into this next round. We spoke about how pistol was going to be absolutely crucial for Titan to stop JDG running away with this one. And so far, they've ticked off that first checkbox.
They managed to clear Mound, despite there being so much smoke, so much pressure being placed by the side of JDG. And a very high angle on top of that box. Avo able to just spot a pixel of a player and force some damage out. But off the back of that, JDG says thank you very much. We'll just back away. We'll repivot to the rest of the map. And this is something that we didn't see from Titans that we were asking for constantly in that first half.
Yeah, I like the fact that we've seen the Vice remove as well, not committing to that one position. Lucas does pick up that first kill, but now JDG have got themselves on site. It's how they go about holding it. They know they have the small fights and they choose not to instead. They're going to try and pivot over towards A, thinking they've got some freedom, but they really don't. And with 35 seconds left, Snow, this is not the answer.
It's time to rumble. Shu can't find anything though, and the rest of the players they're going back towards B, but there's a wall in your way, and there is a Coco holding the gates. Talk about Coco pops. Coco definitely popping those heads.
What's the answer for JDG, Snow? I guess that I just don't know what that call was, right? I really don't know what the call was. That's
it's a save round. Like, they're just doing something crazy. I feel like they're just throwing stuff to the wall, seeing if anything sticks, trying to do something a little bit unusual and seeing if they can throw this Titan squad off. But now is the all-important round for them. Now is where they have to gain some momentum. But they're coming in against a Phantom, a Bulldog, 2 Guardians. It's not exactly a weak buy for Titans by any means.
No, they were able to capitalize on how little damage JDG even thought about doing. They're going to keep trying to fight off this C mound. This is where we've seen JDG defend so well on that previous hap. Stu's going to get this. You can see the prioritization of getting the showstopper to create the space early on. Wants to deal with the Bifall if that's potentially here. But once again, it's not placed down. It's not there. They just want to create the illusion of pressure.
And that illusion has been created. It's forcing these Titan members to rotate into some positions that maybe aren't the best for them. And with that wall being baited out, it's going to raise even more question marks for them. Somebody's going to have to check towards B. JDG just playing the map so well, but Titan are reading it. They've already got players here and waiting. Haldon with the TP out could find themselves in a power position, but it's been heard. They know that there's a potential player there, and with a pivot towards B, JDG are just always one step ahead.
That defensive wall actually aided the attacking side on getting on towards B. It meant that Haldon couldn't see the opposition, couldn't see the attacking side coming through, and Jakuro in a strong position, but the weaker weaponry will prevail this time. And now it's just how you hold this Hobbit down.
Traded out there. JDG has held Hobbit, like you said. But now with Abo and Coco swinging together, Abo's managed to find one. But with a crossfire set up for them, this round gets even more difficult. Vandal in hands now. And if they could have found that kill, there would have been hope. But it is for naught. It is JDG winning a round that they needed to win. But it's at the cost of 3 rifles.
Very expensive. Titan will be impressed with what they were able to do. The damage coming off. Massive. And JDG showing signs of struggle on attack, right? We were expecting it to be a little bit more seamless and stronger calling, but at the minute it's a little bit panic and jaded.
But to be honest, I feel like that's just been the post-plans. I feel like them getting on towards site, their mid-rounding has looked really good, but it's when they get the spike down, Titan just playing aggressive, swinging off of each other. Is that another kill through the smoke?
Yeah, I think at this point we just need to think that every single kill is through a smoke.
They died in the smoke. What are you doing there, Lucas? Just sitting in the middle of the smoke? I mean, that's you're expecting that to happen if you sit in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's Smoke City here. We're in the cold caves of Lotus. What am I waffling? So they're coming towards C. The Nightfall comes in. The showstopper activated as well, and Abo is not going to have a chance to even think about denying anything.
JDG, you said you needed to see a bit more dominance from them on their attack half, and they thought they'll show it to you. 5 versus 2 already. Luke and Haldon, 2 key performing members, would have to go huge, but Luke's not even given the chance. A toe being spotted around the corner leads to their death.
Yeah, much stronger outlook. 5 members still alive. Only one in the name of Haldon has to just save this rifle. Knows credits aren't going to be great for that next round. And what a momentous answer back on this huge rifle round for JDG. We'll keep 4 so far. Yeah, they're trying to hunt them down. They want that rifle gone. They want to make sure that they can get to 10 quite questionably easily.
I love this as well. The 2 that they've sent to hunt, they've sent Stu, and they're now sending on the other side KK Lind, hoping that they can maybe get a powerful ultimate orb. But Haldon's just getting more and more kills. It's one of those where you want to hunt down this rifle, but what do you want to give up for it?
Yeah, exactly. And I think after 2 members down, you say, okay, fine, we got 2 orbs just from dying. Let's leave it at that. Let's not give any more rifles down to the ground. Make sure that we can buy going forward. A little bit more costly than the round had to be, but at some points it is worth it.
now moving forward, we're gonna have to look at what this ult situation is looking like. The cycles, how are they gonna come through? And so far, favored towards Titans, very close to getting that showstopper up. Also, that Viper's pit almost online for both of these teams. I feel like it's going to have more effectiveness for JDG in terms of the defensive side, but obviously if Titans can get themselves on
other way around, buddy. Other way around, buddy.
Gonna have more effectiveness for Coco defending a site, but obviously if JDG can get onto the site, it makes that post plant a lot easier.
Yeah, I like JDG here being cautious. They know that A pressure is often taken, so the checks just to make sure that no one's going to catch them off guard up on that elevated surface, and they get sight. They manage to deny a little bit of C control from that Titan side, and now they swap over to allow Stu to get onto site faster. Doesn't want to go satcheling in with an outlaw, so instead takes the Phantom, gets halfway towards site.
I would have loved to see the phase highlights just satcheling onto site, 360 and someone in the head, but alas, it will not be so. It will just be a normal post plant.
Posted up. Titan already here quite fast. 2 by stairs, 1 over heaven. The trade's coming in, and it's JDG who are once again on top. What we expected to see from them was the anticipated outcome. And for Titan, they didn't really show too much on that side there.
No, I feel like JDG's just realised that they don't need to play the map as slow as they have been. They can just commit to these sites because Titan's not really showing much pressure on the map. They're giving up a lot of this space for free, and when you get so deep towards a site and you've got a position where you've claimed all of rubble, you've got tree as well, and you've still not found anybody to contest you, it's a lot easier to play these sites out.
Yeah, and you see the timeout being called by Titan, so we automatically know the next round is going to be 10-8, going off of previous maps. But coach is looking a little bit deflated, Snow. That's not the highest of energy coming in from there. Demanding more from this team. They're like, come on, guys, you were like 5-1 last split. What's happened to us? Now we're going to be 0-5. Like, come on, there needs to be some kind of change coming in
5 games. Yeah, that's an impressive scoreline to have.
They were, man.
Okay, I don't think they were that good, but they were a decent team, Titan. So timeout definitely needed. I feel like Titan needs to, like you said, take a page out of JDG's book, a little bit of early round aggression, gain some pressure on one side of the map, post a player up there, look to rotate and hold some of these sites afterwards, because at the moment, we're seeing a kind of 2-1-2 hold coming out from them, where there's no real strong site, no real weak site. They're just kind of playing for information and seeing what happens.
We're definitely getting to see why this is JDG's map pick. And so the biggest question I'm left with is, are Titan going to get double digits on this map?
You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith. You gotta believe. And it's not a good start for them, but Luke is able to trade it out at the cost of the showstopper. It's a very big investment, though, to just bring this round into a 4 versus 4. And Coco, in such a powerful position, has only managed to find one, though. And B site has been cracked completely open. But nobody rotating just yet. JDG realizes they still have time on the clock.
Yeah, they don't need to be committing towards site. They can leave like a sleeper agent on that B site, like Abel was doing previously, and just deny further. Hobbit being broken does give the final sign in towards Trace that B will be the final landing zone, will be the resting space for this spike. Snakebite to deny any pressure coming on towards B and allow this spike to go down unquestioned. And there's that Viper pick coming in from K Killing.
Round over. We're on 11. I mean, we might as well just call it here, Veggie. It's so difficult to retake in this situation.
So Titan called a timeout. They're going to win this 2v3 clutch. What do you mean?
You know what? I like your faith. I like your belief, but with the amount of utility that's being used, this is going to be so hard. They don't even need to commit. They're just going to spam through. But Lucas somehow found 2, but they don't know where J Kuro is. There's no information, and just like that, a round that almost became winnable through the curse of the timeout was ripped away from them by a single player.
Yeah, it was that reposition from J Kuro, right? Spotted over towards Hobbit previously. As soon as that Viper's pick comes in, you could see the movement just to get back away. Knows that you can't have all 3 members sitting in that one site point. That is absolutely dangerous. But so even just that kill there in itself, I feel like if Coco has a little bit more trigger discipline and plays a little bit more patient, it's 2 free kills and that round would have been completely different.
I completely agree, or at least waiting to be able to put that wall up or something, just so that they had an escape route. An early Viper's Pit being used here to say no to B. You're not going to be able to pass your way through here. And it's Titans gaining control of some aspect of the map, but you look, there's 3 members towards A, but they're holding so passively. JDG can go wherever they want.
Yeah, there's just no congestion. Even the Viper's Pit that's gone down on B, so I don't think JDG have walked onto B once, apart from that last round, going through that angle. Using the Viper's Pit over towards A or C might have been a little bit more beneficial, but what is going to be beneficial is picking up that first kill. Yes, you lose Luke, but you do take out K-Killen, who had the biggest of impacts in that last round, and you're going 1 for 1 right now, and if you can keep doing that, you might have a chance.
Yeah, it's a decent situation for them, but Stu looking and hunting for Haldong, and off the back of that kill, this round, yet again, might just be a formality. Coco's going to have to retake with a shotgun, a Bucky in their hands, and nothing else to do. Abo would have to pull out their inner John Marston if they were hoping to win that round there, but it's JDG bringing us on to map point.
Yeah, I think that was a sign, if anything, of forfeiting the map from Titan on an equal round. I guess the Viper's Pit's trying to equalise the playing ground a little bit, right? But such a high power ult, using it when you only have a Sheriff to play alongside it, probably isn't going to find you the most value, and especially when that's not the site that this team's going to be hitting into.
JDG feeling themselves a little bit now. They've got momentum on their sides. And this is the last chance that Titan has to redeem themselves in this map. They can make no more mistakes there, and Haldong starts off with a positive.
Yeah, finally challenging it a little bit further up on towards A, and it reaps the rewards instantly. And now you can see actually JDG taking a leaf out of Titan's book, pressuring C as well as B, so that you have that option to pivot to both sides depending on where you find that success.
It's a big risk though, if Titan realizes what they're doing, if they can isolate some of these members into a fight, it can be so difficult to play out. Haldong been timinged, not spotted either of them, but the shots fired is going to know they're there. Smoke going to be used as well, and a teleport away to safety makes JDG question their actions.
Yeah, that jump speed gets 2 information, and you can see 45 seconds, no, 0 space has been gained. You're just being funneled into this B choke point, and T-Virus Luke is in an absolute massive position to just mow them down alongside Lucas.
No utility to use just yet, just a satchel, but Lucas doesn't care. He's found the first shot. Nightfall is going to be used in as well. Just trying to find these fights, but J. Kerr has found the perfect position to get themselves this opening pick, and with the smoke going down as well, a bit of space towards B, but they have to commit now. They cannot hold on. But J. Kerr, the gun is not going to be used. But everybody else is fighting forwards into this, and Titans has found a lifeline.
Yeah, I like the concept there. Knows that the time's coming out, wanted to just jump on it, but ultimately time is inevitable and it catches up with us all. The gun taken away, the shorty not drawn out, and the Vice will be the victor. But the way they got on site there, so if we drag it back towards that, I like JDG's attempt. Knew that they had 2 angles that they had to deal with. Paranoia's up in towards heaven, uses the fade grab to cock off the choke point, and it allowed them just to TP on site. And yes, Lucas gets 1 kill from re-peeking it through, but it was enough to at least make an attempt at it.
Very strong hold towards this C site now for Titans. They're predicting that maybe it is this side that will be pressured. They've got the Vice Wall, they've got the Viper Orb, they've got Flash, everything coming through to hold this C site. But it is only one player, it is Abo, all alone. And as I say that, rotates are going to come towards this site. Stu only 2 away from that showstopper, which could be the turning point for this game.
You can get a pick up early on, you can make the entry through. I like the rotate calls coming in from Titans, but it's going to be Lucas that gets a double kill over towards B and really puts a nail in this plan from JDG.
Okay, and with some prolific shots, both Luke and Avo showcasing why they are forces to be reckoned with. And this is the question, Veggie. Is it going to be JDG securing this out, or are they going to be showing their inner gentle mates and throwing this map away?
Yeah, what was going on there? I mean, the idea was there, right? We've seen it executed well several times in a row, but when T-Virus Luke just decides to peek you and you miss the op shot, the game's pretty much over right off the bat. 3 versus 2, you've not even got yourselves close to sight. Titans give themselves a lifeline to hold on to.
And last timeout being used by JDG. The last chance these coaches will have to speak to their players unless we find ourselves in overtime. JDG has 3 opportunities, 3 chances to secure this one out, to bring themselves a map 1 victory. And Titan, at the moment, just hoping to make it to double digits.
Capitalising on every one of JDG's mistakes, but for JDG, they're going to have some of those ultimates coming on. The Steel Garden will be available soon enough. The Showstopper coming in as well. It has to be inevitable for Titan. They need to be as punishing as possible, and I'm liking the adaptation that they've done to finally start taking that space over towards A to really funnel JDG into where they want to take the fights.
With the time dwindling down, Luke picking up that operator. We saw Stu have great effectiveness on this weapon. Can Luke find these shots? Not quite the performance that we've been seeing from them. We expected a little bit more considering how good they were in stage 1. But now being forced back with that operator, gonna have to play a close angle with this weapon. It becomes a lot more difficult to find these kills.
Yeah, you can see the Nightfall being prepped by Baby Blue. Goes backside. The Boombot comes in. The Showstopper up. Doesn't get the Clay Pigeon shot this time. And it's Stu that comes out in the victory of the Razies. And more kills being traded back and forth. JDG's found their way on site. Stu, being that playmaker that they are, might have just ended this map. But Avo in a key position. Finds an opening pick. And this retake gets a little bit more winnable now. Yeah, another chance to get back on. I like the hold here. Cyan from Mount being that low HP can't take the big fights, and now it comes down to this 2 versus 1. J-Kuro spotted the position. Coco is going to swing, and J-Kuro comes out on top. JDG get themselves 1-0 up on this series, and Titan once again failing to get onto double digits, Snow.
They were so close yet so far. 9 rounds to count, and they looked like it could be a potential comeback. But I guess on the flip side, it's JDG expecting that there might be an operator, using the util to play around that, knowing that it could be a difficult situation if they don't gain that mound pressure. And then Stu just finding 3 kills in this final round, cracking open the site and just pulling their team to victory when they needed it.
Yeah, Stu's pathing to go higher rather than just pushing up towards the backside really meant that T-Virus Luke had so much to worry about and effectively can't hold down that site. The flaw of the operator is it's not meant for the close distance fights. Instead, JDG 1-0 up, looking to try and reignite their stage 2 chances.
And I think going into this next game, still a 3-site map, still some things to take away. From Titan on attack, we want to see them work the map a bit more. We want to see them use the advantage of having those 3 sites where you can pull defenders to one side, go to the other, pivot towards different parts of the map. For JDG, just keep doing the same thing, man. Their reads were good on defense. Their attack looked really good. There's not really much that they need to change up at all.
No, I mean, let's look at Haven in particular, right? JDG lost this map in a pretty dominating fashion, 13-4 towards Trace. If we then bring up Titans on that side, they also have a 0% win rate, and it was against Tyloo of all people.
Yeah,
so.
great. You know what? We're having another situation where statistically neither teams are winning this game, so I don't know what we're going to find.
Well,
but
thankfully we have the power of numbers, Snow. 2-13 was the scoreline against Tyler, so if we put them both together, it means
Veggie, I mean, let's just have a listen to these team comms first.
Ready?
You want me to buy, okay?
Ready?
Can you fight? Yeah,
Ready?
Okay. Let's one
Now,
now.
now.
I bind it now. CT smoke.
Right side, right side.哦，repeat 那边。我吃黑了，我吃黑了。
停加一个，CT 读 CT
来一起拉右手。
我还有拉出来了，跑点后拉出来了，nice。
我头先。
我下包，安全包，
收路来不了。
nice。
Come back still，就。
4v2。
收了吧，hero。
Okay, you can play hero. I trust you, bro. 几加。
来，我们两个双加这里，帮我们加8点过来。
好，我有闪的哦。
如果8点过了，我们去拜左边啊。
8点过了，靠他闪，你俩 pick 左边。
我被毒了，
我往里贴一下。
8点过了，靠他闪，摆左边。KK 链准备过来，稍微往他这边靠一点。
给先给8点人。
来给闪了，
来掰了。
nice， 8点。
加着，没事记吧。
可能过左边了，
不好看那个8点过边。
感觉8点左边。
120吗？ nice，1点票。
Well, anything to take from that, Snow? Effectively, it just looked like the teams were pretty much coordinated, right? It was quite calm. There was no overall panic. They were certainly engaged in how to play through the rounds, and you can see Jikuro there coming in as the MVP on Omen of all agents.
I mean, some of those rounds were just insane. Just picking up 4Ks. That double spray through the smoke while being one-wayed off. I don't know if you call it luck, if you call it skill, whatever you want to call it. J.K. was just making this map work for them.
Yeah, and this is why they picked it, right? You look at all the stats combined. I mean, what, 2 players going negative? That's fine when you've got J.K. going 21 and 14, making sure that if there was a smoke down, they were going to shoot through it and they were going to get the kill.
Yeah, I think one thing I do want to talk about in terms of the Titan perspective is we have to talk about the fact that Haldong IGLing again now. Mm-hmm. It obviously seemed to impact their fragging a decent amount. I feel like Haldong's been a consistent fragger for this Titan squad, and now having to use their brain as well as their aim, they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to just look at those stats coming in here, 6 out of 7 being on the spikes, some flawlesses being mixed in as well. The post plants was strong that we expected for JDG. It's where we thought they were going to be, and for Titan they need to be fixing up those errors as they go on once again to, like you said, the 3-sided map of Haven. It's going to be interesting, but for now we get to speculate in the green room because we're going to send you to a little break so we can catch our breaths for this next map. So don't go anywhere because we'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live in action, ready for map number 2 of this series. Haven is the playground, a chance to keep your playoff dreams alive as the reward. Snow, can JDG close this one out?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It is Titan's map pick, and first map was close. And I mean, the only difficulty is that for Titan, JDG did look really strong on that first map. Their defensive reads were really nice. Yeah, they struggled a tiny bit on attack when it came to holding down those sites in the post plan. But overall, JDG did look like the stronger team. Is it mirrored comps yet again? Are these teams just only scrimming each other and just mirroring what the other plays?
I mean, it certainly looks like it, right? The big difference that I'm seeing coming in is for Titan, when they played up against Tyloo, it was a Jet rather than a Neon. So obviously some adaptation has been made, whether that's down to comfort for T-Virus Luke, or if it's just actually going, okay, that didn't quite work, maybe we needed to speed things up so we get that Neon. But for me, when a team already has some spacing issues that we've seen, specifically looking back to that double satchel with the rest of the team just sitting behind the ice wall, the Neon's only going to elevate that and make it worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think for me personally, the one key pivot that I noticed when with both these teams playing this, they're playing Killjoy, which on this map I feel like is difficult to use effectively. It's not an agent that we've seen a massive amount of play on, especially on Haven. And with both these teams pulling it out with the Viper, it's definitely going to create a different dynamic than we're used to.
I like this fast push through towards Garage. Starts to amplify the pressure up, as while SK2's taken down that long, doesn't give Abo any space, any avenues to navigate into. Instantly dealt with. The C site is opened up like a can of Pringles. And you know what they say? Once you pop, you just can't stop. And JDG will keep that rolling.
J Kuro will keep popping and stopping these Titan players from getting forwards onto site. But Luke, that's a perfect stun. But there's members fighting with them. JDG are never alone. As soon as you try to kill one, even more come at you. It's like a Hydra just battling the numerous heads. And JDG are looking strong coming into this pistol round.
Yeah, putting Titan in their place, saying you only got 2 rounds against Tyloo. Well, guess what? It's going to be 0 here for you today. We want this. We want to keep our chances.
Down. It's only pistol, buddy. Like
getting carried away on a pistol. No.
Whoa, yeah. All right. Are you slingy out here? Pistol rounds mean everything. That's what we're going for.
Stop the count. Stop the count.
That's it. Whoever wins the pistol is winning the game, clearly. But it obviously means a big difference in terms of this next round should, in theory, be free. We have seen situations where the classics have won out, and Coco with a single shorty locking down Garage could be the difference maker if JDG decides to elect to go towards that side of the map.
Yeah, but you can see the Killjoy just posted up, has the turret as well, so it doesn't really need to go working through. And you feel for JDG, they're going to be aware that they have the longer range weaponry. No, I'm just saying you have the longer range weaponry. You don't need to go through here. You don't need to give them a chance.
It doesn't matter anyway. Coco swinging a little bit too early, potentially hoping there's a player there as Luke versus Stu. It's the anime battle of the century. Sprinting past each other. Why are you taking this fight? What is going on? How is Stu alive? The movement, it's so clean. Look at the moves. But it will not matter as JDG has found themselves over towards C. And they are miles away from the closest Titan member.
Yeah, listen, they had the moves like Jagger, but the question is, can they make this Titan team sing like Jagger? They're going to push straight into Kikil, and the alarm bot gives that information up, and it's a no-scope with the Outlaw that gets Luke a chance at redemption.
But they both have to find their way through this smoke. Luke, using the movement again, has the Outlaw in their hands, held on, watching the back. Baby Blue, 1 versus 1, Luke, what have you done? We just spoke about it. It's the caster curse in effect. The save round won by Titan.
Oh, I can hear the drop coming in. We're heading back to Skyline. The music's fading. The no-scope comes through. The final kill cam.
It looks so bad as well. It looks so bad at the start of this round. What was it, a 4 versus 2 at one point?
It's boy, you don't even see him. He's not even on your screen.
Unreal behavior right there from Luke, and really showing us glimpses of what they were like in last stage. But now off the back of that, this gets so much harder for JDG to play. Stu with a shotgun. J. Kerr, the only rifle coming into this round, but it is a Guardian. Really gonna have to pop some heads if they want to do anything to make any headway in this round.
Yeah, for JDG, they need to realise that C is not going to be the answer. So maybe heading back to Old Trusty. Two rounds in a row, make that 3. Let's go through Garage with these stingers, try and create some pressure that way.
This time it's them.
Shorty.
Yeah, this time they have the shotgun. It's actually in their advantage to go towards Garage, but Luke is watching this like a hawk, ready, tuned and waiting. But Stu just pushing the pace, stuck in a corner though, but has a rifle. They only have a limited amount of time. Luke's coming behind them. Stu goes down. But off the back of that, pressure has been created. Space towards this C site. Not another save round win, Veggie. It can't be so. Say it ain't so.
I will not go. Turn the lights off. Titan with a chance to stop this. Haldong, Phantom in hand. For JDG, there's some low health pools available. The first swing does identify Haldong's position, makes this one a little bit tougher. Has to push through the smoke, and it's going to be the opposition Omen with the clean headshot. The Sheriff is back in town. JDG get themselves to 2-1 in a very unconditional and unthought of manner.
You cannot tell me that this game is going to be another one of those where whoever's on the save wins the round. It just can't be like this. How do these teams constantly do this? I don't know, what is that movement? It's crazy.
Yeah, let's go.
Neons go hard with the way that they play this character.
Yeah, I guess we've seen why they chose to get rid of Jet. You can't do that with Jet, but you can do it on Neon.
So, but now Titan are struggling for money and for weaponry. They do have some sheriffs in hands, hoping to recreate the Wild Wild West here. Finding themselves some headshots, but JDG I was about to say they're taking their time, but Stu doesn't care, just sprinting onto this B site.
Yeah, applying the pressure, not giving the Sheriffs a chance to shine, but it's going to be Howdong who does shine brightest. First with a 2k, looking for a third and gets it. The ace is on, but Coco takes that one away, and it's an instant answer back.
I think that's the one round where Howdong doesn't care that they're not getting the ace, they're getting the round win on what is going to be the third save round win in a row, unless Kaylin can go huge and find some way to isolate these fights.
Sneakily picks up that spike through the Viper pit, the Viper wall, sorry. And instead of trying to move away, just wanted to see if anyone was going to be greedy, see if they could pick up a free kill based off the back of that and not be chased down. We'll decide towards the A as the thoughtful site. Knife out to start sprinting as the time's counting down. But the problem is, Snow, is that Titan have 4 rifles that they picked up off the ground and are going to be here really fast.
Yeah, that's a good way to save money. Don't buy rifles, get the rifles given to you. And Howdong finishing this round the same way they started with a headshot. Are we going to just create a perpetual loop now? Is it going to be another save round for JDG and JDG wins that one out?
Honestly, I just don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised at this point.
The question is this the answer for both of these teams to try and bring up
Just
their
don't buy
pistol?
guns.
No, to boost their win on pistol rates? Like, we've seen that both of them were below 50% pistol win rate, so maybe they're just saying, okay, we're just practicing with Sheriffs every round to increase that stat and get the number up.
Luke fires the weapon. JDG are going to know that there is an operator in play right now. You look at their guns, they still aren't even on a full buy. But it might not seem to matter. Howdong's found an opening pick. And they just want to re-clear the side of JDG. Want to force their way through towards this A site, but Howdong in such a key position. Lucas is in the corner, ready and waiting. And with the stun coming through, it does not matter. It's just cosmetic at this point. And Baby Blue has been left all alone. Has access to that Hunter's Fury, but they would have to get the spike down first. They would have to find a kill and get onto this site, and they will not be able to do so.
Yeah, I really like the proactivity from Titan coming in. Taking all that space up on A, planting one deep and long, the paranoia to control down into short really meant that this JDG side had nowhere to try and go, and by the time they realised that it was far too late.
And we're not yet seeing glimpses of JDG from last map. We're not seeing them pressure one side of the map, pivot back over, rotate around, and just make Titan look a bit dizzy in terms of their defensive half. And this timeout might be to assess those issues, say, look, this game's been a bit silly. We've had quite a few save round wins. Let's just stabilize this a little bit. Let's look to play the game our style and do the same stuff we did on Lotus.
Yeah, that's what this timeout's going to have to do, right? They've identified problems earlier on. Thankfully, this time it's only at 3-2 rather than 4-1, so you're still giving yourself a... I mean, they won the map, so they still gave themselves a chance before, but you're giving yourself a stronger chance to make this attacking side, which is typically where Haven falls into. We have seen defense becoming a lot stronger, especially on regions such as EMA, but for this GDD side, it's got to begin now.
Still not quite as dire a situation as that 4-1 that they were facing against beforehand, but taking an early timeout is always appreciated. Like it when coaches really put that power into their hands, don't let it get too carried away. They know that this game needs a little bit of stability for both of these teams, essentially, and it being the first full buy round where both these teams are equal power is definitely going to make it an important one.
And it's a huge increase of pace coming in. Luke does get that first kill, and you can see Stu fired up, overdriven to try and get more, but a shorty behind this Viper wall means it's going to be difficult to surpass.
And a molly kill as well. It makes it so difficult now, but look, what are you doing there? Why have you've only got a shorty? And it's just Titan just sprinting forwards, trying to take these fights, maybe a little bit too confident off the back of the past couple rounds. And JDG just staying calm in the chaos, securing that one out.
Well, it's the chaos that they created, right? That they've played this quite routinely slow so far and kind of standard to how Haven falls through, but this time it was just that instant pressure, instant everyone firing up on towards that A site. I mean, you look at all the X's, everyone died over here. There's not a single X anywhere else on the map. Everyone was geared and ready to go for A site. And it seemed to be working, so the question now is, do Titan adapt and play more people over towards A, which is exactly what they've done with that Viper's pit. Maybe not more people, but they're putting more pressure on this side of the map to funnel JDG elsewhere.
But I love the smoke in the pit. It's going to raise question marks of potentially somebody's trying to lurk through and find a play. And the interesting part for me is Jaker has kept that operator on the attack half, so definitely going to be looking to play for some picks, maybe looking to hold down a long angle. But with so many members towards Garage, see long control not taken, and it's Luke watching it with the operator, but it's the swing out and the bait. It is perfection from JDG to get T-Virus Luke off that angle.
Yeah, the Neon sidestep distracted for long enough to be taken advantage of, but a quick answer back, and interestingly enough, it's a pivot back towards this A site where actually Titan are set up for most success. You have the alarm bot here to identify the players coming from short. The Viper's pit still not dealt with on long. It's a really tough question to get out of with only 30 seconds left.
I feel like this isn't the play. I feel like if they have to rotate and they have to do it now, but they feel like they have to commit, the time's dwindling down, they're gonna have to go. The paranoia is good. They spotted the person in the corner, and as the retake comes through already, the flood is just not good enough. And Stu finds every kill they need to crack open this site.
Titan thought they had the flood to get back on, but what they weren't anticipating was the tsunami from JDG to open up the site and blow everything away. The paranoia was exquisite to stop the kills coming in from the Killjoy who was posted up on close. That was pivotal to the success, and then the answer back. It was a good call from JDG, questionable, but they handled the diversity well enough.
Now, looking at what can kind of change, and I don't know, I feel like both teams played that well. Good utility from JDG. Titan had the right read, they had the right numbers on site, but when Stu just pulls out magic and shoots people in the head, what more can you do? And it seems like the change of pace is what JDG have elected to go towards, taking these sites earlier, taking these fights a little bit earlier, and with Titan on a save, it's going to be difficult, but Lucas finding an opening pick gives them all they need.
Yeah, what do you mean it's going to be difficult? They have Sheriff's back in the hand. This is a Titan round.
Yeah, to save, I forgot that's a free round.
See?
No.
See?
It can't be true. It can't be happening. Not again. This is literally a save. They just had Sheriff's, JDG. That is all they had. They somehow managed to give them yet another save win.
Yeah, I knew as soon as you were speaking, I was like, Snow, look at what they've purchased. There's only one way this goes. When they both have different guns, it's going to be GDG.
100% conversion.
Yeah.
Don't even buy rifles at this point. Just keep the sheriffs. Like, become the bronze to immortal sheriff only player that you were destined to be.
The content is there, but for GDG, thankfully, the fact that they put 2 rounds together before that allows them to continue buying into this. So it's back to normality. A challenge over towards C, but a deep smoke on this choke point is going to make it hard to cross by, especially with the Viper being committed onto this as well.
Both Molly's used already and killed, and Luke finds a kill through the smoke, gives them that advantage, spamming a bit more chip damage onto Baby Blue as well. Is going to scare off JDG to reassess what's going on the other side of the map, but they have no space, no pressure, and there is so much they have to clear.
They're deciding all 5 to head towards that C long is going to be a little bit detrimental to how the rest of this round plays off. Like you said, they hadn't gained any space. They need to now clear everything slowly, walking around. You can't afford to not check it, especially with how this Titan side have been playing. They've been taking the space away and filling it up when needed. That's why you see this methodical checking of everything, wanting to be careful, all corners to be checked, and by the time they get onto the site, there's going to be 3, if not 4 members of Titan ready and willing to fight it. Smoke just to create some more pressure over towards C Snow, but Titan haven't fallen for it.
侦察该区域。
They're just ready and waiting, but Lucas caught with their dart out. There's members here, it's ready and waiting, but what? How did that shot hit? Viper's pick goes down. This round should be all but a formality, but no! Luke wants to take it into their own hands. A 3K already, looking to make it the ace, and it is Luke from stage 1 that has logged into the server. Luke from stage 2 is no more. And it is an ace from this player, showcasing why they should still be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's the T-Virus look that you wanted to see, right? A lot of people in that position will go, okay, Viper's pit down, I either wait on my teammate or we call in a save just to pull back, but instead knows that the timing's there, so they know the timing's there, that they can access and pressure on towards the Viper before the Viper's pit fully comes up, takes that short angle as quickly as possible, gets the ult online, and you know, once the overdrive's there, it's game over for this JDG side.
I don't even think the timing was there. I think Luke just created the timing. Literally just sprinted in. That's not a timing. That is just pure, unrelentless, chaotic energy that just somehow works out because they're so good at the game.
Okay. I'll give you half of it. You're wrong, but I'll give you half of it.
Okay,
but instead,
thank you.
it's JDG now on the eco here, Snow. We know how this goes. We might as well call this one up. It's going to be 5-5, but Haldong's sick of the economy being a problem, so we'll pick up that first kill and the second over towards Stu, just for good measure.
Oh, and it's difficult for JDG. You know, you're losing a round where you're at the advantage. It's a save round for them. It should be a round they're winning if we look at the statistics of this game so far. But, you know, Titan just coming out on top.
Titan flipping the switch. Says, listen, we've got the weaker weaponry. We're winning this round.
For anyone only joining us just now, so far, every single save round has been converted in this game. Every single time a team has saved, they have won. But Haldong taking things into their own hands, looking to get these ecos, shutting down the statistics of the past, and putting Titan into the lead.
And Haldong is having a game. I didn't know they were built like that. Coming in, a 4K earlier on, a huge 3K picking up there to stop another eco round coming in and starting to build themselves up an advantage. They're up on towards 6 here, looking to win this defensive half and put themselves on that attack in a really great position to finally convert a map in this act.
2 rounds up now on the defensive half. Mirrored comps, so, you know, compositional differences in terms of attack and defense won't mean too much. They're both on equal footing here, but the important part to mention is it is the map pick of Titan. JDG obviously took us to Lotus, was a close game still. Titan wanted to bring us here for map number 2, and Haldong wants to win this second map, but playing solo down towards Suez is not going to be the way to do it.
No, it's not. I like the little bit of bait to allow the double swing to connect and find some success. They get another swing to come out and the Sova does fall based on that. The wall as well as the bite to deny and allow the rest of the team to try and catch up, but they're not trying to catch up, so they're trying to go for the flank instead. 2 members for Titan up on the reverse so that they can pinch this site control back.
Get another kill through the smoke happens as Coco manages to net themselves one there, but like you said, a double flank, but it's a lockdown being used. It's going to stall them out. They need to take their time now, and as that time dwindles, we're going to have to see them speed up. Luke's found a kill, and if anybody is going to speed this round up, it will be Luke.
Stu following Luke, aggressive up. The slide and the kill comes in, but J-Kuro backside is irrelevant as it's quickly deleted by Luke. The player with the call to action from you steps up once again, and Titan find an unlikely way back into it.
Unlikely, but expected almost at this point with the way that Luke's been playing. We spoke about before this game how Luke hasn't really been having those performances in stage 2 as they did in stage 1. Hasn't been carrying this Titan team as much as we're expecting, but this game definitely showcasing why they were such a dominant force in that last stage.
Yeah, and you know, I think JDG are slightly in the wrong for they had that lockdown popped in. They didn't try and take too much space, and it allowed Luke to navigate in. But now it's Stu's turn with the overdrive. Capitalizes off on the bait from the Yeoman TP. Will get there, but look who's behind this wall.
Anything you can do, I can do better is what Stu says so, but it gives enough time for the rest of these Titan members to rotate over. Paranoia's being used. There's a bit of chaos on the site. Nobody quite knows what's going on, but Howdong is getting kills. And fourth, another 3k for this player. How are they doing this? IGLing, cooling the map, and securing rounds for their team.
Howdong, more like how you doing as they take this Titan side to victory.
8-4 now, very much in the driver's seat for this Titan squad. Going on to their attack side, I feel like the pacing is not really going to change. We see how aggressive they wanted to be on defense. Why would they change it up on attack?
Yeah, I feel like T-Virus Luke has finally started to warm up. The team are allowing them to have some success, and if they can navigate that onto their own attacking side as well, it is only going to be better.
I wish I could see your cam, Veggie, right now. I'm replicating the meme cam right now. I feel like, I don't know if it'll be an or a gain or an or a loss for you doing it. No, don't do it, production. Don't put the cams up. They don't want to see my face. But to bring it back to more serious topics of Valorant in and of itself, and more specifically JDG versus Titan. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by watching all these meme cams.
I thought we were going to go into like the political landscape there when you were like them more serious conversations.
It is a more serious conversation because it is JDG's last chance of making it to playoffs, essentially. I mean, it's not their last chance. They could beat EDG next week, but I would say this game right here is their best chance at making it to playoffs still. Win this one. EDG game doesn't matter too much. Win against Tyloo and you can secure that 4th spot in the playoffs.
But you're telling me that you think they have a better chance of beating a team that's 0-3 compared to the absolutely undoubted kings of the region who are currently 2-1?
I mean, undoubted kings of the region's a bit of a stretch if you watch the last stage, but EDG are pretty good, and I would say you have a better chance at beating Titan than you do EDG. I'd say that much, but
that's a bold call. That is. Somebody call the police. We have a hot take in the room here.
Yeah, I only have hot takes out here. I only have big takes. But pistol round, I feel like at this point with how this game's gone, doesn't really even matter because the team that saves is going to win round 2 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're certainly not wrong. But for JDG, they'll be hoping you're not right because they will need this round and the next to try and close this gap. The train's coming through, and if you want to get on, you need to jump over that gap and into the carriageway. Steam coming in fast, but it's JDG's side on defense to navigate through.
And I like Coco bringing out the Sheriff here. Sheriff on pistol round can just be such a big difference maker, and realizing that Viper utility on this map, you know what, not really going to be used too much. The molly can be great in certain circumstances, but if they can find themselves an opening pick, if they can win themselves out a duel, it can make a round so much easier.
Don't really know where to go though, so do they? Titan have walked down to 40 seconds, but really they've just got out of spawn. They've started walking down A long, but with the Killjoy util that was set up on C, it stopped T-Virus Luke making too much progress up. The call does come in to get them through. Coco's going a walk trying to find any dog that's left the park, but it really just gets a free sight, and there's no time to call the team back, so it's going to have to activate alert as now you finally get on this C site.
Yeah, the benefit is that they don't know Coco's there, but the sad thing is Coco's going to have to walk into this site, and JDG's not going to give the opportunity. Going to have to speed up. Your teammates are on site alone. They're trying to battle what is a 2 versus 5, but they are managing to do so. Coco on the back lines, a 1 versus 3. The shots would have to hit. Has the bullets to work with. The smoke's gone down, though. It's a 1 versus 1, and Baby Blue peeks out and just secures it at the last second.
Yep, once again, the lower weapon wins the fight. Are we surprised? No.
I mean, Coco did win 3 fights before that. It was the 4th fight in a row. So, you know.
So it's only the final kill that matters.
You know what? I can't even discredit you on that one. You actually are right.
Yeah, but listen, I think any other given round where Coco has more than a sheriff, that round is inevitably falling in towards Titan's side, right? I think JDG count their lucky stars that that's happened on pistol, but it's going to give them something to think about for the rest of this half, that could happen once again. Coco's not afraid to take the timings. That's the beauty of having a double controller, one specifically being a Viper, that once that utility's down, they're kind of free to roam the map and cause as much pain for any side as possible.
And on the side of JDG, they're not wanting the same sequence to happen as the first half with the save, win, save, win, save, win, where each time that a team saves, they win the round. Putting 2 Spectres into this rather than saving and putting themselves on the Ghosts for the round afterwards. So JDG investing everything to make sure they can get this momentum.
Yeah, they really just want this 6th round up and on the board, and then just play close angles for the bonus if possible. Coco gets identified, but the sheriff is enough to win out once again. The HP is lowered, but they're just going to run away with their life and play for time.
Veggie, it can't happen again. I refuse to believe it. There's no way. I mean,
I'm leaving if it does.
Surely JDG still has this. Surely this isn't Luke picking up a kill with a shorty.
I mean, at this point, let's be honest, anything's possible.
剩余30秒
The lottery winner might be in this game. The luck and the unfortunate errors have been on display. They know this kill's on A, they know there's a gun lying on the ground, so that's why they're going to head over here. And it's just going to be a shorty push into the back. The Guardian gets a little bit lost. Yeah, that's all he needs to do.
10秒
And Howdong just found a 1 versus 1, and it's a classic on classic battle. The right click wins. No, it's happening again, Veggie. It's a 2 versus 4 now, and while they have Spectres, there's a crossfire that they have to face, and all of a sudden the sequence is happening yet again, and JDG, despite investing everything into this second round, somehow still loses it.
I'm going home, man.
Yeah, I already am home. What do I do now?
I think there needs to be a scientific study done. Has this ever happened more in history? Because I'm pretty sure it's not. It's...
I genuinely think it. What is that now? Is that 5 wins, 1 loss from the team that's saving? Are saves just statistically able to win more rounds? I mean, the question is, let's sit here. We normally wouldn't put much focus onto this round. Normally we would say this is a given for Titan, but with how this map has gone so far, I would not be surprised if JDG had a bit of a look into it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, literally anything is possible. I wouldn't be surprised if Trace just appeared and won this map out.
Yeah, just all of a sudden came in, kicked people off their PCs, and just logged in to finish it out.
Yeah, just decided they wanted to play the game earlier and coming in. But thankfully for Titan, it's a little bit of normality, or what would usually be normality, at least not for this map, but regular Valorant normality coming in. They seem to have a control on this. They do have their way on site. They're looking for more. T-Var is looking for that shorty kill, but just get space. It's a ring around the wall that comes in, but inevitable. Titan up to 10. JDG looking like the 3rd map is what's inevitable for them.
And you gotta respect them for winning it with a weaker buy. I mean, the fact that they took rifles into that against the classics and somehow won it out is it's just an impressive feat from them. But in all seriousness, we head into this next round. Should be a full buy for both these teams. It's a lovely shot we see from Luke there to start that round out. But I feel like what I've noticed as a theme so far has been the opening picks have really mattered for this game. The team that manages to force it into a 5 versus 4 is winning out most of these rounds. And so heading into this timeout, JDG is going to be cooking up some strats for how they can get that advantage more often.
And it's going to have to be potentially playing some more aggressive angles, or even just taking a little bit of space. Let's see a 3-person push down towards A. leave B site open if you have to. We've seen how good your retakes were on Lotus. Let's start flowing that in towards this match, right? We spoke about the similarities between both of those maps before, both having 3 sites, both having a couple trees, both having some rooftops on it. Let's just simulate the exact way you won.
And I'm a bit pressed for concern at how aggressive this Titan squad is playing, because it could be a situation where the aggression keeps working out for them, and them playing this style of just send it no matter what keeps snowballing and winning them more rounds. But if JDG figures it out and realizes that, oh, we can just play a bit slower and take these isolated fights, we might see a very big comeback from JDG here.
We might, but it has to really be now. You can't afford to go into 11. That early alarm bot gets all the information, and Luke finally falls down. The sprint on site is punished, and the paranoia just forces this side back, allowing reinforcements to come in. But while that's happened, garage control's been taken. Abo's going to get this first fight, but JKO seems to be aware of it, but aims at the hip rather than the head, and the dance-off goes in a stalemate.
They know that there's still a member on site. Haldong just killing more and more people. The spike is going to go down. There's a Viper wall up, creating a split on this site, forcing some 1 versus 1s. But JDG not yet set up for the retake. Will Shude elect to play this one quickly, or will they take their time?
Snap it around this wall, but the barrel was spotted, but it's not going to matter. It's Stu and Baby Blue win this one out, and finally JDG have an answer on this defensive side. You asked for it to begin now, Snow. It looks like they might just have some things coming down, and once again, it all comes down to that first kill, finally punishing T-Virus Luke on that fast entry.
You see the way that Luke just sprints onto site, no fear at all, and as soon as that player goes down, it feels like Titan don't really have an avenue to play these rounds off of. They're expecting Luke to go in to get these opening kills, and this was what they did to great success last year, right? They did a really good job at supporting Luke getting those opening picks, but now, not able to do the same thing so far. JDG's picked up a round, and one point for concern is the fact that they do have a judge online, but considering it's holding garage where there's 4 people waiting to go, it could just decimate these players here.
Yeah, at least that drone does find the information, so it's not a painful find out. And once again, Titans just capitalise off of what they have. They're able to get 2 kills up. The Baby Blue answers back looking for Luke, but isn't going to find it. 11 looks inevitable. The overdrive popped in, and this judge looks like they're going to be the one given the sentence.
How is it the last person left alive is the judge? He's going to be able to find a Vandal here, or a Phantom at the very least, a rifle nonetheless. But in a 1 versus 3 situation, you're not really favoured for this one. And Titan should know where this player is coming from.
Holding this post plant, but no one's actually on the crossfire here. You can see the Killjoy posted up down long, one up in heaven and one short. Not in a real spot to capitalise. But as the drop from heaven has to come in, it's an inevitable kill. Freebie for Luke gets the 4K. After using that overdrive, will want to start building that one back up, and you have to say, for the first time this stage, Titan get themselves 11 rounds. I mean, yeah, the fact that when you're impressed at them getting double digits was a really sign for the fall off from last stage, and the fact that they haven't been able to find the same success. But we see here when Luke pops off, remnants of last stage Titan really shine through. JDG forced onto another save. Surely Titan takes their time, looks for some longer range fights, and doesn't force themselves into bad situations like before, right, Veggie? Right, Snow, 11-7 inbound. I'm here for it. But no, I think Titan showed that last time they were in this situation, they were able to counteract it and started to play it a little bit more sensibly. They have to know what they're doing here. The C site is completely free right now, but there is Killjoy utility there to try and delay it a little bit. I like the turret and the alarm bot posted on the same spot so that you get double the information, right? Once that turret gets broken, you don't know if they're going to keep pushing up, but with the alarm bot posted, you will get further a second attempt at it, which will allow this team to start coming back in and be ready to challenge early on.
Doesn't really matter if the alarm bot's there though, because you know Luke's just ready to sprint in, but a nice Viper Molly slows them down, and Hunter's Fury going to be used to try find a pick, but nets nothing. Off the back end of that though, Abbo's found a kill on the lurk, and B site has been cracked wide open. But Stu, you're with the team. Bro thinks he's one of us. He's somehow found himself there, and Baby Blue as well. It's finding these kills. It's a bit of a weird situation as JDG aren't quite sure what map control they have. They've got a player behind, but with only a sheriff in hand, there's not really much that this player can do.
That is an underrated TP to set themselves up for a crossfire that JDG were not expecting. I know it's almost irrelevant, but it's absolutely lovely the fact they were able to escape, set themselves up into a crossfire, make sure that a rifle wasn't dropped and a chance given.
Look at this. Stu literally entried with Luke. Stu entried his own team site with Luke. How do you find such a timing to get yourself on site at the same time as the attackers? But now JDG can make no more mistakes. They are at least going to be going into this last round with rifles, but Haodong does not fancy their chances through the smoke. Look at where that X is. There was a Viper's pit. Can you get more unlucky than that?
The best bit is they weren't even in the pit. They died further back than where the pit was holding. That says it all. They can't afford any mistakes, and before the round's even started, a huge one is being committed. And now that drone identifying Stu's position has to counteract the stun. Does get one, has to get more, and does. This is huge. Could go further, but T-Virus Luke has something to say about it. But now they're left in a 1 versus 3. Baby Blue half HP gives an avenue for success for Luke, but JDG need to just make sure this is capitalised on, and the reposition from Baby Blue is good enough to get themselves on to 7 and give themselves a couple more chances of success.
If JDG can find a way to shut down Luke and Haodong, it's definitely a good way back into the game for them. Monstrous performances from those two. I think I saw Luke on. What on earth? Like you can't even be mad about. You can't even be sad about that one because it's just so unlucky. Yeah, like I was saying, Luke, I think 25 kills, Haodong 20 kills. These two players are popping off.
Yeah, they are the reason for success, and for JDG, they need to start replicating that, right? They need you to be that person, to stop entering with the opposite team and start fragging out for them. And it's looking like it's going to be some pace out of garage, so.
You think the call was, hey Stu, you know you're defending the sites, right? Not taking them. They know they shoot it. What? Stu! How have you got 3? A 1 versus 3 from behind the box, and somehow JDG is clawing their way back.
Well, they've certainly stopped entering for Titan and started entering up for themselves. A huge 3k to force Haodong into a 1 versus 4. We've seen Haodong clutch up before. We've seen the attempts. Has the Into the Shadows available? Should they collect this spike? They can go anywhere they want, but with a lovely angle being held up by Stu, they're going to hear all the activity. There's the first and the second through the wall. An avenue for success is opened up. Swings, but J Kuro has ice in their veins for this one and makes it 8 and does not allow Haodong to boost themselves any further.
I was so worried that a monstrous round from Stu was countered by an even more monstrous round from Haodong, but I love that you said Stu needs to show something better, and instantly winning the round for the team. A 3k in a situation where it should have been a 1 and done.
Absolutely. I think Haodong's going to be unfortunate that they can't just convert it. We've seen them do that before, but for JDG, remnants of what they can do forces this Titan timeout, and this is exactly where we were on the last map. So 12 to the winning side, the timeout just calling down saying, look guys, we just need 1 round. This is the set plan. This is where the coaches get the biggest of impacts. Call the winning round, get yourselves onto that last map, and make this a best of 3.
And Titan still has access to one more timeout after this, so even if this one doesn't work, they can still reassess their options, take another chance. And I feel like in this kind of scenario, you're 4 rounds up, 4 chances to win the map. What I think personally you need to do is stack ultimates, get all 5 ults on your side, give yourselves an unlosable round.
That's exactly what it needs to be, right? We need to see how close they are and what ultimates are available for the call to action, what they can actually bring towards it. If they can maybe combine a T-Virus Luke entry with a distraction TP once again, then maybe that's the play. And you look at it just now, they have almost everything that they want available. You get an orb, Luke has the ult, you have the Viper's Pit, you have the teleport, you have the lockdown available. JDG need to capitalise on any error that could come out, and it's an aggressive outlook right off the bat to not allow that game plan to be used.
Ultimates aren't even going to be a factor in this round, just pushing out through mid, finding every kill they can, and Coco left alive. And you speak about how many ultimates Titan has, JDG matching in the same merit, 1 away from that Hunter's Fury. It would be great if Baby Blue can get this final kill or an orb. It gives JDG that chance to get back into this and not have to worry about the sheer force that Titan can put into a round.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Instead of sitting in spawn for Baby Blue, they're being a bit proactive and trying to get that A-orb to get the Hunter's Fury online, so that if next round Abo puts that lockdown there, you can just get rid of it straight away. You need to give yourself this option, and instead you're just giving a little bit of time over towards Coco. 30 seconds is going to be all that's left once they start deciding what to come through, and I'd imagine it's just going to be a save of credits. Use an unofficial timeout, as we like to say, discuss with the team on, okay, do we just run back what we're going to do? But for JDG Snow, I love the adaptation coming off of that timeout, right? They knew that Titan were going to have something up their sleeves, so instead of letting them utilise it, just take the pace right to them. You've not done such a strong mid-push this half that is not going to be expected, and you really just stop any pressure coming from Titan.
Baby Blue now going on the hunt, trying to get that Hunter's Fury. They've realised that it's a good situation to be in, life or death. They would still get that ultimate, but maybe not wanting to risk the rifle, knowing that the economy is not exactly at the strongest point and they would have to win every round, playing it a bit safe.
Maybe something that we see going forward into this next round. Some early pressure down A long to try and get that orb, to try and get it online. I mean, the Sova's positioned for it, so it's going to be how Titan counteract that. They have the wall to cross down into short and out into long if needed, but you can already see Stu in position to push down short. The paranoia set as well from link if needed. But instead of all that, Titan just say, nope, Veggie, we're just going to pause and sit in mid instead.
I personally would love to see them fight for some of these orbs. Get Lucas towards that. If you can get both these orbs, get the plant down, you've got Hunter's Fury, all 5 ults to work with, but instead, it's going to be a lockdown. It's going to be a fast round for them. Maybe just looking to bait it as we see that spike is creeping towards A.
Yeah, that Hunter's Fury online at the perfect time. Gets the orb just as the ult goes down, navigates it out, but while all that's happened, short control has been gained for Titan. They've managed to get a little bit of a timing. They've positioned Luke up by B, a sleeper agent for later on if needed, but there's still 2 members for JDG watching that.
Oh no, it's fake info. Luke's going in, he's the bait, he's the battering ram that gets nothing, but it's given the space towards A. It's given the opportunity for Titan to get onto this site, but they're going to have to battle forwards for a Viper Orb. It's not great space, but they have at least got the site, and Abo with that pick, Lucas backing them up as well. It's JDG just trying to battle forward, and Stu would have to go huge, but they can't do so. KK Lib, the sole member left alive, the lockdown is there, and they found the timing, but they know this player's there, the alarm bot is good enough. The lockdown only hits 2, but they have to capitalize on this. They have to find these kills, but there is 1 member unaffected. Abo ready and waiting.
No utility to stop anything but Spike. Not ideally planted for them, but does have two avenues to worry about.
No way.
The recon snow.
No way. No way they stick. Not do this. Lucas at the last second brings us to map number 3. Milliseconds away from JDG winning that round.
Yeah, counting the time down, knew that they had to swing at that exact moment. And that is what they find. Map 3 in this last chance saloon for JDG. They need to close this one out. And they will be looking to do so as we head over towards sunset. It's a shiny 3 maps. And Titan, I should say, do not want to end victorious on this stage.
You know what? I say we need to bring the meta. If you're sticking a defuse, you got to start spinning around like crazy. If you don't give him the headshot, you got to start you got to pull the Forsaken. You got to up that DPI to 6k. Just start rotating as fast as you can and see if you can just survive. Milliseconds away from extending this game to another round, but at the end of the day, it will not matter. It is Titan winning this one out, and when it goes over to sunset, I feel like it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and I think so. When both teams look back at this map in the VOD review, it genuinely might just be one to write off. There was so many sloppy rounds, so many back and forths on the ecos that it could have went either way, right? There's arguments for both sides, but ultimately it's Titan that deservedly come out with the win, having been the only side to stop the eco wins and manage their way back to victory.
And if Luke is coming back to their stage 1 form, that is a terrifying prospect for any team facing versus them. This player just can absolutely change rounds single-handedly, and they showcased it on this map right here.
He absolutely did, but is it too late? It's the question mark that comes up. What could have been for this team, but we'll at least get to see a little glimpse into the team comms and how they navigated their way through this map.
挂烟了。OK， 我在8点号，没事。我打这个键。变 Lumbo 的。来，想乱飞，想乱飞，他给2颗火，白粉帮你点火了。我给你一个键。你大小大小烟了。开大，你可以开大，你先回。不急不急。我反毒了。我死了，我 TP 了。还没进来，你留一下吧。进了吗？假的，没来。看够了。全 B。我看 B 点能带人吗？我得去带。A 小没有。好多人往回靠了。我要看一眼 A 那个卡车。 我玩 A 10点，我把 A 那个 check 了，我想来，我就来包点找你了。OK，A 清完你回包点。没来看 A 小，你开个连字。我没抢了，没毒了。我可以帮你全点跳，你要吗？我不小心。你干跳你走吧，你干嘛？你能来 B 点跟我一起？可以。你抓黑跳干。没问题。我开个墙，帮我看。墙关掉。马上。你没毒了，就在接身位。我过不去，我没毒。这咋没看到？我感觉他外面可能拿到位置了，可能想爆。你攒毒一会儿给一点吧，准备。可以吗？你们靠一个3A， 靠个3A。去，你过去。开墙。40秒。过去。你帮我打剑。关墙。我要推黑，我不一定。OK， 你打剑，口，你打剑。我跟你站双 B， 把 C 点放，小门盖烟了。这咋没人？你就看 B， 没开毒烟。C 来了，想来 C。我开出枪了，去帮 C 吧。还没来，只是给烟。A 小摸了， A 小摸了，只是给烟。 二楼下有可能，二楼下有一个了。想 A 大，二楼下吗？不知道，这是 C 的人。一级找，想 A 大，A 大，A 小点，A 小包，A 小，我跟我一起掰了呗一会儿。2、1掰，太厉害了
What an absolute round to show off, Snow. The absolute beast of T-Virus Luke showing. I mean, that was just a little bit of magic, right? That's incredible. 7 multi-kills for the game. 2.2 KD in average. Yes, a 3-2-1. And I think what was most important throughout that team comms was the mid-calling that was coming in from the team, right? It wasn't just a set strat right off the beginning. It was a lot of thinking, okay, what's going on? Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's do that. It was clear that they were able to communicate well to formulate that plan in the end.
I think my favorite thing that our production team was translating to us was that there was one point where they were calling that there's one stairs. There was never a player stairs. It's just, yeah, they were just communicating that someone's upstairs. There was never a player there. And Luke somehow still just finds an ace off of the back of that. Like, it's a little bit chaotic, these Titan comms. But at the end of the day, when Luke's having a performance like that, and Haodong 22-15 as well, backing them up, there's not really much that JDG could do. These two players were just ripping them to shreds.
Yeah, that is. You're absolutely spot on. Haodong having an absolute live game, proving that they're still there. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, 3 thrifties.
It felt like more.
Yeah, I honestly think that maybe some of them weren't counted if it was like bonus v sheriffs. Like if it was like sheriff and armor, it was kind of close enough to not be counted as a thrifty. But 3 thrifties is crazy, considering it's a 13-9 as well. That's 3 rounds that JDG should have won that would have made this map a lot closer. Yeah,
but that's exactly it, right? It was Titan that were able to stop that happening to them and put the sword to the blade, or whatever that phrase is.
All right.
I can't. It's been a long day. So we've seen a lot of sloppy haven there. But what's not going to be sloppy is this final map coming up of Sunset. So don't go anywhere. Maybe get yourself some popcorn and come on back, because we're getting up and ready for map number 3, and we'll be right back after this break. welcome back for the final map of this best of 3 series. JDG versus Titan. Who is going to be victorious? Well, there's only one map left to decide it. We will find out shortly. Snow, I want to pick your brain just before we go in. I would like you. Yeah, and I know you don't really have one, but I want your prediction, right? I want to see what you're saying coming into it. You predicted Titan winning this before kickoff based on our predictions. Has your mind changed, or are you still in the same way?
My mind's changed, but just for the storyline, because I think it will be much better for the end of the stage if JDG wins this match, because then their match versus EDG has importance, then their match versus Tyloo has a lot of importance, and so for me, I'm like, I really want JDG to win for the story, but I would love to see the Titan resurgence, even if it doesn't net them anything, even though they won't make playoffs. It would still be nice for this team to show how good they can be.
Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. I think I agree. The storyline that comes alongside it, the comeback from JDG to get themselves into playoffs would be one for the history books, and certainly has a little bit of a potential look, right? We've seen the chances that they had to maybe not close out on Haven, but certainly the chances that they had to make it a little bit more close and a little bit tastier were certainly there. And now that we head into Sunset, we get to see what this team has. Both historically have played this once, this split. Both have lost this split on this 13-7 to teams above them. I believe Titan lost to EDG and JDG were to Billy, both 13-7. So we get to see who's the better team between EDG and Billy just by the victory of this game.
And for once, we're not actually seeing a mirror comp between these teams. That's the important thing to notice. The first thing that you see is double Sentinel on one side, double Controller on the other. Viper being picked up, Coco pretty much becoming a one trick for this squad now, only playing Viper on every map they can. And I mean, why not, right? They've used it to a decent effectiveness. I feel like we haven't seen the impact of the Viper that much, but it's still got a lot of use when they can make it work.
What is interesting to that is the team that's dropped the Viper is the team that used to play Sunset with the Viper, and the team that's picked up the Viper is the team that didn't used to play Sunset with the Viper. So a little bit of confusion coming in there for anyone that's prepped the stats coming in looking at this. But so far, you're just going to say Titan prodding at A little bit, not getting too much success, but does drain out some utility. Meanwhile, T-Virus Luke walks up mid, will get this first contact on Baby Blue, but it's Baby Blue who wins, draws out the paranoia and escapes with their lives, which means a spike has to commit through into Boba while looking for any impact.
Paranoia was a big piece of utility used. It's a lot harder for Titan to get themselves towards site now, especially with Stu just sprinting at you. But it's a death that was not needed by JDG. And with 5 seconds left, they have to commit this spike now. The retake's coming in quick. The bait is there. The jumping frog technique coming through, and Haodong sneaking past his Viper wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting to swing out.
Coco actually gets lucky. The fact that he's in that Omen smoke is able to take out the Gravnet and not get sprayed down, but a 3 versus 1 finds the first 2, but it's going to be Baby Blue who reactively swings through and shuts that one down and will get the defuse coming on in for JDG.
Much needed one as well, a pistol round that hopefully nets a second round win for them. They're hoping not to get thriftied yet again, but the audience can't see your face, Veggie, but I can tell that you are hoping that we don't create the same sequence as Haven.
Listen, you know it's bad when you win the pistol round and the caster says, well, they might win it.
Yeah, you know it's bad when the casters are expecting the team that saves to win the second round. Because that's how it's been the past 2 maps. If you're only joining us for map 3, question 1 is where have you been? And question 2 is, how have these teams not managed to convert the second round? Because on both Haven and Lotus, it seemed like more thrifties were being won than anti-ecos.
Yep, but JDG taking a little bit of a less aggressive look on here. Early deadlock wall to get that annihilation online. Clearly prioritising that ultimate as a retake ability to isolate fights and really put an unfair advantage when you throw your opponent into a blue cocoon and run away with it. It's one that I like using, but I don't have as much success hitting my opponents with it.
I feel like that's just every aspect of the game for you, Veggie.
Yeah, that's more just a skill issue more than anything else, in fairness.
Not as much success hitting the opponents. Just sounds like anything that you do in this, but these players are pretty good at the game, and they're pretty good at shooting their guns. And JDG making the correct read, members over towards B waiting. They've already caught out the lurk. They know that it's going to be this B hit, and Stu, luckily for us, settling our hearts, shutting down this thrifty round. Well, don't even say it. There's no way. Don't even try hint that it could happen. Veggie.
It was Haldon left alive in a clutch situation. We've seen it before. We've seen how close that can be, especially in 1 versus 5s. It was on. It was on. If only it wasn't a classic. But I think something else to note from this round that is probably going to be something that we see being repeated is Coco once again doing what was done on that first map of Lotus and being that lurking agent that kind of activates later into the round. But JDG already seemingly having a read on this, and you can see the pings coming out. They want to put early pressure on this A, and they're going to continue to do that to stop anyone coming up.
Viper orb being used to threaten a potential lurk. But similar to how Lotus went, it's JDG taking pressure of one side of the map and stacking towards the other. They've got both their sentinels on this C site as they push through on A, and it's forcing Titan to maybe take some positions that they wouldn't quite usually like to have. Pressuring towards mid now, but it's risky when you know there could be a potential flank behind you.
Yeah, I really like that. You could see the team comms from JDG to push down long, and then the paranoia collects the kill, and they should have a free upgrade of a weapon if they want. The drone cleared it out. They know nobody's directly close by, but instead opt to play passive. And Chikuro, when you have a Spectre, you don't need to worry about aim. You just sprint it down and aim at the Neon, who's going to be sprinting past you. Gets that weapon upgrade and gets a kill with it as well, and now all of a sudden, Haldon left alone to leave Abo in a 1 versus 4, and it's their time to try and clutch up the ecos once again.
I mean, at least this time, it was kind of a buy from JDG. It wasn't full classics. They at least had some weapons to work with, but yeah, it's a good round from them. A very aggressive play towards A, catching the lurk. They seem to have a read that Titan's default is going to be Coco playing solo towards that A side of the map, and a great pick here leads to a great round overall. Titan doesn't really know what to do as soon as they lose that lurk option. It feels like they're forced towards mid, and with not much space to be found, not really much they can do.
Yeah, what's interesting as well is this is the first time that JDG have come in with a round advantage right off the bat, right? We look back to map number 1, they were 4-1 down. We look at map number 2, they were 4-2 down. So this is the first time that they really get themselves in a prominent position where they can be the ones to snowball and capitalise. Force Titan to use that early timeout and figure out the root cause for not being successful. And right now it's just rinse and repeat this mid push, and it's not going to have any success.
The issues that we've seen with Titan so far, Luke too far ahead of their teammates. His issues are starting to be exasperated. They're starting to cause them troubles yet again. No one there to trade, no utility to use to support this player. Titan, while it is a save, it's definitely worrying seeing these same issues crop up.
Yeah, Sheriff in Coco's hand, maybe a little bit of magic to come through, but the positions that are being held, both isolated, both 1 versus 1s, and now it's all down to Coco. And the other thing with this is that's 4 strongly convincing rounds, right?
Yep.
Yes, that the pistol ended up in like a 3 versus 1 that ends as a 1v1, but every other round, JDG have had at least 4 members left alive as that victory ball is rolled up.
See here, just some nice shots coming through, but the important thing to take away from this is how aggressive Luke was in that early round, and so far not having the same effectiveness. I mean, 0-4 compared to what were they at the start of last game, so like 7-1 at one point. So yeah, if Luke can't get activated soon enough, then Titan is going to struggle to make anything happen in this game.
Yeah, and that's why this timeout has to come through, right? They need to be addressing that. You simply cannot be having your Neon trying to entry through mid every single round with no backup. It's fine pushing it. It's a valid strategy of taking that mid pressure to really congest where the attack's going to be coming through. If you're hitting on towards B, you've got it coming through the main choke point as well as A on the other side. But if your Neon's just full sending it up mid with no backup, no utility to support them, it's, unless T-Virus Luke goes crazy, which we know they're capable of, it's just going to be the same outcome every single round.
And I think this is part of the issue, right? You look at the meta now, and no longer you're not seeing Breach, you're not seeing Tail, obviously, and these were agents that I think Titan did really well with. The Breach was able to support Luke's hyper-aggressive play because Breach can kind of throw utility from anywhere. That fault line, that stun can come from anywhere on the map as long as you're within 3,000 meters of that player. But now with agents like Sova, like Omen throwing that utility for Luke, Luke has to slow down a little bit.
And with that economy that's been built up, Stu is able to get the operator online. Has to deal with this first point of contact, but I like the early... Oh, no! Oh, I like the early info that's going to come down from the deadlock utility, but it does enough just to stop that pressure being applied even further. And Stu, and unfortunate not to walk away with an extra kill.
Now the important part to think about is the ultimate cycles that are coming through. Yep. The annihilation for this deadlock on the side of Titan could net them an opening pick. And on the flip side, Stu already has access to that zap gun, so having the operator isn't going to be a huge hindrance because if needs be, they can just finger gun everybody.
Who doesn't love a good finger gunning? It's not going to matter. Stu in a great position to bait for Zayan as well. Gets one, but Abo's there to trade that one out, and now Stu has to get away.
Oh, how Stu made it out? They're just so fast. It's like Sonic out here. And is already posted up back on the angle. And Abo reaping forwards. I feel like this is not a fight that you want to take, and sensing the looming danger, Abo wisely backs away.
Yeah, Abo, once again, a 1 versus 4. Different mid-round, but exact same end round. Abo left with it all to do. So many players left alive, and this is just going to boost the JDG economy even further. Tell you what, they'll be buying a yacht in this next round. Never buying an operator. They'll be buying a yacht to take back to that last map.
Yacht to take them all the way to playoffs is what they would hope for, to be honest. Get themselves
Private
straight
jet.
on that train. Yeah, just fly straight in. It's the trains now, Veggie. That's what people are going for. It's the JDG train that needs to start activating. A nice movement there to escape that annihilation, but I feel like that round, you know, it just shows that Titan doesn't really have much to offer on this map. I don't know if maybe they weren't expecting to head to this map 3. Their sunset so far looks a bit weaker. Maybe it was the operator making the difference for them, but I don't know. It's a struggle for them to get onto any of these sites, and both Luke and Lucas are yet to find a kill.
Yeah, I mean, their success where they played up against DDG came on the defense. 6 rounds on defense, only winning 3 rounds on their attacking side. So maybe there's something different to offer. But like I said, it's a slightly different composition from when they played up against. So really, it's anyone's guess. But as they pick up this, let's call it an eco round, they have every chance.
Like we said before, eco rounds are almost the bonus for some of these teams. The way that these two teams have been playing against each other, they've been doing better on the saves than they have on the full buys. But I feel like with how JDG's been playing this map, it's so difficult for them to do anything. You look at these traps, the second the trip is done, the paranoia comes through, and Titan just has to run away with their tail between their legs.
Yep, 30 seconds. That wall is going to block and actually stop any further progression, but peeks out. Abo does well to stop it. 23 seconds out. Annihilation pops out, tries to get the spike planter, but it's not going to find any success. But here comes the reinforcements. Overdrive in, Shorty out, gets one, and J Kuro in the back. For the first time, JDG win a round with less than 4 members alive.
Wait, is that the metric we're looking for? We don't even need Titan to win a round. We just need them to
progress.
Get more than 1 kill. That's what we're looking for at the moment. Oh, it's such a dire situation for Titan. They've already used 1 timeout. I feel like you need to use a second one. You need to realign this team somehow because they seem so out of sync. You look at this and they're just taking 1 versus 1s. Coco has no one to back them up there. There's nobody watching these angles that people can swing from. Haodong's getting flanked. Like, I don't really know what's going on for Titan, but they don't seem to have a game plan so far.
No, it's a lot of mid-round, and we praised the mid-round call on that last map, and it seems that this map, it's kind of just gone a little bit to pot, not knowing how to deal with this double sentinel hold that JDG have brought in with the Cypher and Deadlock outlook. So far, B has pretty much been uncontested. They've not managed to get anywhere close to sight apart from that initial pistol round.
And the same theme is happening time and time again. Shu finding an opening pick, a player goes down for Titan, and then they just don't really have any scope in the round. They have no space to work with. And while Luke and Lucas have found a kill each, not going to really net them much as it's looking for 7 rounds towards GDG here unless Titan can pull something big out the bag.
They look 1 away from that overdrive, maybe the winning factor. You can pick up a kill, activate that one, and then show the look that we've seen from maps previous. But right now, not looking likely. Has the spike, so might even get it just by popping that one down. The smoke's going to give an avenue to get out onto site. Here comes the plant. But K-Killing in a position to try and punish it.
Pit used to take control of market completely. It's a powerful position if they can hold it. But Abo in this off angle, going to use the grav net. Crouches 2 of them and finds the 3rd. This gives them an opportunity now. This could be Titan's first round, but the stun is so good. Stu on the aggression. Can't find anything but the 1. And now the overdrive from Luke saves the round just when this squad needed it.
Yeah, it was the gun in the back pocket, right? It was, oh dear, things are going wrong. Let me pull out the zappy laser to finish this one off and seal a round, and that's exactly what it done. A must-win round, but at this point in time, almost all of them are must-wins, and I don't even want to talk about that kill that just came in that Viper's Fit. Just pure spray and pray.
I mean, a certain element you need some luck. We saw in Haven that there was a lot of spams through the smoke. There's a lot of situations where people got kills that maybe they shouldn't have in a normal situation, but anything that can put you over the edge is good. Shu somehow gets away with that. Just dry swings and then leaves.
Unpunished, especially with T-Varius looks so close beside it as well. Maybe wary of a repeak or another member of the team holding from a different angle. It kind of leaves them in a tough position. Oh, the second from Stu, the unpunished, collects more than originally thought. Hunter's Fury isn't going to find anything either. And Stu, looking for it all, gets the chip body damage, but Lucas capitalises ever so slightly.
But now with 5 HP and what could be equated to as a dream, it will turn into a nightmare. As Titan's chances at being that spoiler for JDG are slowly dwindling.
Yeah, they had the opportunity to get themselves back in, but in reality, when you're starting the round off in a 4v5, you're not going to find too much success, and it is really down to this, right? Stu getting away uncontested means they can pick up the 2nd and the 3rd kill, do all the damage that's needed to Lucas, and then it just wins it. You can see the anger. It is, I mean, he's smiling, right? But in reality, you're like, it was so low.
So close to getting that 4K. And they've swapped over the operator now. Stu in a more aggressive roll over towards A. They've left it to K-Killing to hold this site down. He's going to know there's multiple members there. Can't find the kill. Luke is just sprinting through the grab net. It's good, but it's traded out. Baby Blue's already here. And with an operator holding this site down, I don't know if it's the weapon that you really want. The Annihilation is good enough to grab one, but they're broken out as soon as they were grabbed up. And now JDG looking to push the tempo, looking to move forward. Shoes pop the overdrive. And as Titan thought they had a chance in this round, it is as quickly ripped away from them.
I was going to say, well...
Yeah, you keep baiting yourself. You're baiting yourself in these rounds.
I had to take a deep breath. You never know. The deadlock wall as well was one of the other points that it was thrown down to cut off market, which actually stops Coco from making any different position. The only spot that they can go through is back into defender's side on this map, and it's well read, but really great retake coming in from JDG. Uses a Hunter's Fury, not afraid to use any ultimates that they need to get themselves back on site. Knows that, look, they're up 7-1. This puts them on to 8. A really, really strong defensive side, and they just have the read over this Titan side.
Have the read, and they're hitting all the shots as well. Look at Stu's confidence just swinging out. There could have been so many players there. Didn't even care. Hit an amazing 3K in Haven. For anyone that didn't watch that map, go back and watch the replay. Stu was hitting some shots, and while it didn't end up in a map win, definitely taking all the anger from losing that game and putting it into this one.
Yeah, and so the main difference is the people that were hitting the shots on that last map are not this round, right? It was all Howdong, it was all T-Virus, look. But this map, it is all one-way traffic towards JDG. It's almost as if Titan have stepped out onto the road and not looked at the traffic lights properly, because they are getting rammed down.
Oh. Now Coco alone again. It feels like it's one of the two situations. Either Coco dies first or Coco dies last. They just can't find a way to link this lurk up with the rest of the team. And Titan, I mean, surely Veggie, they take the second time out, right? They have to do something for the last couple rounds of this half.
Well, you're looking at 9-1, right? So now there's only 2 rounds left. You don't know. It's difficult, right? Because you probably want to be in a spot where you have one available for your attack. And with only 2 rounds left, 9-3 being the best possible outcome from you, do you take that, or do you just hope the team can maybe muster another round and make it 10-2 going into the second half? It is really a tough one for where these coaches have to call it, but you probably would have wanted to seen that second time out coming a lot earlier.
I mean, the difficulty is, right, you spoke about it, that yes, when they played EDG, their defense half was stronger than their attacking half, but if you're going into that second half as Titan with an 11-1 deficit, which is what this realistically could look like, yeah, I feel like it's too big to amount.
Yeah. I don't know, it's almost like reality's starting to set in. Titan gave a really valiant effort on Haven, and now starting to realise that it's irrelevant. Your season's done. It's given in, and they do eventually call the timeout. Snow. It's almost as if the coaches were thinking, okay, let's let them just play out, and then they could hear the comms between the team and going, actually, whoa, guys, what's going on? Like, this isn't correct at all, and has to just call it to rein things back to normal.
But at the same time, you see JDG coach talking a lot there as well, maybe thinking what Titan could do in this round. You spoke about it before, that when Titan played EDG, they only got 3 rounds on their attack half, and right now, 3 rounds on their attack half, they would be loving that, because it would be better than what they're looking at right now.
Yeah, they'll be begging for it coming in. They have nothing on their side. You can see the JDG players bopping away. They can hear the music in the background. They're vibing. Things are going their way. They know they're just reigniting their chances of getting into playoffs. One more part has to phase through. They have to close this one over, and then has to get the result against Tyloo on final day. But we said this was the first step, and right now it's looking like that first step is going swimmingly.
JDG just always happily giving up mid and just playing for top mid, playing for a pinch in garage when it comes about. And this time they have split the Sentinels up. It's something that they've been pivoting back and forth. Sometimes the Sentinels together, sometimes separate. Luke wanting to use the fact that they've got so much mid space for free to get some pressure on the map, but JDG doesn't care. Lucas finds an opening pick, which is something that's unusual for how this game has been going so far.
First for everything on Sunset. Now we get to see how JDG handle against this adversity, and it's Lucas that steps up again and gets the next, and there is the look that we have been waiting for. A second round almost seems inevitable for Titan here. There it comes in. Luke has found some form, a chance at redemption, a lifeline thrown in. The ship hasn't capsized just about yet. There's still time to reel this one back.
Oh, I don't know. This is... I think it's too far gone. You say the ship hasn't capsized. I feel like the ship's fully capsized, but now we're just questioning if there's a lifeboat or not. That's all we're looking for. We're looking around to ship to see maybe there's some kind of savior that could keep us alive.
Well, that's got to be the first one. And that lifeline, that rescue boat has to be T-Virus. Look, having a mega game. They know how this JDG side are going to play this defense. That wall, Gravnet and Orb has been there every single round so far. And Titan have yet to really put a punish onto it.
Here's what they're not expecting. Cypher pivoting over towards A has always been that B anchor, but they've put both of these Sentinels on the same site, and if this Titan squad decides to go towards A, they have got a lot of utility to battle through.
Yeah, you can see the utility holding up on mid as well to try and punish anyone that wants to come through it. They're more than happy to leave that op with Stu posted on that B side alone. Ready and willing to fight down this site as it comes in, and Zion's going to be the first to take the contact. We'll hear all these steps, Snow.
Notice that they're there, has no escape route, a one and done angle gets just that, an overdrive pop for Luke, last chance to make it a 9-3 half to bring the curse into reality, but doesn't spot anyone. JDG just so patient waiting for the retake.
They're happy to just slow back and allow that overdrive to become an overdrive. Brakes fully on, trying to spam through to see if they can get an easy kill before it comes onto it. Camera for information.
Notice that there's two there. Scan spots one as well, but Luke gets a kill, and there's crossfires coming through. Luke is going insane! And we said that this player had to pop off, and they are starting to activate. But Veggie, the question is it just too late?
Well, it's a replication of the EDG squad, right? Yes, they've changed up how this team plays and what they have on board, but they give themselves an opportunity. This is all just Luke, right? The last two rounds have literally just been both Luke and Lucas stepping up to the plate and saying we've had enough of being popped down and being dealt with. But this timeout gives the coaches a chance to speak again on how this second half has to play out. And for JDG, they know they're just a pistol away from really starting to separate and close this one through.
But if the past few maps are anything to go by, a pistol round does not mean a definite win. If anything, it's almost dooming yourself to getting thriftied on that second round. But yeah, Veggie, we can't pull that off. Like, we're not...
We don't. I don't think we have enough skill, do we?
Enough skill to do it? I don't know if I have the flexibility to do it. That's the main issue.
He's just left me hanging. If you look, you can't see us, but I've just sat there the whole time trying to do it, and Snow's just looking at his camera like, "What is this guy doing, man? Get this guy out of here!"
I'm here for my own entertainment, and I'm not gonna lie. I do have a screenshot saying, "Oh no! Wait, no, the other side! Wait." Come on, get to
We finally make it work.
Oh my gosh.
We make
Not me
it
again,
work.
my face. And we're having a couple of antics here on stream, but the team that needs to be maybe pushing the antics a little bit more are Titan. When we think about that Haven scene, nice segue, pulling it back to more serious topics. When we think about that last map Haven, it wasn't that they were winning from super clean, like effective set plays. It was chaos. It was them thriving in that chaos. And I feel like this squad, if they want to have that resurgence in this map, create a little bit more of that chaos.
Yeah, and they certainly have the opportunity to do that, right? On this defense side, if they want to take the space, if they want to punish the space, they can do that. But the one thing they can't afford to do is allow JDG to get onto site and allow them to plant, because the way this composition's set up, it is very post-plant heavy. It's going to be difficult to really make an impact. This first set play, though, it's a little bit slow, actually.
Oh, they're just
slightly
sending
unpunished.
it. They're just going for it, Veggie. They just know there's 5 players there. They don't care. They get their 1 kill and get themselves out for free.
The paranoia could have been down so much earlier. I think the fact there was no sound really allowed JDG to, yes, they lose Stu, but it could have been a whole lot worse if that played out ever so slightly different.
Now JDG having to reassess their options. Mid has been crept up. Look at where Lucas is in such a powerful position. This is a free kill for them. What? Lucas, you cannot be throwing away that kill.
A free kill for Zayan, more like. Equalises the bodies up, yes. Titan are winning on the body count, but it's not all about that.
Up darts being thrown through, just trying to do some chip damage. It is so important on these pistol rounds. Coco found the lurk, creeping through there, and Titan staying steadfast, staying strong. But if you are Lucas, that's got to be tilting, right?
I'm just wondering if 5 HP in almost 5 seconds is enough.
No, it's not. It's not.
There's one.
Veggie, don't even try give not even false hope to yourself. Don't even try give false hope to the fans watching. Like, don't even try sell your product. You're like a door-to-door salesman out here. I'm shutting the door in your face.
Hello, do you believe in our Lord and Savior Zayan?
Not in this round with 5 HP, but 5-person paranoia and stun. I mean, this util combo from Titan was insane. I think the only crazy part was that they didn't get more than 1 kill.
Yeah, 100%. They kind of get away with it in the end, right? The fact that JDG don't capitalise, they don't really do much else after that. They commit a lot to the flank, and both of them get dealt with substantially by Coco, and then the push out the smoke was a little bit lackluster. But nonetheless, Titan get themselves onto 4. That was a round that you would definitely argue was an absolute must-win to make sure that JDG didn't start to run away with this half.
Stun and Molly used to slow this push down. Luke looking to get on the angle. Only a Marshall in hand, but it won't matter because there's no armor for these players. Just the no-scopes are there. JDG getting ripped apart. And you said beforehand that Titan look stronger on their defense than their attack, and they are showing it right now.
Yeah, but let's remember, it's only 2 rounds in. You're telling me to stop believing in things that might not happen. Well, I'm not going to try and get too carried away, but there certainly could be a comeback story on right about now. Shades of Alpha here from T-Virus. Look with that Marshall as well.
The no-scopes were definitely hitting. And only losing that Marshall. You look at this buy now. 2 Phantoms invested from Titan. So not even a bad round in terms of the purchases. They can definitely look to run away with this if they can just find an opening pick.
They want to go for it and they're prioritising. Look, getting that overdrive. We've seen what success that could have on all 3 maps that we've seen today. Well, 2 maps, I should say. Wasn't on that first map anyway, but it doesn't matter because the rotate's been called in, and it's been called into the wrong position. As looks like JDG want to hit over towards A, whereas Luke's just completely left that.
Steps towards A, creeping forward. Shock dart confirms that there's no deadlock utility there and no player hiding in that corner. But Lucas is going to slow them down just a little bit. JDG not really wanting to commit. They've tried 2 rounds very aggressive. This is their time to slow down, but Coco ready and waiting, springing the trap against the deadlock, but with no bullets left. J Kuro is going to capitalize and find a pick of their own.
Uses that paranoia to try and create a little bit of pressure, but it's not overly worked as there's still 3 bodies set up over on this A site, knowing that this is where the final hit's going to come down. Stu uses the wall to get on site. Zayan gets the first kill, but there's still 2 people ready and waiting for this spike when it comes out, and Haldong is one of them.
Haldong's going to be taken down, and now Lucas has to be that defender to lock it down. Abo swings out, Stinger in hand, can get the upgrade, but in a 1 versus 2, the crossfire is too much to deal with. And JDG wins that round, a round that they should have won. It's a very costly one, though. Titan will be happy with that result at the very least.
Yeah, that's the absolute important part. It's going to cost JDG quite a bit to get back in. Only 2 rifles maintained and a couple of armor rebuys on both of them as well. But in the end, they get the job done. They did have to use the Annihilation despite it not finding anyone. But ultimately, they get themselves onto double digits. They get themselves 3 away from winning. And you can see what that means to the Titan coaches. Not shy of their emotions.
Pressure already created. Drone had to be used early. Luke gets that pick, but somehow dies. That was literally a millisecond trade between the two players. Now the operator down. Stu goes with it, and I feel like that is such an important factor. Yeah. JDG have really been playing this through this player.
They don't have that reliable fast entry player that can get them onto site now. They need to rely on, I mean, what, the Omen TPing onto site potentially, or just dry walking out. You have a Paranoia available from J Kuro that's going to have to find the most impact as they start to walk through onto market. The Coco is in a great position to get not 1 but 2, and certainly the 3rd, leaving Baby Blue all alone with a Bulldog. Yes, they've walked onto site, but in a 1 versus 3 position will now be known. Titan have every chance to get back into this round.
Needs to try isolate a fight if they can. Haodong is split away from the rest of the team, but Titan just playing this one so smart, taking their time, knowing that Baby Blue's probably going to be looking for one of these early fights.
Yeah, grouped up together, not giving any silly fights away, and Baby Blue will swing into this double stack. Gets the first, gets the second.
Oh, no.
The Paranoia doesn't connect, but there's 8 bullets to TP up, and Haodong gets away with an atrocity there. Should have lost that fight, but with only 8 bullets and the Bulldog scrapes away the round, and Titan, oof, scrappy, but it does the job.
No way that round was as close as it was. It was a 1 versus 3. It shouldn't have been that close, and they play it so well, but then just opt into using the dart in a risky situation, granting a 1 versus 1 in this situation here, and Baby Blue capitalizes, but somehow Haodong finds that kill, and somehow the lifeboats have at least been found. They haven't been boarded just yet.
Yeah, but you can see the relief that's shown on the faces. No, that is pure pressure and thankfulness coming in, and that's just going to add up, right? If that's what it means to stop JDG getting onto round 11, every single round after this is going to have a huge weight on these Titan players' minds, and clearly this map means a lot more to them than we originally thought. And JDG this timeout is just going to put a pause on that.
And they don't want to be that 0-5 team, right? They don't want to be the bottom of the league. They might not have a chance of getting into those playoffs, but they still want to show that they can be a force to be reckoned with within this region.
Yeah, and this is what it boils down to. Playing for pride. And sometimes when you're playing for that, you have nothing else to lose. That's what can drag you through it, and that's what's going to need to drag them up here. The big result from map number 2 was T-Virus Luke and Haodong having an absolute game, and they need both of them to step up now. Haodong steps up there. Luke stepped up at the end of the last half, but needs to start stepping up a little bit more.
I'd love to see a bit more from Abo and Lucas too. It's difficult because they don't have the utility to fight off, so a lot of it can come down to the gunplay when it gets to these more chaotic rounds. Abo finding a pick just when I asked them to step up is great. But off the back of that, JDG just pushing the tempo, pushing the pace towards Garden. Towards Market, apologies.
We'll just call it Garden from now on. It's fine.
It's whatever. It's whatever I want it to be at this point. It's not the site, but it will be the site as Stu pushing forwards now. Baby Blue finds another kill, and it might be another one of those rounds, Veggie, where the saving team wins it out.
Indeed, they managed to get a rifle upgrade based off the back of that kill. They have the Hunter's Fury available. They have so much potential to win this one out. If Abo can get a kill, they will get the Annihilation, which could be a problem. Same for Zion, which is why they've hung about site for so long. Hunter's Fury invested maybe a little bit early for my liking. It's not going to be able to deny any plant defuse, but wants to just try and deny any space. Kill that time for Kikillin to come in, but with the smoke down, it's almost an inevitability.
And I think The inevitability that Titan's drawing this closer and closer is happening bit by bit. Every round that they win, JDG is going to have that in the back of their mind. We were 9-3 up.
Yep.
We got to those 10 rounds first. Now there's only a 3-round difference between the two teams. And it's looking likely that Titan might be able to draw this one to a deuce.
Yeah, I mean, weigh that back up into the last map as well. Maybe the slop rounds that we'll call them, coming into the back of their players' minds, going, boy, we could have won this one out 2-0, starting to feel the pressure themselves, knowing how much this one means for them. But Haldon gets caught off guard. The paranoia is not going to connect, but it goes unpunished. The TP comes back, and Coco is able to get a kill mid all that distraction.
JDG just feels the pressure. They feel like they need to keep pushing the pace more, take more of these fights, but it's not working out for them. You're playing into that chaos that Titan loves. And what JDG did so well on Lotus that first map was slowing the game down, drawing out those rotates, getting onto site and playing those post plants, but they're not giving themselves an opportunity to do that just yet.
No, whenever they've had that spike down, they've been at a very low disadvantage, or it's been on that eco round. They need to see something different, and defaulting into this mid pressure that really wasn't working for Titan on that first half is a slightly concerning sign. It reeks of lack of ideas and lack of adventure, and they're about to walk into this deadlock trap that is set up for a punishment.
Not only the deadlock trap, Luke and Haldong waiting as well. They've managed to find themselves an opportunity to get towards this B site though. Annihilation is used to gain space. The question is, do they know about Coco on this flank?
It's a great position from both of the members. Luke posted up back, like you said, Coco posted in B main. Because JDG have opted to go through mid, you have no information on anyone that could be back there, and you're going to have 3 people to deal with potentially coming in from that main. JDG in real trouble holding on to this post plant.
But they are in the correct position to do it. The spike planted for backside. J Kuro has to go huge, swings out but doesn't find anything. It's up to these 2 players now. JDG, if they have any hope, they need to kill Luke here, and they've managed to do so. The dart comes out as well, gives them all the information they need. But it's a 2 versus 3. The spike is just being stuck. You have to make your move. And with the annihilation, it was just a bit too much to ask.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where you think maybe if we'd kept the Hunter's Fury from the round before, it might have been a possibility, but ifs and buts don't win your rounds. Winning gunfights do, and right now it's Titan that are winning those gunfights.
JDG,
let's go!
got to find a way to stop the bleeding. Right now it is just falling out of their hands. It was the game that should have been theirs, and now, yet again, forced onto a save.
The Shooter playing into the high tops. A big volume of pressure coming in over towards A. It's going to be the Outlaw finding that first kill, and no surprise from T-Virus. Luke, drone, maybe a little bit late to clear that one out, but they continue this relentless pressure and try and fight their way into sight.
I feel like they're just playing into Titan's game here. They're just going hyper-aggressive, just creating chaos, and this is literally what Titan wanted to do. They loved the chaos. Haven was a map full of chaos, and it was a map that Titan won out in decently cleanly.
Yeah, I think
maybe the rounds weren't clean, but the round score was.
yeah. Overall, it ends up being there, and for JDG, they've just given every little bit of momentum over to this Titan squad. The ult cycles paying off dividends into Titan. JDG have thrown some stuff at the wall that hasn't stuck, and now they leave themselves only 1 point to the advantage, with their playoff hopes lying in the dirt, which is exactly why the coaches have had to call this second timeout on this attack to say, troops, what's going on? We looked dominant. We were 9-1 up, for goodness sake, and now we're only 1 point up.
9-3 curse, coach. Can't do much. We should have lost one more round. That's what they're saying right now. I mean, I just, it's difficult for this JDG squad to reassess what's going wrong, because they are just getting picked off so early into the round, and you can't play attack when someone's getting picked off 10 seconds in. They just have to find a way to stabilize these early round barrier plays.
see what the coaches call in. So I'm concerned that the last timeout had very little impact, right? Is this one going to have the same difference? We've seen what impact it had on Haven. Or no, was it Lotus? It was Timeout City. It was Lotus. It was Timeout City, right? All these maps have had different elements of glue. Lotus was Timeout City. Haven was Eco City, and this one is just 9-1. Let's just throw the map away City.
I don't even think it's that. I feel like it's the team that goes aggressive is the team that wins. And JDG were that team. They would play aggressive. They would do some nice set plays on these early defense rounds. But now that it's got to their attack, they are just being read like a book, and not even one that has a lot of words. They're like a picture book right now that TEC are easily just figuring out.
A kid's book that you just have to feel around.
Yeah, they've got little pop-ups and everything, knowing where they're going to go.
Exactly that. But let's see how they can deal with that. The Viper pit is down on A, stopping anyone thinking about going through there. Lucas drone up into mid, does get the information. Tries to pop the ult to get some space, gets a little bit of space, but will fall from it, and now it's Apple just holding this one down.
But it literally, Shu looks like Luke in that last half, just running in solo, just hoping to find an opening pick, and JDG are having the same issues that Titan did, and now numbers down, trying to force their way through onto A, but there's a Viper's pit that you have to battle through.
Oh, that fight was very close from K-Killen and Coco. They get themselves on site, and K-Killen almost just needs to waste enough time so that when the focus from Coco focuses back to site, they can deal with that. But instead, goes to take mid, will get the comms, and this timing could be everything. Haldong not looking at the top, does eventually, and will get that kill. Oh dear.
Hunter's Fury used now to slow down the pace. They're just trying to stall for time. Luke is ready to go. The stun hits. It's good. Baby Blue. Is it cosmetic? It is. But now it's a 1 versus 2. J Kuro has to be the hero. Has teleports to work with, but nothing else. There's no time left. They had to peek. And just like that, Titan has given us an even scoreline.
Yeah, they bring it right back. I just can't get over the fact that it was 9-1. 9-1 was the score. We were talking about the map potentially finishing that first half being 11-1, so, or 12-1, whatever it was going to be. It would have been 11-1, right? That's what we were talking about. And now look at it. How have this JDG side allowed things to slip so far out of their grasp that they've only won 1 round?
No timeouts, no nothing to work with. They've used everything that they can. They don't even have weaponry to go. Shu would have to be the hero here. And we speak about ultimate cycles. It is not looking good for them. It's going to be a while before they can get their ults back up. Whereas on the flip side, Annihilation only a few points away. Lucas soon to have that Hunter's Fury. It's looking so good for Titan to secure this map out.
Yeah, they have everything their way right now. It has to be a monumental slip up, a JDG size slip up for Titan not to win this one through. The first kill does come their way, but Stu is able to equalise things up and maybe open this map slightly.
But JDG just playing so isolated right now. There's just players swinging, no help, no one else really there to back them up, and they need a nice middle ground. They're either playing all 5 through one angle, where they just get ripped to shreds, or they're playing all 5 split up, trying to find their own fights.
Yeah, they have the site, right? So they're going to be able to get this plant down. They opt for a semi-default plant, but what they're not anticipating is 3, almost 4 members now coming up on the flank. They deal with the first, but they have no idea everyone's there. You can see them having to hyper-focus elsewhere. J Kuro gets one, tries to get away, but will be punished. Baby Blue swings, but it's only a sheriff. And yes, gets it to 1 versus 1, but Coco's going to have enough in the artillery to seal this one up and take them into 11.
How many rounds in a row is that now? 7, 8 rounds in a row?
Too many.
Too many rounds in a row. Too many rounds in a row for this squad, and oh my gosh, I mean, the fact that JDG was so far up in this game, and now it's just flipped sides, and they can't seem to do anything. They just look completely lost. Every single round, one of their players gets picked off, and it's for a different reason each time. It's so hard for them to correct.
Yeah, it's... I'm genuinely triggered. I'm genuinely triggered. This comeback for... I mean, this match meant everything to JDG, right? This really was everything for them. Titan were just playing for pride and positioning. JDG were fighting for the chance of getting into playoffs, and they had it in their grasp. But right now, they've let it slip unless they can find a way back in, and it's just going to be continuing to deal with mid. At least they escape this time. They get the trap away and continue up some pressure.
But there's 3 people on this site. This is not the move Hunter's Fury used as well. There's no space for Shooter dodging. Almost nets 3 kills, but instead it just does so much chip damage, and JDG still wants to go here. There's so many players, there's so much utility to fight through, and Stu would have to be the hero, but no, Coco's just there, ready and waiting. The paranoia slows them down, and the rotator already started to come through, and JDG just has no space to work with.
Down. J-Kuro is the one that goes crazy, and all of a sudden, just when you think there's no hope left at all, JDG pull a rabbit out of the hat and they've somehow added to the tally.
How is it that round was the least winnable for them out of the past few rounds, and they've somehow just managed to thrive in the silliness and the chaos that they created on that site. And we watch this replay here, this looks so bad. No space on site, no real utility to work with, but it's just J-Kuro going huge and getting kills when the team called upon him.
Let's go!
Yeah, you need this hype to set back up. That's what has been missing throughout this whole thing. A lifeline, an injection of adrenaline to the system for JDG to try and get themselves back in.
But how is it a lifeline for JDG now? They were so far up, Veggie. Why are we talking about them as the underdogs? This should have been a free map for them.
Listen, maybe they just wanted the content. Maybe they just wanted to draw this one out and make it interesting. But this overdrive from T-Virus Luke has found so much success before, but it doesn't this time. JDG have stepped up to the plate and come away with 4 kills, leaving Haodong, I feel like I've said this 20 times today, in a 1 versus 4.
Cooldown has to be the hero, has the paranoia, it hits 3, but the... Cooldown so close to a 3k and so close to greatness, a near perfect Omen TP, but just was not meant to be. And now, all of a sudden, JDG back in the driver's seat, back with an opportunity to win this match out.
What has happened? Like, just instantaneously, JDG have remembered how to shoot, remember how to get themselves onto winning positions, and now they are 1 round away from... Is this the biggest comeback ever? I don't know that.
I don't know. It's an instant round though. Hunter's Fury, Overdrive, everything's being copped. Titan has members here, but it's a 5 versus 4, and JDG just taking them out 1 at a time. Luke has to be the hero, but cannot be. And just like that, JDG might have kept their playoff dreams alive.
Oh, the Annihilation collects 1. They'll try and shoot it down, but it's only going to collect in a dead body anyway. And Abel will swing to get 1, but ultimately it's JDG who keep their playoff dreams alive in a tense 2-1 victory. They overcome the odds and get themselves into a winning position. Look at the relief on the faces, Snow.
And yeah, that is pure relief. That's not even happiness. You look at these players here and they are just glad that it ended the way it did. I mean, we went from a 9-3 half to an 11-10 towards Titan, to JDG winning the last 3 rounds and winning it. It was a story for the ages, and well, Titan, they will be looking forward to the next stage, to the next split. JDG have kept their playoff hopes alive for at least 1 more match.
Yeah, all eyes lie on that final matchup against Tyloo. The EDG match almost becomes irrelevant, so to speak. They need to beat Tyloo on week number 5. They need to not let this slip up come through, and for Tai Lu, they'll be watching this going, okay, this team can overcome adversity. There's certainly a fight back spirit. And JDG will have a whole load of time to figure out the game plan for that one.
And I mean, looking through these highlights, there was some of these rounds were just crazy to watch. We had some nice plays, some nice shots, but also just both these teams were taking this to the next level for the final map.
Yeah, they wanted to make this last map a show, and that's exactly what they done, right? It looked like a runaway, and then just like any good movie, the comeback comes on, the underdogs step up, but ultimately the bad guys and JDG become victorious.
Oh man, I genuinely am so surprised that series went to this. I mean, when we saw that first map on Lotus, I thought it was going to be a 2-0 for JDG. We bring it to map 3, and then it's just been so many ups, so many downs, and JDG fans will breathe that sigh of relief, but I mean, like you said, all of the pressure now goes on to that last game. They have to beat Tai Lu to get themselves into playoffs, but at least their fate is in their own hands.
And I think that's the most important part, right? But let's listen in to the team comms on what was certainly a very calm map.
Yeah, almost there, Veggie. Just a little bit too early, but yeah, like you said, a calm map. I love the sarcasm there. We'll have to see how it happens.
Okay.
What? I ban close. He comes by 2 by.
Open 80，做 80。Open 80，我
两个在左边。
我卖左 elbow。
elbow 看 elbow，小心 elbow。
elbow 没看到。
哎，
对。
来 ，A 令在了。
One CT。
OK， 我补警察枪。
能帮我看 A 令吗？机构警察行吗？警察右边。
我开飞机，
右边。
开到。
来，
到了，
一起，
别让他中。
加他。Let's go!
Most valuable player, Snow, I think, probably could have went to what felt like anybody on that map, given how it was. But Stu was the one who stepped up the highest. 7 multi-kills, something that T-Virus Luke was able to produce on that last map. Or it was T-Virus Luke produced on that last map. Not as high a KD, but the ACS just as strong. And when it really came down to it, Stu was able to step up for JDG and finally close that map out.
But at what cost? The mental damage. I feel like they've done so much psychic damage to themselves just playing through that series. So many ups, so many downs. And JDG, where have you been this whole stage? I mean, some might say it's because they weren't facing against Titan, who looked like one of the weakest teams of at least this group, if not the region so far. But still, what a battle to give themselves that chance at playoffs.
Yeah, we wanted a show match, and that is certainly what we got from this one. A different story on all 3 maps, but I mean, like every good series of books, right? They're not all the same content. They all give you a little bit of a different background, and ultimately it ends with JDG still having a hope left in this stage. One victory against Tai Lu is what will push them through, and they've done the job today. It wasn't the cleanest, but it doesn't matter if you get yourself there, as long as you get yourself there. And they'll be looking ahead to the EDG Max next week, hoping that they can maybe make it a little bit cleaner and show off a different side. But so I'm just going to ask you outright, do you believe in this JDG side going forward?
Oh man, I don't know, because Titan has looked so weak against everybody else. Yep. And I don't know if that's a sign. I don't know if Titan, the change up of some comps, Howdong back IGLing, I don't know if that like has changed things up for them and now they're going to look like a better team again. Or if JDG just is only that slight bit better than Titan and there's a big gap between them and the teams above.
Yeah, it's a real difficult one, but it's one that only time can tell, right? We don't have the answers. We don't have the 8-ball in front of us, so we'll get to see what happens. But I'm excited to see what comes through from this interview from the players, to see what JDG think about their future chances. But until then, I don't know. I just think Tai Lu have shown a little bit too much throughout this, having 2 victories already, that they'll be looking at this JDG side, kind of licking their lips slightly, saying if we can kind of get into their head and push them as far as Titan did, then they'll be certainly thinking that they have a really strong chance of securing the playoffs themselves.
I mean, yeah, Tai Lu already won what was essentially supposed to be the hard game. They beat Trace. That was supposed to be one of the unwinnable matchups for them, and so now it's really about just keeping the momentum that Tai Lu has. You know, they know that they can play well. They know that they can beat these good teams, and them watching this match should hopefully give them a bit more confidence. I would assume.
I mean, you would have to hope so, right? If anything would come through, then they have to think of the chances. I just need to decompress. No, I'm a little bit stressed after this. I'm not going to lie to you.
Well, you can take a little bit of a break to relax and settle down, because I believe we are heading over to our interview.
恭喜，也是拿下了来到 Stage 2之后的首胜啊！现在其实距离争夺季后赛还是有一定的希望的。那大家一开始可能会比较担心你们的状态嘛，今天有着非常不错的表现。那现在是处于一个什么样的心态以及心情
It's like with like still having a chance to get into playoffs.
哦，拿麦克风说。
일단 이 경기를 이겨서 기분이 너무 좋고요. 앞으로 남은 2경기 정말 최선을 다해서 열심히 해보려는 생각입니다. 쭉 지켜봐 주세요.
首先拿到 Stage 2
He's like he's very happy to get first victory in Stage 2.
接下来还有2场比赛，我会非常努力的去打赢。
Yeah.
请多多关注。
OK， 也是非常期待在接下来的2场比赛有着更好的发挥。那聊一聊影视修索这一张图，其实感觉现在很多队伍对于 B 点的优先级是非常高的，感觉万物皆可转 B 点。你会觉得这种战术打法是基于？
Do you think like the popularity of B plays in Haven is due to like just the current game version, the current comps, or what else?
Haven 맵의 B 진공에 아주 선착순이 높다고 생각하는데 스튜브는 이 선착순은 조합에 관련돼 있는지 아니면 본인 생각은 어떤?
이거에 대해서는 조합에 관련돼 있다고 생각을 하고요. 특히 데드락 사이퍼를 쓰는 조합에는 사이드가 좀 강하다 보니까 트랩도 있고, 그래서 B 쪽이 되게 약해가지고 좀 B 쪽을 많이 가는 것 같습니다. 조합에 따라서.
首先影视修索这张图，很多队伍都喜欢用那个零跟钢索这种英雄，所以他的爆点会。
They're saying that because like a lot of teams like using like Cypher and Deadlock on this map, so it's like kind of hard to attack into.
看阵容，所以
And so B is like kind of weak and kind of allows for them to get into sites easier.
这个问题优先级比较高。
可能前期需要做更多的运营，然后去置换。
And like teams have to like invest more in utility early round to get into the sites.
你会觉得团队的气氛对于他来说有多么重要呢？
현재 팀 분위기에 대해서 스티브는 팀에서 자주 팀원들을 응원하고 하는데 본인은 팀 분위기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지?
팀 분위기에 대해서는 특히 대회 때는 정말 많이 중요한 것 같고요. 연습 게임 때는 그렇게 잘 모르겠는데 대회 때는 진짜 뭐 불안감도 있고 긴장감도 있기 때문에 그런 부분을 좀 풀어줄 수 있는 게 팀 분위기라고 생각을 합니다.
首先氛围的话，平时训练的时候比较还好一些，但是比赛的时候比较。
And they say that the usual like, team environment is still okay, but then during matches it gets like kind of tense.
非常重要吧。
对队伍的氛围一定是非常重要的一环以及心态。
And do you have anything to say to the
想对粉
fans?
丝说吗？
마지막으로 팬분들에게 하고 싶은 말 있는지?
끝까지 지켜봐 주셔서 감사하고요. 또 앞으로 남은 2경기 최선을 다해서 열심히 할 테니까 쭉 지켜봐 주세요. 감사합니다.
感谢大家的持久以来的关注与支持。现在还有。
And it says thank you for everyone for supporting us. We still have 2 matches. I'll do my best.
谢谢。
大家能再给 Stu 一点掌声吗？
谢谢你们。
对，非常可爱的一个选手。那也期待接下来2场比赛有更好的发
And
挥。
that's it for the
那
interview.
本场的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，但是不要走开，还有更加精彩的比赛在等待着大家。
Hello, you beautiful people. I hope everyone here is having a wonderful day. Welcome back to VCT China for the second game of Bilibili Gaming versus Trace Esports. My name is Itzumike, and with me, hopefully I've got the right side this time. Yes, I do, because my webcam is mirrored. I've got Kumquat with me. How are you doing, Kumquat?
I'm very good. I'm happy to be back today for this amazing matchup that's waiting for us. So yeah, very happy to be there.
Yeah, and Bilibili Gaming and Trace Esports, I mean, two teams that, I mean, so far, you could even say, even though they have EDG in their group, they could be the two best teams in their group or either in all of China. So I'm expecting a high-level game here.
I think it will be the highlight of this group, definitely. Last week, I think it was, we saw Trace win against EDG. It was a great matchup, and today it's the second coloss of the group. It's Bilibili. I think it's gonna be harder for them, but I'm excited to see what's gonna happen.
Exactly. I mean, their standings are quite close to one another. BLG are going 3-0 after winning against a lot of very good teams. And Trace Esports only 2-1, if you can say only. Their only loss against Tyloo, but you said as well, I mean, they won against EDG 2-1, which in theory, we thought before the stage started that would be the best team. But it seems like we're going to have a new team on the throne, at least for the Group Alpha. And whether it's going to be Bilibili Gaming or Trace Esports, you want to find that out? Well, now's the best time. We've got a head-to-head between these two wonderful teams with 5 wonderful players on each team, and it's going to be a blast. No matter how this goes, I feel like this game is going to be a banger.
Definitely. That's something we can all agree on. I think that's... What's your expectation? Like, I feel like BLG are definitely the favorites in this one. They are really on a roll in the group stage, like 3-0 for now. But I feel like the coaching staff, I think that they talked about it a little bit in the conference, the press conference, they're not really satisfied. Like, they think that they're not playing at the level they should. So even though they are the first of the group, they still expect more for the players.
That's a good question. I mean, because in paper, I believe that Bilibili Gaming has an advantage over Trace. Not only when it comes to map advantage and certain maps that they like to ban, but also when it just comes to history. Because I feel like when we're looking at these last couple of years, obviously the Chinese scene is still quite new, but teams like Trace and Bilibili Gaming are one of those teams that have been on the scene for already many years. I mean, they were in Champions 2023 already, so that's almost 2 years ago. And back then it was always Bilibili Gaming was the second place and Trace Esports was the third one. So that's what I mean. I feel like there is a clear, when you look at all the stats, it's pretty clear to see that BLG has an advantage when it comes to history. But obviously, we never know. There are 3 maps here that they need to play, maybe even just 2. And what's going to happen, especially when it comes to this Chinese region, I can tell you absolutely, I have no idea. I just want to have a good game. So in theory, BLG probably have the advantage. But if Trace, especially when we look at players like Kai, if they start popping off, like maybe they are just unstoppable.
Kai is an amazing player. I think the stats, if you take a moment to look at them, they are amazing. Like, he's one of the best player of the stage right now. I think he's second in ACS total, so that's pretty amazing. He's really a player that you can count on. If he's on fire, I think that Trace Esports wins the game. There is just no other possibility, but obviously sometimes he has maybe less of a good game, and this is when it becomes a little bit more difficult for Trace Esports because he's such an important player of the roster.
Exactly. I mean, and if we talk about Kai, once again, maybe I'm focused a bit too much on the past and not enough on the present, but Kai is actually one of only 7 people who has ever diffed Aspas while they were playing Jet. So in theory, he is on the same level as people like Demon One, Scream, Durka, Yay. So this guy, if he is able to pop off, the fact that he can take down titans like Aspas just means that it will be very difficult to stop the momentum. And here we see the stats, the second best player with 250 ACS. I mean, that is just incredible. And you can see him obviously with the 2 duelists that he plays. He will be the star duelist of this team and the one that they want him to pop off, because if he does so, this could just be a quick 2-0 for Trace.
And also we can see, I think the stats on the right was that he's the first player in kills per round. I think it was, so pretty impressive also. Like, as we said, he's just a very, very good duelist, as you said, clearly comparing to the best in the world. Definitely, that's what we can say. Obviously, on the side of BLG, there is also a very good duelist, which is also a very good player. So there will be some competition here.
Exactly. I mean, but also when you look at BLG, the fact is that they have a lot of very good players. I feel like for Trace Esports, it's more like, okay, we look mostly at Kai and then maybe at players like Fang holding sides as a Sentinel, and maybe like Bianc, who's also one of the veterans on this team. But when we look at Bilibili Gaming, the fact that they have Neff, K-Knight, YZ, all of these players have been in Champs 2023. So all of them have been in the scene for quite a while. So I feel like BLG have the advantage of maybe YZ, the Star Duelist, isn't having such a great game, but I still feel like K-Knight is one of those people that can step up and then maybe help their team, even if YZ isn't having maybe didn't have the best breakfast and then is struggling a bit. Who knows?
I totally agree. And the last matchup that they had with TEC, it was definitely that. YZ was not on his best in every map, but the other players were able to really step up. We have a very an amazing build from Knight, and Neff had an incredible KO on the last map, which was Ascent, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are several players in this team that are able to really step up their game and bring something valuable, very valuable to the team.
That's exactly what we were talking about, like the fact that these two teams now play against each other. And even I like this, that this isn't necessarily the first game that they've played, because, I mean, in theory, it's their fourth. So they've had quite a bit of time to warm up. And in theory, this should be the best quality of game that we should have in this entire Chinese region. Obviously, we don't know, because people like Kai just have the chance of having their team just roll over the enemy. So when it comes to predictions, it's always very difficult to say with precisely, but still, the fact that these two teams are now clashing against each other, it's gonna be a good game.
Maybe it will define which team will be first in this group. Right, for now, Bilibili are really on a great way to be the first seed in the group. They are obviously already locked in for playoff with FPX, yes, on the other group. They are the two teams that we know will go to playoff. It could be the opportunity for Trace to also lock their place if they win against Bilibili. So that could be an important game for them, because until you're not locked, it can change. Obviously, they have a lot of advanced against other teams, so they're pretty safe for now, but could be cool to lock the space.
Exactly, and especially when we talk about playoffs, there is a huge difference between being the first team to make it to playoffs and the fourth team, because obviously the fourth team has no chance. They're already basically single eliminated and then have to go flawlessly throughout the bracket. And it's not impossible. Like, for example, PaperX managed to do that and then obviously managed to win the entirety of Toronto. But that being said, the fact that you get if you get first place, you already get a bye through the first round. And I believe there are only like 1 or 2 matches that you have to win in order to actually get to champions. That would be a huge advantage that obviously both of these teams want to get to. So therefore, this is also one of those games where I feel like they're gonna give their all. They have to, because otherwise it might just slip a bit.
Yes, so just to give more information, yeah, if you're first seed, you go to upper bracket semifinals, so you have two match if you win before locking your place for champions. So yes, definitely a huge advantage. If you start at the bottom, it's more like 5 games at least. So it's a lot more difficult, a lot more long also. You need a lot more endurance to go through all the matchups. That will be difficult because the more you advance in the bracket, the stronger the teams get, obviously.
Exactly, yes, we now see the players walk out. Trace was before, and now we see BLG in this case, and it will be Nep again, one of those people that has been there from the very beginning, one of the veterans, which feels weird to say, because in theory his first LAN was only 1.5 years ago, but considering the age of the scene, of the Chinese scene, he is definitely one of the veterans, and YZ once again a star duelist here, obviously trying he has to try his best to shine as much as possible. And now I believe this... Oh no, not quite yet. The coach will be next. But Levia's also one of those players that feels like if they're stuck in a corner, they might just get 2 kills before he dies. And that is a quality that a few Chinese players have. But if they have that, that is just incredible. And that might just help that team to get the advantage.
Yeah, they're all pretty young, right? In this team. I think the oldest... He's like 22, it should be Nep, I think. Yeah. So, pretty young team.
Exactly. Now we see Bale, the coach, obviously the huge reason we should never forget the coach. One of the biggest reasons for the players being the way that they are and having the quality of that they are. Obviously they have worked a lot together, and now we can see the 2 coaches side by side. Bale on the other hand, and you can see the fist bump there. And now you can see the group huddle, and we probably will be looking soon at the maps that we're...
So regarding the map, I think both of the teams had an amazing icebox, but I don't know if they will let it available. It was, I think, all the time the decider. So yeah, we're gonna see. And yeah.
Interesting. Haven first map, icebox second, and then I believe that is Ascent for the decider. So you can see I believe these are the permabans for Trace and for BLG in the beginning, especially the Corrode. So BLG, obviously one of those teams that is like, okay, new map, we are not quite sure, we haven't quite figured it out yet, so we're just gonna leave that. And so you can see the first one will be Haven, where especially considering the new comps that we have seen, for example, the Fnatic comp with double duelist, I'm looking at players like YZ, like Kai, or perhaps a Yoru, perhaps a Neon, perhaps an ISO, who knows? Especially in VCT China, I feel like the chance of seeing every duelist is way higher than in any other region.
Definitely. Probably BLG will choose Neon. I think that's what they played, right, on the last time they played Haven. I'm not exactly sure, but it was one of their choice for YZ. Could be Jet also, that we are used to seeing in this map. So as I said, we're gonna see an icebox, and this one is interesting, right? Because both of the team, last time they played it, they won 13-4. So a huge victory for both of them, and I'm really curious to see which of them is gonna get out on top this time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you talked about Icebox being one of those maps where both of these teams have absolutely dominated to the other. I mean, if we're talking about Trace Esports, the last time that they played it was against ADG, and they won 13-3. I mean, there is no way you can get more dominant than that unless your name is Sentinels and you're playing against Fura, but that is something different. And you can see YZ here on his signature Neon, and Kai on the Yoru. Okay, interestingly enough, but the Yoru not like with Fnatic comp together with an ISO or a double duelist. It will be the single duelist. But it's interesting to see a couple of agents that are obviously the same on either side, and then the biggest difference being on one hand the duelist, but also Breach on one side, so the double initiator, and then Deadlock on the other, making it a double Sentum. Interesting.
Yeah, different strategy there. And I think Trace are starting defense, right? I think so, yeah. If I see the colors right, we'll see. It will be confirmed when we go in the game. But yeah, with the double Sentinel, it should be a better side for them. So maybe they will be able to stack a few more rounds before they switch in the attack side.
Exactly, you're right. I just saw it on the coach cam. It is Trace on the defense side. And considering they have the double Sentinel, they might just be the bit of their strong suit, and especially they have two Sentinels and they have different roles. You have the Cypher with the Global Util, which is more of the traditional Sentinel, and then you have Deadlock, which is more of the flexible one, and then can function a bit more like an initiator in some sense. As we start the round, it will be A control just for the first part for BLG, just to put a bit of pressure, but so far they don't really want to go into that.
It's the first duel, and it will be a win by Kai. A quick headshot to get the information in this long C.
And they immediately TP back to A, expecting this A hit. Will be B in this case, seemingly so far, but win a 4v5, and with 2 players already waiting here. The first one being spotted, even the flash coming out so far, hitting none. It seems like BLG has some calls. They got some bit of utility, even the Euro flash there, and the deadlock. Okay, maybe a bit too much from Trace, but nevertheless, BLG still have a minute left.
Trace Spotter really quick on the rotation on the map. They were almost all there on the B side when BLG tried to advance, but now they're already scarce around the map, like 2 players with the deadlock on this A side. The barrier will be launched, I think? Yeah, to close the short.
It will just be YZ there. I mean, considering also he has shields and the classic. Beautiful shot from Lucia. Just, okay, a second one, make it a third. How? Okay, I don't know how quite. And just like that, the round has been opened. B is completely for free. We've gone from a 5v4 to a 2v4. I don't know what has happened.
Yeah, that's how you play around, Riz. You just go forward and you hit 3 headshots with your pistol. Russia has done it for BLG. I think it should be enough, right? It's a 4v2. 2 players are obviously gonna try, but no chance for Trace. It's a pistol round for BLG.
And this is the power of BLG. This is the reason why there are 3-0. There are just some teams out there in all of the regions where it feels like, okay, it doesn't matter if you go down. It doesn't matter if you're in a 4v5. Any player might just randomly get a 3K. You can see, I mean, just look at the bullets. Look at the fact that it's with the classic and with the shields. I mean, even if he didn't have shields, he wouldn't have gone down there. So amazingly played from Russia, just opening up the map, completely letting them walk onto B side. And you can see the effect that it's had with Kai buying a hero sheriff, but otherwise full save.
What's funny, he was left alone there, just getting some information, and he finds a triple, and they're like, okay, we can go now.
Yeah, you're right, completely opening up the map, and now you can see BLG. They're just waiting for a bit of a push. You can see the aggressive camera on C side, and it seems like Trace will insert Fang Fang into that cubby. But BLG are looking to pounce on this A side.
Getting some information. A lot of players from BLG here. I think they're gonna come into this side. At least try. There are 2 players from Trace. It's Sky and Diego, but they're not looking in the right direction. The first kill.
A lot of kills from both sides. Excuse me, just from one side. Russia down to 3 HP, but it doesn't matter. And Fang Fang, the one who, as I said, got inserted on C, now he is suddenly in a retake in a 1v5. And at this point, with the classic, and okay, he has his camps, but otherwise he doesn't use any util. And he just gets greeted by K-Knight from the other side. Absolutely no chance. And a beautiful beautiful conversion from BLG, especially with Russia. A bit lucky to survive that, considering he was on 3 HP, but still a flawless round from BLG to get the second one.
A clean one, and almost no loss. Yes, it's a flawless from them. So they go strong in this bonus round. They have a lot of weapon, right?
Yeah, I believe one of them had a pistol, so there, Nev, you can see, force buys a rifle in this case, just to have a bit more firepower, and if they lose this round, obviously it wouldn't be too bad, since especially when you're attacked, you can decide where you take the fights, and then you can always, I mean, the typical gambit strat of having one player have a pistol and then pick up a rifle if your teammate falls. But Trace Esports now with their full buy, you can see full rifles except for Kai, who because of the sheriff has to go for a guardian here.
They don't even try to buy an outlaw, which could have done some damage. We can see there are 3 regen shield in the side of Trace. They will play this B side pretty back, right? They're just trying to catch someone who tries to get some information.
Exactly, they don't have to force anything quite yet. Still 50 seconds left. I mean, if it was Fnatic, they still have basically a minute to do anything they want. The trip will be spotted, so a bit of pressure, and it seems like they want to go onto the C side. But look at Fang Fang. He is, however, spotted out. Might just be even spotted. Okay, no, okay, the smoke covers him from that dart. And you can see BLG, even though they've done a lot of pressure, they've done a lot of noise, now they want to go to A side. But the problem is, you still have a full deadlock util there.
Strategy pretty well read by Trace, right? They did not over-rotate to C. They're still there to catch some players on the B side. And yeah, it's the double from Kai. Double headshot with the Guardian.
Now the last 3 players on A, even Grafnet, and he's able to get the spam there, Bian. And just like that, it's left to just one person. Neff gets one with the rifle that he bought, but getting spotted out with the shot dart, excuse me, with the recon dart. There's absolutely no chance. And I gotta be honest, I feel like if they had gone C there, considering the Cypher, I believe, didn't have any trips on site and only the camera, that might just have been the better choice instead of going A.
I agree. Like, there was only one player on the C side and he was in the paranoia, so you really had an opening. I don't know why they didn't choose to advance on the side and they prefer to do the rotation. Maybe they thought that Trace would have rotated more and it was a better idea to go on the opposite side of the map. But yeah, Trace was like one step ahead there.
Exactly, but also I don't get why you would insta-rotate if you have 2 Sentinels on your team, because basically it doesn't matter what the enemy does, you're pretty much always going to have the Cypher on C side and the Deadlock on A side. So not quite sure, maybe not quite aware of the comp that they're playing against. Nevertheless, BLG still have a full buy. Now they're the ones that have a couple of light shields and regen shields. Still no outlaw buy though. And BLG once again biding their time as Trace Esports. You can see once again Kai inserted into that C side.
I think he's not going to be able to get further because of the Cypher trap. But it will give a lot of effort to his teammates, which will rotate towards A. But it's not exactly what BLG are looking now. Trying to take some space in the garage, which is free.
Seems like maybe a bit of fake pressure once again, but you can see the full Deadlock util now with the Cypher trap, even on A. And it seems like BLG are just in on their heads. The problem is with Kai having full C control, they know that it can't be C unless they all go through garage. So now with 4 attackers here and 4 defenders here, and against 2 Sentinels, this seems like maybe a bit too tall of a task for BLG.
So many defender, you have to hit your shots, right, BLG? YZ does the first double. Neff gives him a hand. In the end, even though there were 4 players on the A side, BLG managed to take it with only 1 loss.
Yeah, that's what I get for talking. The caster curse in full effect there. I mean, honestly, you have to criticize the positioning of, because I feel like the most important person that should not die there, just like Titus does in this case, was Fang Fang, obviously with the Cypher with the global util, but he is the first one to fall down, and that means that the trips have no effect, obviously being deactivated after death, and it seems like from then on we can see it a bit more. You can see here Fang Fang the first one, and then with the blind is beautiful. He manages to blind the teammate as well as the enemy, but in this case it seems like BLG came out on top, and even with the last one stuck on short and with no chances to do it, what I thought to be an unlosable round for BLG somehow manages to go that way. Trace, excuse me.
Yeah, I completely understand the timeout here because you're absolutely right. You had 4 players at the right side. You read what BLG was going to do, but you still lose. And this is a huge problem, I think, when you start thinking, okay, we have to change something. This is not working. We know what they're going to do. We have a good read, good information of the map. But if we're not capable of winning this altercation, it is not enough, right?
And you can see the coach immediately being like, okay, like stop this. There was just such a fundamental flaw in that round that he feels like, okay, on the one hand, it's pretty easy to solve that, because I feel like if you just say, okay, Cypher, just play a bit back, and then maybe if we have 4 players, one should probably play anti-flash. But on the other hand, it's probably also a bit frustrating for the players to feel like they've lost such an easy round. So the coach trying to, maybe it's also because of nerves, but then again, Trace Esports and nerves? I'm not quite 100% sure when it comes to that. But you're right, the first timeout already called after 4 rounds. That is not what you'd like to see if you're...
I have to give congrats though to BLG, because they really managed to find a good attack, even though there were so many players. So they stayed like cold-headed and eyes on the prize, right? Not slipping away.
Once again, Trace going for an aggressive push. Not quite push, or at least an insert. Once again, it will be the Euro this time, however, on A side, as we see now exactly the round where Levius actually pushes into C. So maybe they've had a bit of luck because the right spot. Bang doesn't quite hit the shot. You cannot do that while full running. And just like that, with the trips deactivated once again, C-side is completely for free. And Trace, I mean, it is an eco, but nevertheless, I feel like maybe not enough resistance as the spike will be planted down quite easily here.
A little bit of a missed shot for Kai, yeah, for Funfun, sorry, in the garage, and the seaside was completely open, so they're able to plant the spike. You have to try something because it's an eco. You don't want to save some sheriffs. You have to at least try to get something out of this round. Maybe make BLG lose a few weapons. Maybe yourself find some weapon to save. It looks like they do not want to give something away.
Now they're gonna push that. It will be the clone here, but they use the stun at least to thwart them a bit. And even you can see the double smokes being used just to make sure they can get out from the other side. Low King will be spotted here and not taken down. A beautiful shot from him. He gets the second one, I don't know quite how, but will finally be traded with Liang both being spotted down. Into down, it will be just Martin. With Levius falling, that's however not too bad. Only 2 players surviving for BLG.
I would say even good, right? They saved 1 Vandal and took down 3 players. I think that's more than they were hoping for. So a really good post plan there.
How they opened the round there onto the kill. Beautiful idea from YZ just to slide in onto Fang. And with him obviously having wasted so many bullets on the drone already, he only had, I believe, 2 bullets, and with the drone as well on him, I mean, even if he hits that, he will probably get traded out quite quickly. But as we talk about this Trace, I feel like they're always trying something new. So far it hasn't worked, but maybe now with the Kai op, he has a chance to do something. Once again, inserted onto this A side, and he has full control over this part of the map.
It's a patience war. Who will be the one who leaves his spot first? It looks like Kai is starting to rotate here, so Levius should be fine. And at the same time, they're trying to hit some B, but the defense is pretty good for now. They're throwing the Rolling Thunder, taking some shots. 3 kills already for BLG. Only Funfun left, but he cannot do anything alone, right?
BLG is just playing everything so meticulously. Fang even caught out. There's no player on that side. You have to face the ones on side. On B side, K9 will take him out. And I mean, BLG, obviously we can talk about how Trace, it's difficult to say because I feel like both teams are doing very intelligent things. For example, just look at the B trip. They tried to break it with a shock dart, but then it wasn't broken because it was a pretty weird trip. But then, as soon as YZ tried to go on side, he realized that the trip was too high to actually spot him. So in that case, the trip didn't even get any value. So it feels like it's a bit of a back and forth when it comes to strat, but BLG somehow always managed to come out on top.
These both are trying some things, right? They're trying different position, different strategy for this defense, but for now it's not working. BLG are always 1 step ahead in this run and starting to stack up the credits also, so it looks pretty good for them.
Like Fang and Martin are the 2 with the Guardians. Fang obviously already hitting a beautiful shot onto YZ, so that is your star duelist down for BLG. Nevertheless, you still have a lot of good players. You can see even Rusia. He is aware of the Trace being liking the player insertion on a lot of sides of the map. Finally will decide to back down and go back to his team, especially considering they're only on a 4v5. They want to have the players here.
And this first kill really applied a lot of pressure. We can see that BLG are hesitating, moving forward, and Kai will fall. No chance with the Sheriff, not a headshot, and will be instantly punished.
Paranoia coming down from the retaliation from the defense side. Nevertheless, you can see the live smoke, and it seems like the spike will be planted quite easily. The question is now, what will the offensive do? Defense, excuse me. Bianc already hitting beautiful shot. And now Martin as well on the flank. It seems like they're just getting corralled on side. They have to push something. They are ready with the flash, and the flash will come out and they will push out. But Low King is still there, and in the end, it will be a 2v2. But the gun advantage is still there for BLG.
Yank will find the Vandal, and this could be the difference. Only left in a clutch 1v2. He knows obviously they're on the site, but which side of this block will they move out? And is this one Martin with the gun finding the headshots? And it's a thrifty for Trace. Finally, they managed to find something.
Exactly. You can see them still meticulous when it comes to getting onto site, and with especially getting on that kill onto Kai, which I believe he should have probably stayed behind that trip, but nevertheless it doesn't really matter considering he had a sheriff. But then as soon as they get onto site, it felt like they had, like, do you know the word analysis paralysis? I feel like they had so many choices that they didn't know what to do and then just stayed on site, and with the players from behind just taking everyone down, suddenly they were left in a 2v2. And with the guns being able to be picked up by Trace, that is their second round for them, and now 2-5 in favor of BLG.
Finding a Thrifty, that could be how they managed to maybe get some points on the board right now. They have the economy. If they're able to put another round in, it could be a comeback from them.
Now look at the ults for Trace Esports. 5 ults on site, obviously some more impactful than others, but the fact that you have the dimensional drift, the annihilation, and the Hunter's Fury, I feel like if they manage to combine these ults together, this should, in theory, be a free round.
Yes, so many ults. You have to use them, right? At some point, they will have to. A lot of them could be very useful, as you said. The barrier for now, some information got on by Martin. It could be destroyed instantly. The paranoia coming from short also.
But you can see the rotates already coming onto this A side. Look at the minimap. Kai is still quite aware of a potential dealer here. In this case, he is right about Levis being there. A beautiful shot from YZ. I didn't even know how he quite got that, but it doesn't matter. With the deadlock being here, it seems like BLG are wisely deciding to go somewhere else. But he is free. Yes, now you finally have Kai with the dimensional drift, but C is full of Cypher util.
He will saw them. I think he will see them. He will know they're all on A on C side. But can the rotation come quick enough? For now, the answer is yes. A double by Fonfeng on his Cypher. Held by Kai, getting out of the dimensional drift. Only 12 seconds left. I think they cannot do it.
Fonfeng just has to be aware of him not dying here, and with 4 seconds, he will finally be. I love that shot from Loking. And just like that, there is not enough time, and a beautifully played round from Trace. And in this case, this is a perfect example of min-maxing your ults. They used exactly 2 ults there. The Omen ult, the From the Shadows, to reposition onto that C side to be able to hold that, and then the dimensional drift that told them in the first place that it would be a C hit. So they still have 3 ults in the bank, so well played by Trace Esports. Yes, okay, 3 players fell down, but the fact is you still won the round and you only used 2 ults and still have 3 left. That means that this round could just be as easy as the last one for Trace.
The dimensional drift particularly was very, very clutch in this round. Not only did he use it to rotate very quickly, but also give all the information to his teammates. So it had a lot of value in this round. And we can see that BLG are starting to doubt maybe a little bit using the timeout. And yes, they had been struggling a little bit in the previous round.
Yeah, it seems like the snowball of Trace Esports is rolling maybe bit by bit, and BLG are hoping to use this timeout to maybe stop it from winning as much momentum. Probably, I mean, I assume what they're going to talk about is the old usage from Trace Esports. As we said, we still have the Hunter's Fury, the Annihilation, and the Neural Theft. So a lot of ults there, and maybe a way to counteract them, or maybe just even be so explosive as to not even give them a chance to use these.
They like the quick rotation, BLG. Like, they've done this a little bit in the beginning of this map. We've seen them try to hit a side and then quickly rotate towards the other side. And I feel like Trace are starting to understand that's how they're playing this. So maybe that's why they're having a little bit more.
Okay. So much has already happened. K-Knight getting 1 kill from the other side, and Martin with full flash gets another, and both Hunter's Furies from both sides, I believe that was. And in the end, it will be a 3v4, make it a 3v3. A beautiful shot from Fang there. Make it an equal, but look at the health advantage. It definitely goes for Trace's favor, and especially with this flank from Fang. If he dies, that would not be too great, but if he gets a kill here, as he does, that means his right drop and the neural theft being used. So that means a BLG in a 2v3 with all the players spotted. Seems like they are forced to go into this A side, but look at the players that are here. However, Kai got spotted, and he decides to retreat wisely in that case. Tries to go on A side.
Wise retreat indeed. They have to break the wire, and now they have to do it. They know that there is the players on the side. They have the position, they have to find the double, and it will be done by Trace 4th round. The timeout does not pay for BLG. They still don't find the solution against Trace Esports.
That's what happens when you have so many good ults. I mean, I love that from Trace. You have one round where they use 2 ults and in combination. I mean, the Dimensional Thrift to find the info, and then the... what a shot there. I'm not quite sure about the push there, but it doesn't matter in the end. But as I said, the Dimensional Drift to get the info on this from the shadows, to then rotate to hold the push, and then another 2 ults, the Hunter's Fury in this case, combined with the Neural Theft. So that means they still have 1 left, and Kai already back almost on half when it comes to his ult. So dangerous.
I wonder if they soon will be out of money on the side of BLG. They probably have to find a solution quickly, otherwise it's gonna get a little bit difficult for them. The first player will be spotted by the drone in short.
The Cypher trap even being broken there, and yes, you're right, the Cypher got spotted, but then the Cypher obviously is usually the one that lurks, so in this case they don't quite rotate yet. Kai once again loving the insertion onto C-side, the TP onto that smoke. It seems like they're waiting for a C hit here, but the problem is, without C long control, this seems very weird.
It's different strats, right? They could even think about pushing towards the link. Yeah, obviously Fonson is aware of it. He's gonna check the Rolling Thunder to clear the space, but no one's there to manage to dodge it.
And Kai is just biding his time. He isn't even smoked off. I'm not sure why he decides to not shoot there. But he will get the first one for free, but he quickly gets straight out. So maybe not quite the right decision in that case. Once again, BLG, especially with the lurking, with lurking, we could say both of those things. Levy is finding the kill onto B. It will be Trace Esports that finally, after winning 3 rounds in a row, will have to forfeit this one with 2 rifles and full saved.
Yeah, and I think they will say, right, no fighting for them. They just want the guns for the next round. BLG find a solution this time, but Trace Esports tried something different in regards of defense, staying in the C-long. I think maybe it was to play around the Rolling Thunder. They wanted to be able to dodge it, but even though they're not touched by it, they're not able to answer. They do not have counter utility to throw at BLG, and they do not manage to get on site, right? They just waited outside, and it's BLG who came picking them up. Not enough.
Yeah, it made me feel like, especially Trace, considering that they already do these aggressive insertions on both sides, so why not keep that aggressivity going? I mean, I can understand that you want to play safe, but this is BLG and Trace Esports that we're talking about. Two of the most aggressive teams that we have on both sides of the region. Now it will be. I mean, it's crazy how volatile the economy is for Trace. They've lost 1 round and immediately have to go onto a low buy. And BLG, after losing 3 rounds, still had a full buy. So that shows you just how far this snowball can roll when it comes to economy and money.
Definitely, that's impressive, the difference between the 2 teams, right? Trace having only the two rifles saved from the previous round to maybe find some early kill. For now, they're playing pretty back on the site. They want to catch if any players try to go on site, and already they're planting spike now.
Yeah, B-side completely for free. Bian will get the spam kill, but it seems it doesn't matter. Once again, the familiar side, the Annihilation being used as a bit of a Hail Mary, but I'm not sure quite why he used that. I mean, I get it. It's basically the last round before the half, but still it feels like a bit desperate using it there in the 2v4 where your teammate is 1 HP, but it maybe they felt like they needed to get that round, and it was the only chance that they maybe could have gotten that. But nevertheless, 7-4, BLG, at least in this half, have a clear advantage. The only thing that can happen now is 7-5, and even then they still are up a couple of rounds. But I also feel like maybe a bit streaky on both sides, but both teams are showing what they can do, and both teams are showing a good side.
Let's go!
It's definitely a good start of the series. Like, okay, BLG is a little bit on top right now. Yeah, something is still tried by YZ. It doesn't pay off, but at least it's opened the space. It brings a little bit of chaos, and Rushia finds the doubles on his side.
I mean, what is happening? I love that after so much happening, after so much chaos, the end result is still the same. It's a 3v3 while the spike gets planted there. And now with all the players grouping up, that's going to be interesting. Rusha seemingly falling back, base almost gets caught out there. But it will be Trace that without any util and with only one flash somehow, excuse me, they have the paranoia as well. Have to manage to get through this.
And Paranoia it touches a few players, but nothing is tempted with during the same time. It's a double 2 for 2 lurking against Livius. A little bit of time has passed already, so you have to come get him, but it's too late. Livius is hidden in the short, and he will have the good timing. Last round gotten by BLG, so it's 8-4 on the first half.
Double the amount of rounds for BLG compared to Trace Esports, but I want to talk about this round because so many little things happened that were so chaotic. I mean, look at the first kill, then he decides to TP from the shadows, and Bianca is looking at heaven, and as he gets through there, and then from the dimensional drift, he manages to get the whole thing over. I mean, so many things happening, so many dominants falling from either map, and I love that after so much chaos, in the end, it's just a normal 3v3. It's just a normal 3v3 retake. I love that.
Huge congrats to the ops also, right? Because it can get really fast in Valorant, and being able to catch all these duels is a very difficult.
Let's always shout out to these lovely people, not only working here, but also the people in the audience. You can see I've seen both BLG as well as Trace jerseys so far. So I love the fact that they're both supporting all of the teams, and look at all these lovely pictures. I mean, that is crazy.
So,
I don't know how it's with you, but like I cannot paint. Like my painting is horrible.
No, not really. A little bit maybe. So the question, I think, is the gunplay style. So top was headshot and the bottom was crouch spraying. Which one is yours?
I would love to say that I only get headshots, but the reality is, as long as I see more than one enemy, I just spray and pray. It's just, also a bit of run and gun in between. But I crouch even when I'm tapping, so I feel like maybe not quite the best thing to do there, but I feel like it's basically like my left click is bound to crouch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty much whenever I shoot the crouch, which okay, maybe not always, but I feel like especially as a Phantom player, the crouch just gives you maybe that bit of advantage that having the tighter spray gives you. But as we go into this next half, it will be Bilibili Gaming finally on the defense side, which, considering they have a double initiator with the breach, I'm looking for them to be a bit more explosive, to a bit more aggressive compared to double sentinel on Tracer's side.
What I would like to see is that we saw that Trace was trying things. They were pretty aggressive even on the defense side, so I think we're going to see an interesting attack side on their side. Yeah, the double sentinel obviously you would not expect much aggression, but I think it can really bring something. You can lock down a site after you manage to go on it. So a lot of possibilities.
Exactly, especially when you consider the difference between Cypher and Deadlock. Deadlock can just throw a wall wherever she wants, and it can be used as an aggressive wall. As we see the players of Trace, once again, a bit of a weird trick there. They decide to not go through there with three players, however, being spotted. Trace Bilibili know quite a bit of what they're trying to do.
Sometime they will try something on this A side. It's a double for Bilibili though. They do not manage to find a space, and they're trying to quick rotate, but the clock is ticking. Only 30 seconds left.
剩余
Now
30
with
秒
the。Cypher cam on C side, Levius will just pop it when he finds it the best. And he will spot all 3 players. But in this case, okay, the first have to break this wall. So just take your time. Don't pop the cam just yet. Because if you do, it will get destroyed immediately. So just fight together in this case. Because they don't have the map advantage, the number advantage, they want to go for it. However, Levius there to help him. And left with a beautiful flash. And just like that, in an instant, 3 players getting taken down. The cam not even having to be used. And a beautiful round from Bilibili Gaming.
It fumbled so quickly in this garage. They went all in to get the player in the window, but in the end, it's the triple kill from Bilibili Gaming.
Yes.
No, I think Kai was. Wasn't he in the deadlock ability also?
Yeah, he was crouched, and then he got team flashed by his team, but then Nev came there to help him, and with the classic right click, they still managed to get those kills. But I just wanted to quickly talk about, I love that Trace is aware that Bilibili only have 1 sentinel, and therefore they can go for a bit more flanks, especially when you see that the Cypher's playing on C side. But Bilibili's still aware of that, and not letting Loking, who wants to go for a lurk there, not giving him anything.
Very forward position from Knight. He's gonna try something there. He will only find one before falling. It's also a Spectre that can be picked up by Martin.
I'm not 100% sure about that decision. Nevertheless, you can see Wisey is still here. They still don't want to let them get onto A side. Now, however, with the Spectre being picked up, still no shields from either side, and with the Sheriff, definitely potential for a couple of nice one-taps here. But it seems like Trace are just buying the time, especially with BLG having 3 players on A. They can probably just go somewhere else.
They're playing pretty slow right now, because even the kills that we saw on the A side of the map, it was triggered by BLG.
Exactly, Trace now grouping up with the Spectre now that they've picked up, destroying the first trip, but look at Omen, he's already here to help him. So the question is, with the 2 players, okay, that's a beautiful start, because they have no armor, that's an easy kill for Rusia, make it just 2, and the last 2 players are stuck in garage as Levius cleans them up. In the end, it didn't even matter, and Wisey, maybe, considering he's playing Neon, might just be able to pick up the Spectre.
And the rotation was even already arriving from C-Long, so absolutely not a chance for Trace this round, even though they found a kill pretty early in the round. The flash was very good also. The cover in the C side was perfect. The Marshal from defensive spawn and the Spectre more close in the middle of the site. It was perfect, and nobody from Trace was able to just enter the site.
Look at this spy. Okay, we only saw it for a second. It seems like, wait, after only 2 rounds, is this a timeout from Trace? That would be...
So.
Wow. Okay, I mean, to be fair, it is 10-4, so I get the idea, but don't you think that's maybe a bit too early? I'm not 100% sure.
I would agree that it's a bit early, but regarding the score, as you said, it's 10-4, so you do not have a lot of chances left. If they do not win the NT bonus, I think they're cooked, right? This is it for the first map.
And especially, I mean, also the fact that this was Trace's map pick, this seems crazy to me. Because you can see that they have some nice ideas, especially on that defense, where we could see a couple of nice plays and nice combination of utility. But it seems like BLG are just on top of them. And now Wisey buying an op in the 3rd round. Obviously, with the op, it doesn't matter if they have armor. It's just going to be a full one-shot. I love that play, considering you're 10-4 up. Even if they lose this, even if they lose the op, I feel like there's enough leeway for him to still get a lot of value later. But he will be the first one to take contact, and it's a beautiful first shot. And him playing on that Neon, he has an easy way to just get out of this. But it's a beautiful way to start the round.
And on top of that, he gets Sova, so no more recon, no more information for Trace. Is their only initiator because they're playing double Sentinel. That's a disaster.
Rusia once again. I mean, look at this gun. The guns. They have a Spectre, an Op, a Judge, a Stinger, a Sheriff. Not a single gun being doubled on this side. And Rusia obviously knowing that with the Judge he needs to play there. His teammate K9 just backing off, and Russia can stay in this corner. Hopefully just even getting one kill, not quite. It's an awful time for Fang Fang, at least a bit of damage done, but still in a 4v4 with them up as a retake, this is going to be difficult to approach for BLG.
This kill was crucial. If they lost in the short, I think they were done. But now they have a fighting chance. The operator is not that useful now that they know it's here. It will come from tower, obviously. Careful, careful, Fang Fang.
Oh, beautiful shot there. It's still a 3v3. They know that no one's flanking, basically, and now they know with YZ being only left with Neff with a Stinger who's already basically saving, maybe going into A to try to save a better weapon. YZ wisely, that also fits, deciding to back off and keep the off. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a very important kill for Neff, and he will get double-faced, but that's still quite enough considering this should have been a bonus with only 2 players from Trace surviving. That is something that I believe if you're BLG, you're happy with.
Definitely. I don't think they will be able to full buy next round, and BLG managed to save the operator, so that's a lot of value there. Yeah, I think BLG are pretty happy right now, and they are definitely in a good position to get a little step closer to victory.
Yeah. Considering the one rifle, the op that they managed to save. You can see once again Russia seemingly very fond of that judge, this time playing on the other side of the map, but still, considering you saw him once with the judge, so this time Trace will probably clear the corners a bit more thoroughly. As YZ got smoked off here, but decides to stay. If anything happens, he's got his teammates to help him, but they decide to not trade off of him. I'm not quite 100% sure about that decision, and that means that the op has now fallen.
And the smoke fading timing was not perfect for BLG, and they lose YZ and the operator there.
You can see the neural theft being used to find out that there are only 2 players on side and even on backside, so they have no problem with going in there. A beautiful dart and a beautiful combination of util to get that kill, and it seems like the last player, K9, has to just back out. 3v5. Okay, BLG. Surely then they don't go for another save. I mean, they don't even have the op. Seems weird.
And saving a judge. Maybe Russia will go and try to find something, but it looks like they're gonna save the 2 other guns, right? They will not be able to buy next round, so this could be a useful stuff for them. But very clean round from Trace, right? The only Funfun lost some health. The other players are just as healthy as they started the round.
Trace, especially with Kai getting that kill onto YZ in a position where he couldn't get traded by the other 2 players that were on side with him. I mean, that just shows you how important Kai is for this Trace team. Even picking up the op, and I don't know if you know anything about Kai, but if he's playing op, you have to be careful, because this guy just shoots bullets everywhere and somehow managed to hit all of them.
I will definitely watch him with the operator. We also saw that Russia was able to pick a gun up, so they have 3 saved weapons, which will offer them a very good round. And yeah, they will buy then. They will drop not full shield, obviously, for everyone, but this is a pretty good round, considering that they lost their first buy round.
YZ being pushed up on that A side, but Trace Esports just biding their time. They don't have too much pressure, especially with this op. Maybe they want to go for a bit of a first kill and then decide what they want to do. Seems like the op will be on C side, but Levius seemingly wise enough, unless he manages to shoot him exactly to that spot, in which case I think we have bigger problems than that. But no, just picking up the orb, one of the dimensional drift, and they can take the time.
Maybe Trace's spot were a little bit too cheeky, right? Because now BLG is able to have a full buy again. Maybe they should have pushed and tried to take them down, but obviously it's a difficult decision because you don't want to lose yours. And now they're against full gun once again. YZ with this very... Oh no!
It will be a trade from Kai, but it doesn't even matter. The damage is done. 4v2. Kai able to pick up a rifle there. Obviously with the op, not quite as easy to get onto site. And it seems like they want to do this, but the problem is, apart from K-Knight, Neff is there to help him with the one-way smoke as well. Beautiful shot there, and it is done. It is finally left onto Kai, who will just try to save this off. But look at Rusia. He wants this up, and he wants it badly. Just 15 seconds to save.
Yeah, they're going to try to find him, right? They don't want him to be able to save the weapon. We see that Rusia is coming in his back. First kill from Kai, but he reveals his position, so now they all know where he is, and he will be found by Rusia. No operator save for you.
Yeah, it seems like it is the exact same op that has been passed from generation to generation. First it started with YZ, then it got to Kai, then it got to Rusia, who just picked it up and now will probably give it back to Kai. So it seems like stealing the gun that got stolen from you, but a beautiful lineup from YZ. You could also wonder why they didn't quite clear this, and this is the beauty of inserting a player into there. And just like that, it seems like in 2 seconds, the round went from, well, who knows who's going to win, to, well, it's pretty clear.
Oh, that's, yeah. Kind of a loss for Trace, and now they have to do it all over again. And in this chaos, they find the first kill. YZ will fall first this time.
In this case, well, maybe not quite what you wanted to see there, with the Neon even using the ult and still getting immediately taken down. But you can see now Trace slowly getting onto the side. The first one is dealt with, but there's still 2 players on there. Levius 1 HP will see me get traded, and just like that, no, oh, never mind. Knight from behind, K-Knight from behind, already getting 2, and he has Antis Fury, and the spike has to be picked up. I don't know how. They have no option. K-Knight getting a beautiful 1-tap onto Kai. The drone tag, not quite spotting it, but it's a beautiful shot. K-Knight getting his team onto match point, seemingly from out of nowhere. I believe it was a 1v4. What an incredible play from the veteran on this team.
We talked about him in a little bit in the pre-show, but really he's an amazing player. K-Knight is just like, he showed right there how good of a player he is. He's not even scared. He has Hunter's Fury, and he still tried to find a duel. That the last 1v1 is just amazing, and he's so confident also.
Beautiful aim there. I mean, just look at the taps that he manages to get, especially onto Kai. And
even the coach doesn't believe it.
Exactly. And now Trace has a big problem, because 6-11, well, that's still pretty doable if you know what you're doing. But 6-12.
And Stingers.
Yeah, oh, that might just be the beginning of the end for Trace Esports on this map.
Maybe they can find something in the other one if this one does not go their way, because it took them a little bit of time to really wake up. The aftershock coming just after the teleportation, I think.
Annihilation being used to get Neff there. He will get... How does he manage to get out there? And he gets a kill! What is happening? You cannot let this happen, Trace! No! No way! No one falling from BLG, even the Hunter's Fury being used. And look at all the players. And it seems like at this point, it might just be a free defuse. They still want to get the last kill. And BLG, I mean, it looks so good for Trace, getting the Annihilation onto Neff, but they managed to get him out through the smoke. And it will, in the end, will be 13-6 for BLG, who managed to get their map win on the opponent's map pick. I mean,
yeah.
Wow.
Wild what you've seen from BLG, a very good map. They really started strong, right? Very strong start from them.
Hey, what can you say about that? It's heartbreak for Trace. It is heartbreak that they managed to lose the last 2 rounds in that fashion. But that is also, as you said, the thing that we're talking about, when K-Knight, seemingly in a position where he should probably only get 1, manages to get 4. So incredible from these players. But that being said, Trace, especially in the beginning of the half and beginning of the map, showing quite a bit of resilience. Now the question is, it was their map pick, now it's BLG's map pick. However, Trace completely dominated EDG the last time that they played it. So this just might be like a reverse map, where it seems like the teams always manage to win the other team's map pick. I don't know. But in this case, I'm all here for it, especially with BLG showing what they can do.
Definitely, I want the same thing. And what's interesting also is that I think both teams would have studied what the other team did on Icebox, right? that is very interesting because now they can try to counter strat. We see again what the placement from YZ there. It was amazing.
I mean, you can see incredible plays. I can't believe that K-Knight got this. A 1-tap onto Kai and then a 2-tap onto K-Knight. I mean, that has got to be the highlight as we listen into the key team comps for BLG.
保命，我们屁股有人，别放谁打赢了。两个左边拉出来了，还有，都是包打，包点，走左边，
爆能器落在
包点后，两个，
屁
屁股没人，包在左边，他们要双拉的。
还剩1名敌人。
有大招，左边，直接干死他。
YZ, the MVP of this game, and deservedly so, with more than 300 in ACS. I mean, you can see 7 first kills. The fact that he on Neon is doing such amazing job, and a 2.6 KDA. That means that for every time that he dies, he almost gets 3 kills. Even getting the 20 bomb there. I mean, incredible from YZ. What else can you say about him? Just so well played.
It was incredible in this game, a really good one from him, and he also won at least 1 round on his own for BLG, so that's good. You're happy if you do this as a duelist.
Exactly, and on the other side we can see Kai, also their duelist, so still it seems like in this case the player with the most impact on Trace. However, it was just not quite enough. Here we can see a couple of the stats. You can see, especially when it comes to the 3 flawless rounds from BLG and the clutch, which obviously is the 1v4 clutch from K-Knight, which was amazing. And also the fact that from 9 post plants, BLG managed to win 8. That means that pretty much every time BLG managed to plant the spike, the round was already won for them.
Yeah, the stats were amazing, right? On their side, a really good map. I think for Trace, it's gonna be a little bit hard to stay back into it because obviously they lost their map pick. So now they have to play on Bilibili as playground. So a little bit harder, and you have to expect that they will have studied your map, so they know what you're gonna play and they know what to expect, and now you have to surprise them.
That being said, it's now 1-0 for BLG, but we're gonna have to go on a short break here. Don't go anywhere. Thank you as always to all the supporters and to all you wonderful people watching the stream. It'll only be a couple of minutes, and then we're gonna have Icebox, which, considering how the last 2 teams have played on this map, should be a pretty good map. Welcome, you wonderful people, to the second map, Icebox of BLG versus Trace. So far, BLG have won the first map quite decisively. Before we give you a bit of a recap on map 1, I want to thank, as well as always, all the lovely people that are watching here, that maybe have subscribed or have donated to the stream. As always, you're very much appreciated. That being said, Kumquat, yeah, love it. Kumquat, can you give us, for the people that maybe just joined, a bit of a recap for what happened on map 1?
Definitely, I will do that. So the beginning of the map was really in the favor of BLG, right? They were very strong, very secure in their position, and Trace had a little bit of difficulty going into the game. The first half was won 8-4 from BLG, so we thought maybe it would be difficult for Trace in the second half. They lost the pistol, so it went up to 10-4. But then they managed to win some rounds, 10-6, but they fall in the end. A very good last round from BLG, and they won the first map, which was Trace Esports pick. So now Trace has to win on BLG's map pick.
Exactly, on a map that they have played, the last time that they played it, once again, a 13-3 against EDG. And now as we look at the comms, an almost mirror comm matchup, the Sova, the Viper, the Jet, and the Killjoy all being played from both sides. The only difference here being, interestingly enough, the Omen versus the Harbor. So it seems like BLG maybe using the, I mean, not maybe, they are using the Harbor Viper comp that Loud was so fond of a couple of years ago. But it seems like Trace, in this case, don't want to go for Harbor and are instead going for the Omen. But otherwise, basically the same.
Yeah, BLG are the one were sticking to Harbor on Icebox. So it's a different matchup than Trace had previously against EDG. There was no Harbor there. So they're gonna have to try something different, maybe find more adversity in this comp.
Yeah, who knows? And interestingly enough, we will have a full-on Jet versus Jet challenge from the two MVPs of the last game, that one being the team MVP Kai, and then the game MVP, the match MVP YZ. As we see, Trace will start on the attack. They use the first recon dart just to spot out, but you can see the Harbor wall immediately coming out from BLG.
Interestingly enough, Trace did play Harbor in the stage 2 against, and it was not EDG, so I don't remember which team it was, but yeah, they know this comp.
Joking, already finding the first one with only a classic, but now we'll find the Viper lurking on the other side. So it seems like without that option, Trace has to probably force themselves up on A side with however they can.
And yeah, they're trying to maybe run the time out a little bit, maybe make Bilibili think that they're rotating, but they're not. They're staying here. First kill is found, a second from Kai. And now they're trying to advance, plant the spike. But careful, Levius is still there. You have to bring him to the ground, and he will be down.
Unfortunately, getting spotted just there by the recon dart, so they knew exactly where he was. And now it's just down to Nev, who would have had a pretty good chance considering all 4 players from BLG were pretty low. Excuse me, from Trace were pretty low. But nevertheless, it will only be the one player falling on BLG's side. And considering that was the flank, that means that it was a pretty good side take.
A pretty good run on their side. They take a victory, which is what you want for the pistol.
They're up 1-0. Trace so far winning the pistol that they didn't have the chance to on map 1. So it will be their first pistol, at least for now. Hyang staying with the Sheriff, and the rest of them are gonna actually buy up. And YZ and Nev on the other side, the 2 players that are gonna have a Sheriff. So definitely a chance to get a couple of nice headshots there, but still Trace heavily favored in this round.
As soon as the Viper wall is up, we can see that all of BLG rotated towards the B side. So maybe be a bit careful, Trace, right? Because we know that there is some Sheriff on the other side. YZ and Neff have the dangerous weapon, and you know they can hit headshots.
We know that all the players are on B sides, however, apart from a couple of spans, they can't really do anything here. It will seem like Trace, though, has to wait for an opportunity to get onto side. It's a beautiful shot dart, and he almost gets taken down, but Low King still managed to get to YZ. That's the first Sheriff down. Go for the tap. But But so far, it seems like they just want to see if there's any other util being thrown from BLG.
It's a bit scary. Still 4 players standing strong from BLG. You have to find a shot. The Sheriff, you do not have Vandals or Phantoms, so the weapon advantage can be a bit tricky to play.
That's the idea of them trying to close up the space, but it doesn't matter in the end. The gun advantage is still heavily on Trace's side. K-Knights, unfortunately, picking the worst time to try to pick up a Sheriff. So the idea, once again, very nice from BLG, trying to use the harbor wall to at least manage to get a tap onto Spike and maybe even stick it. But Kai on the other side just pushing through it. He doesn't have any fear whatsoever, and that manages, you can see here, how he manages to open the round. And together with the recon dart from Bian, they managed to clean it up quite nicely. Once again, only one person falling, and now it is the bonus round for Trace Esports.
I did break a sweat a little bit at one point, but once they planted the spike, it was, I think, more easy to finish the round for Trace, and they do it. Now it's against full weaponized team that they have to play.
Only rifles for the side of BLG, and basically all of them on full armor. So Trace has to find a way onto the side. It seems like they want to go onto this A side with 3 players even waiting here. I don't quite know how they're going to approach this, but it seems like the first thing that they have to do is just dash through, and it's a beautiful shot from Kai, but he will be taken down, especially with the Nanostorm getting another kill there. But Trace Esports, okay, with Low King getting a beautiful shot there, beautiful kill, will finally get traded, but it's left on a 2v2.
They still have Bulldogs, not managing to get any weapon. But the kill is found, the lineup, but it's not enough. The bonus round for Trace Esports, and they look strong this time. The good start is on the side.
I mean, what can you say about it? And that shows you also the difference between, as we said, the double controller with Harbor as opposed to Omen. And Omen with the TP onto the top side, you can see there, manages to get the kill with the Stinger because obviously he's a bit more close range. And then Martin able to get the last 2 kills. Trace Esports winning their bonus. I believe even managing to pick up a couple of guns from the teammates, from the enemies. And that is a dominant way to start this map.
No timeout for now from BLG. They will keep going. It's still the start. They're confident after their 13-6 win on Trace Esports map. But careful. We know that this team is pretty good also, and they can surprise you, definitely.
Young using the Owl drone just to clear a bit of space. I don't think Nev got necessarily spotted here. He already used his first molly just to waste a bit of time. As we can see, the other teammates are slowly getting around there, and now finally will spot, I believe, 2 or 3 enemies. Will wisely back down, considering he only has a Sheriff. And Trace, once again, fully grouped up, and it seems like they just trust their guns, they trust their team play, that they can force their way onto this B side.
What's interesting is... Okay. What's interesting is that they did not trust information because the rotation did not go as soon as he spotted a player. So now the spike has been planted and they have to play retake.
Once again, it seems like something similar to the second round that we saw. In this case, maybe with the Guardian a bit more spam potential, but once again, Kai going for this aggressive peek and finding a kill through the smoke. And in this case, once again, the Trace just cleaning up everyone. And BLG feeling like they have to just push through the smokes. Unfortunately, behind the smokes, well, you've got 5 players for Trace waiting for you and just cleaning everything up. And it's a 4-0. What a dominant start from Trace.
I mean, playing the retake on this side without utility, without guns, it's like you're going to war without weapons, right? So very hard. Even there was smoke, so they have to push, they have to try something. They do not have anything to save. You just go forward and pray, but prayers were not enough for BLG. But apparently the ones for Trace Esports are working right now.
Exactly. I mean, especially considering the last start. And interesting, from the shadows being used from Low King, I don't think it was spotted. You can see Nev trying to see where he TP'd, but they don't expect that it was basically in mid. So Low King has the chance to get a free kill, and that is just like that. And the B side is once again completely open. BLG, even though they have guns, are forced to place a retake. At least they get one, so it's a 4v4. Excuse me, make it a 4v3. And finally, we see some retaliation from BLG, who just have full control of this B side.
At least they did not lose the spike on side, so that's one thing on their side. They can still try to play the map. They are one player down, but it's not completely lost. We can see that the site will be completely cleared by the player from BLG, so now they know that the rotation is probably there and they will run towards this A site.
Fang got spotted out, but that doesn't quite give you enough information about what the rest of them are doing. Obviously, the Viper, you suspect that she's just trying to go for a kill there, especially when you're down 3-4. The other two players will not get spotted by the Owl drone. They obviously have to do some noise, and so using some utility. In the end, they will know that it's the A site. But how do they approach this retake?
It will be the wall from Harbor. They're gonna go quite fast, trying to take to outpace Tracy's company. Looks to work. Only Feng Feng left, and it will not be his round. Not being able to clutch 1v3 the first round for BLG. Finally, they put something on the board.
That shows you not only why having guns is better than having a classic, not only in the sense that it does way more damage, but just the spam potential that you have, because in this case, I believe the 2 kills that they got were just, I mean, okay, that is a nice shot, but the rest, you cannot get those with a classic. So you can see the advantage of having a full economy does, which manages to get them the first round. And they hope for it to be first of many, and Trace Esports still, however, look at their own full util. They can go for the full rifles, they have the knives, even for Kai here, and they want to continue their lead.
I feel like they're in the same spot that BLG previous map. Like, they have a pretty good economy, so even if they lose a few rounds, they can still buy. And now it's not looking like they're gonna lose, because the first kill is get by Luo King.
Exactly, a beautiful shot onto YZ, just being aware of the fact that they can push out. Normally they use the recon dot just to clear close, but with the harbor wall being used, you can see it's still on the minimap. On that A side, they knew that something was fishy. And well, if it smells like a fish, looks like a fish, it's probably a fish. In this case, it will be Levius trying to do something, but he will get spotted by Kai, who gets a beautiful right click. So that those other knives gone, but it doesn't even matter, even getting a bit of spam onto Nev, but not quite the kill. Beautiful shot from Nev. I don't know how he managed to got that, but it's a beautiful trade as well. So in the end, a 2v4, and this was the position that we saw Trace Esports in on Haven. In this case, it will be BLG, who in a 2v4 will have to go for the save.
I didn't get that. Kai knew that he was there. He pushed the smoke without a flash or anything, and he finds the kill. That's just amazing from him. It's not enough though. The round will still go to Tracy Sport because K-Knight and Russia will save the guns for the next one. So yeah, 1 round in for BLG, but they don't manage to close it and to continue the climb.
Actually 5 rounds now for Trace Esports. That is a statement. But you're completely right about the kill from Nev. I want to see that now in the replay, because he also went out of smoke facing a completely different direction. So he had to go for that 90-degree flick. I want to go that. It's a nice shot from Kai, and you can see the trades upon trades. What? That is crazy. Fang Fang is very lucky there to get the trade through the Viper wall, through the Viper smoke. But the result will be the same nonetheless. Still, full economy for Trace Esports, and BLG's economy is looking fragile.
They're suffering right now. Only no full shield at all, only small shields on their side. So yeah, they're trying to find something to maybe best T Trace Esports, but right now it's not looking like this.
Russia was able to pick up the old orb, so that will be 1 more for the Harbor ult. But nevertheless, the once again, for the team that is losing, the ults are not looking too bad. You have the Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury, and then obviously the YZ Knives and Neff Viper's Pit almost basically also online. So that is one advantage that they have. And Bilibili maybe want to copy something from Trace, because if they combo these ults very well, they might just have their advantage. Trace gets spotted out, Trace, but it seems like this A side, this A take will not get stopped unless YZ has something to say about it. No, he drops now.
It looks like they want to try to play this side. After losing Kai, they prefer the rotation. It's only one player on the B side for now. So maybe they could find something, maybe an opening to plant the spike at least. As you said, there are very valuable ultimates available from BLG, so even if the spike is planted, it will still be hard to defend it.
It seems like with the triple phase, there's no chance. Hunter's Fury even coming out, and then Low King has a chance to get something from behind, but it will only be the one as he gets immediately traded, and Martin is the last one left in the middle, will get one for his troubles, but nothing more. And you're right, the Hunter's Fury being used together with the rest of this team, and I mean, we're talking about how BLG, how maybe they should fight for B main, but so far, especially in these last couple of rounds, feels like the retakes have always had a good plan and they've always managed to pull it off.
And what's interesting also is that they did not have to play the lockdown, so they keep one ultimate, only Hunter's Fury is needed. And I feel like these ultimates maybe is what kept Trace Esports a little bit out of aid. Did not play as aggressively as they did before. They hesitated and it was their demise. And we see now that BLG are starting to try some aggressive plays.
But look, Fang is ready for it. He will spot down Rushia. He gets the first one. That's a nice shot to YZ. Wisely has to back out of this, and Trace Esports will get the first one. I'm not 100% sure about this, because Bilibili, if they now want to get this one, okay, YZ gets the fourth, gets one more. Now it's a 4v4, now it's way more doable. But the spike will nevertheless be planted down. Now the question is, you can see the lockdown there already being used. And Kai wanted to push this almost. But he has to get out of this at some point.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to do. He's going to push. What? He pushes the smoke and he finds the double. He will be traded in the end by YZ, but what an amazing play from him.
Incredible, getting two there and then even breaking the lockdown, helping his team. And now you can see Trace is aware that no one is on the spike. However, that's a good kill from YZ. The Viper's Pit being used just for a bit of cover while defusing the spike. The first tap will come in. Let's see this point. He's trying to go for the full stick while YZ is trying to cover him. And at this point, it's the what? What? What a straight transfer, an ace from YZ. Okay, I'm left speechless. I cannot say anything. What was that kill? Okay, he was 1 HP, but still incredible. Just verticality. He just looked up in the sky and got another kill. I don't know how he did that, but holy my gosh.
And yeah, this early play from Feng was really, really good. Clearly, Bianc has a good brain, right? He knows what he's doing. And we see again the transfer from YZ. It's amazing. How many dead match do you need to like go to this level?
Okay, interestingly enough, BLG are the ones that take a timeout after having won that round, but obviously maybe the coach not quite confident now, confident about the way that they won it, considering YZ had to get an ace. But I also wanted to say, if there's any player that I trust to cover me while I'm defusing, it is YZ. What an incredible play. And it seems like BLG, however, seemingly, since they're quite a bit behind still, 2 rounds, they want to use this timeout to try to get an advantage on this defender side.
The rest of the half, I think, should depend on the economy that Trace have right now. I don't know if they still have enough to buy. I would say so. So yeah, if they can still buy, they can still put more points in. And it will be the case, yeah, they can have a full buy still, and they should be able to still buy another round, at least a low buy, so it's it's starting to get difficult for them.
Interesting nano swarm lineup from from Martin there, just to seemingly break a turret, but in this case the turret was not there. A bit unfortunate there. But Nev now holding for this push. You can see a bit more aggressive. White at least now decides to back off. Turret will be broken in mid, so a bit of pressure also, and it's a nice shot from Rusia, who's just one left of the harbor ult, and Trace once again has to play from a 4v5.
A difficult start of the round for Trace. They lose their post-plant abilities.
F is just ready to spam here. They just wants to wait for the tap. But BLG also don't have any other ults, so they have to probably wait for this harbor wall to come back up, or for this Viper wall. Until then, they're just gonna bide their time.
So many players from BLG. 4 players at the defense already. It will be so difficult to plan the spike for Trace. They're pushing, but sorry, BLG's there. They are greeting you with pleasure. The 4 kills in a few seconds. It's a flawless for Bilibili.
Well, that just happened. I mean, Trace, I like the idea of going for an aggressive push. Unfortunately, Kai decides to use his Cloud Burst basically where the enemy was standing. So he just dashed into where he thought it was safe, but exactly where the enemy was standing. So it's a quick cleanup from the side of BLG here. And now, considering it was 1v5 at some point, now it's 4-5. And the numbers are slowly closing in.
What looked like a very good attack side from Trace at the beginning is starting to, fumble a little bit. We can see that BLG are starting to show some life and definitely looking more strong than ever.
Again, the olds. YZ here, okay. And Fang getting taken down, that's the spike. Not the spike, that is the lurker. The spike is with Bianc, who is just waiting for Neff to peek there, but it seems to me that he's just gonna wait there and just play for info.
It's so difficult for Trace. It's the second round in a row that they start with 1 less player. So it's a bit difficult to maneuver on the side. They have to find something, but yeah, Naf will not give them the duel that they want. He will just stay here, cover the side.
He's still the only one here. Yes, the molly will be used, maybe to delay a bit, but you can see the Omen TP can still be used. Now the problem is that he's stuck on side. I don't think he got spotted. It seems like he wants to push to it, and he gets a beautiful timing there, as well as Kai. And just like that, once again, it seems like in a blink of an eye, the entire enemy team has just gone away, just gone from existence, and Neff picking up a 4K to equalize and get us to a 5-5 scoreline.
I don't know what's happening. The momentum has completely shifted. BLG are unrecognizable from what we've seen from them in the beginning of the half. Now they're just rolling over Trace. They cannot do anything. They start the round with a player less, and even after, they're not able to do anything. The timeout, I think, is needed, definitely.
Yeah, you can see... But also, once again, an interesting timing because there are only 2 rounds left for this side. And I mean, I presume that the coach notes are going to be for these last 2 rounds. Otherwise, it would maybe be a bit too much information. But both of these teams still have 1 more timeout left, so maybe using it right now wouldn't be too much of a worry, especially if you have the chance to go up 7-5 here. Because the difference between going up 7-5 and going down 5-7, that... in this caliber of players, that could be the difference between a winner or a loss.
Yeah, it's the pistol round, right? If you're 5-7, you're like, okay, I need this one. Otherwise, it would be more difficult. But yeah, if you lose the pistol round and it's 9-5, all of a sudden it starts to be a big gap between the 2 scores.
Trace esports coach trying to stop the bleeding, considering they have now lost 4 rounds in a row after having won 4 rounds in a row. So these last 2 will seemingly decide how it's gonna go.
And also, they cannot buy. First round, I think that Trace cannot have a full buy. It's stingers all over the roster. They will be spotted by the drones. Billy, they know where Trace's spot here is. They're all there. The flank is even there with YZ. What can you do, Trace? You do not have weapons. You do not have information. You do not have space. You have nothing left. You're just an animal in a cage. You have to go forward, you have to advance, but you cannot do anything.
Even getting caught in the TP there for Low King. And I love the adaptation of BLG, of them being like, okay, now listen to me, look at their buy. They also have this timeout as well, obviously, since they called it. And now let's do something to counter that. And this was the first round where actually YZ basically fully sprinted into their spawn. And with the timing being so unpredictable, and him, I believe, even jumping above the alarm bot so he didn't get spotted, getting an easy kill there, even popping the knives, maybe not quite needed there, but it doesn't even matter. Now 5 rounds in a row for BLG.
Love seeing the coach so happy, right? They're like, oh yeah, good one, good play, team. Well done. And well done, they did. BLG only 1 round left before switching sides. And really, they look... I don't know, they totally changed faces, right?
Okay, not even having the op here. Oh, no. Wow, interesting. Okay, he bought an op, but also bought a rifle. So seemingly he can swap at any time. Obviously, if he has the money, it doesn't even matter. The From the Shadows being cancelled. And it looked from Trace, he TP'd into their own spawn. So they would think that someone's behind them, but then he cancelled it and he's now back to his team. So maybe putting a couple of question marks as we try to go into the site.
The kunai, it's not enough against YZ. A double, quick double. It's heavily answered by Trace. They managed to find 3 kills of their own. And now all of a sudden it's a 2v2.
Trace know that the other 2 players are on the other side. Now this being the last round, they is basically a Moo round, must use ults. And Fang, however, being on 17 HP, using the Viper's Pit. Seems like any stray bullet could just take him down.
We'll go for it. I know YZ is gonna cross, but is awaited by Fun. The kill goes towards Trace, and it looks like maybe they have done it.
I like the idea of trying to take the timing. Maybe the enemy's not expecting you there, but the point still stands. You still have 1 teammate waiting for you, so maybe it would be wiser to just wait for him as well and then go in together. The Hunter's Fury already being used and Livius gets caught down, even though he is not even on the spike. That is just unfortunate, down to 70 HP. So now he can get spammed himself, and that is seemingly not going to be the case. He gets the first one, and Fang is down to 17 HP, but he also gets spotted by the turret. Oh, in the end, it is 6-6. Both of these teams on equal footing as we reset for the next map, for the next half. But I mean, there is a world when the turret gets the kill onto Fang, and then while on 1 HP, Martin is able to get the spike and to defuse the spike. So once again, a bit of chaos there.
It was a close one, definitely. Almost a win for BLG. But the first kill was very cool. And the fact that he was in the Hunter's Fury, even though he was not on the spike, also was just priceless.
I mean, that could... I don't think it would have made the difference because of the decay of the Viper's Pit, but nevertheless, I mean, I honestly, if the turret had a different timing for when the turret shoots the gun, this could have just been a difference, as we make the difference, as we see a bit of a meme cam here. They're trying to make... I don't even know what that hand position is. This is like... It's a mix of like, look at me, and at the same time, like, look at this. I don't know, this feels like when you have a small child, it's more like, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah, okay, I get that.
It's a meme, yeah, so... we can.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Wait. I need to...
An ace! Again! What are you doing?
How did you let me ace here? I mean, surely you should have killed me at some point.
Yeah.
Once again, shout out to the lovely audience there.
Don't you have guns or anything?
I mean, it's an ability shooter. Use abilities, you know.
Ah.
Nevertheless, 6-6 as we go on to the second half. It's seemingly equal footing. Let's see, I love all these signs showing their love and appreciation. I mean, you can see first one for YZ and the second one for Kai. So a lot of love for both of these teams. And I mean, it makes sense. They're probably the best teams in the region so far, and also the most popular if you discount EDG. And now Trace has to find something on their attack side. Defense, excuse me.
A very close map that we have here. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot of a show. It's a BO3 and BLG is already a map up. So if they win here, they win the series.
Map up and a player up as Kai gets taken down, and even with Low King being spotted there, I love that he didn't peek off the turret, but he had the one before that. With the Sheriff being able to use that, and YZ with the Frenzy just running it down. And yes, they lose one player, but at this point it's just deja vu. 2v4 retake while the spike is planted.
You have a ghost on Lua King, maybe do some damage. It's only pistols, so you can always try something. It can happen. The first kill will be picked up by Martin. So it's a 2v3 now.
Not being used on the spike here, but look at Rushi. He's well aware of that, but it doesn't even matter. Now 2v2, it's looking dangerous, but Levius takes down Low King, and he has to peek into two people. Levius getting a 3k with the Sheriff. And I mean, that's something that I like that a lot of teams have realized at this point. I feel like Killjoy is one of the only agents who is not a duelist, where it's okay if you pick a Sheriff at pistol. Because the most important util is the turret, and you already have that for free. And that allows you to do plays like these, where everyone is basically just 2 body shots away from death. And that helps him get that 3k onto that round, and win another pistol here for BLG, the third one so far in this series.
A good round for the Killjoy. As you said, a good investment in the first round, and now it's the second one. So BLG finding the second pistol where Trace took the first one. So now it's 1 for 1.
Turret spotting down Martin there, who just wanted to go for a bit of an info peek. Interestingly, Fang Fang wanted to go for a bit of an updraft play there. Not finding info so far in BLG. They know that they can take their time. Maybe Evil just trying to kill Martin, who's spawning there, but why is he just going for the jump up? The only damage so far is maybe from the turret, but nothing else.
They're starting to put their attention toward B, leaving only YZ in this A site. Maybe they think that Trace would try some push, some kind of aggressive push, but it's not the case. The stack, the gamble stack is on A side, so it's not the good one. Only Martin there to greet the BLG squad. They're rotating again!
Just one player left on Trace here, with the other 4 players waiting on the A side. With Martin now being taken down, the free site is completely for free. YZ trying to see if he can pick up some players here, but also he doesn't want to lose the Bulldog, so he has to be aware of his positioning.
I think it's the first outlaw that we've seen this series.
Could be.
Yeah, it was not played that much. Some teams love it, but yeah, we have not seen it that much. I think it's the first time right now. We've seen a Marshall already, but no outlaw, and it shows its value.
Yeah, I mean, especially since they didn't have to buy anything. YZ now with his Bulldog wants to go for a couple of kills here. He gets the first one, but now that he's a bit lower, maybe a bit too overeager, getting taken out by the by the Classic, but in the end it doesn't even matter. Low King, the only one left, manages to pick up the Bulldog, okay, but tries to go for a kill for it, and in the end, 3 players are surviving from BLG, and I believe the Outlaw might as well be picked up, which could be a great advantage, considering they now go into the bonus.
I love that we also saw the huge difference in characters between BLG and Trace, because BLG loves standing up and just celebrate the winning rounds, where I think Trace, we did not see them being that much expressive, right? They mostly stay concentrated.
8-6 now. All in favor of BLG. In Trace, they love just these aggressive pushes. This time it's not even only Kai, it's Low King helping him there, but he gets spotted out. Kai, however, does not, but he still needs to get out of here. Oh, that updraft could have been dangerous, but nevertheless, no damage found. But he wants to go again for it. He keeps pushing. This guy doesn't know when to stop.
He stops only when the whole team is down, and for now it's not the case. But careful, because the Outlaw is still there and you have lost a lot of HP, Kai. I think he can get one shot now.
Yes. Just barely, but you can see, like, I love how aware Billy Gaming is just to not peek this guy, knowing that he might have been pushed up once again. And the dart not even spotting him out. Now that could be dangerous.
The bait was perfect. Rushia behind the block, and there is Wisey to pick you up.
Kai falling down, but it's a quick trade, and now both of the Jets are down and out. One player spotted from the dart, considering it was shot. Now, if they want to go for this plant, they first need to contend with the Snowstorm. But it still should be a plant down here.
You can just use the shield with Arbor, right? So they will be able to have a more open plant, which is a little bit more difficult to defuse also for Trace.
Nice shot from Neff there. Even though a headshot, he didn't even need to do that. And with Levius from the backside. How many times have we seen a 2v4 retake? At this point, way too many. And Martin and Bianc, they should go for the save, but can they even? Martin can do so. He is very lucky that it was only a Phantom on the other side who manages to not quite get the one tap. But nevertheless, the round is basically already over.
Even though they found the first kill, it's there's not enough time, unfortunately, for Trace, so they have to concede one more point towards BLG, and now they're starting to close towards the end of this game, right? Trace's bot has to answer at some point. It was so well played by them there.
They know their strength of the weapons. They know that obviously with an Outlaw he shouldn't push. He's just going to wait for other people to peek into him. And considering they have so many smokes on both of these sides, at some point someone has to push through a smoke. And in that case, you can see he's just waiting for it and just able to take your head off. As straight once again, the Trace once again, seemingly a bit of a panic call here. Last time it was 10-4, I believe. This time it's a bit closer. But nevertheless, they want to stop the bleeding before BLG manages to get any more.
It looks like BLG found the answer against Trace, because they were so strong in the beginning of the map. But now, I think they've lost. There was like 5-1, so and now it's 9-6.
It's the same that happened on the first half.
Yeah.
In that case, it was Trace winning the first 3 rounds and then snowballing to getting basically almost 5 in a row. And now Billy has the option, the chance to do the exact same, which would be devastating for Trace.
They used the last time out, so maybe this one will bring more results than the previous one. Which was, I think they lost after what? Yeah, but now you have no choice. It's the second map. You already lost the first one, so you have to win this one. The bonus round was also won by BLG, so that's not a good sign.
9-6, and Trace is on a low buy with only 2 hero rifles, 2 rifles that they've managed to save from last round. Otherwise, a couple of sheriffs mainly, but that's it. However, that's a good first kill from Martin, but the rest of the center decide to go in, but it's a 3k, and even though he gets taken out in the end, it doesn't even matter. The damage is done. Billy in a 2v4. What else?
They tried something there, but it was a bit too much. The double with Kai Sheriff. I feel like Trace just waited and Billy brought them a win. Like, okay, I see you're struggling. There you go. But yeah, it was a bit too much. And there was this Phantom that had been saved. A really good triple from Martin. Very, very good run from him. Oh my god, so clean.
Kai is one of those people where he doesn't need anything above a Sheriff because he just has, okay, I mean, to be fair, he got a crazy straight transfer with the Phantom there that last round, but still, his precision with the Sheriff is unmatched in this round.
He's definitely a headshot type and not a spray croucher.
Hunter's Fury being used, excuse me, the Harbor ult, but it seems like they want to fight through this. Low King getting 2 before getting traded out, and now Kai has to be careful because of the ult, but he gets his first one. And now it's not a 2v4, it's only 2v3, but make it a 2v2 as YZ gets the kill onto Kai. But Nev being quite low HP, they still have more than a minute. They can just wait for this, especially with the lockdown now coming out.
The lockdown, we gain some time. On still 1 minute to play, so a lot can be done in this time. For now, it looks like BLG are trying to maybe rotate. A lost bullet for YZ.
YZ has a chance to get an important kill here, but he doesn't. Martin, who has been so crucial these last couple of rounds. Now Neff, love the idea of going up there with the wall, but however, you still have 2 people greeting on the other side. And it will be Fang being like, hello, well, now you're dead. And now on 8 rounds for Trace, considering at one point it was 9-6, now 9-8 is way more closer and way more doable.
This time the timeout paid off. Definitely, they're back in the game. Only 1 round separating them from BLG. And I think also the economies should start being a little whipped for BLG.
That is a very good point, considering they've lost a couple of rounds in a row. And it seems like, I mean, also considering it's quite equal for both of these teams so far, only being 1 round down. I feel like this has the potential where the first team to get 2 wins in a row is just going to destroy the enemy's economy so much that they have the chance to just snowball the entire map. And that is the reason why BLG decides to go for another timeout here, which is interesting because at 9-8, none of these teams will have a timeout unless it goes to overtime.
I love that they're not losing time to use this timeout, right? The first opportunity you have, you lose like 2 rounds and you use it. The coaches are really with their team. They don't want to let them feel lost in the game, I think. So as soon as you're starting to lose, they just stop time and explain maybe how things should be done.
The last timeout for both of these teams in the last map. And both of these teams were not the last map. It's still the second map. I don't know why I said last map. It feels like they've just been playing for such a long time, and I've seen. Okay, now once again the messaging. Well, I see you again in 5 hours. 22-22. Now, but 9-8, and in this case, you're completely right. BLG are the ones that have to go for a bit of a low buy here.
Not full buy, yes, but they will still invest something. So, notably, YZ has this Vandal, and he's gonna try to push toward middle. Getting into kitchen, no one's there. There is a turret, so he will be spotted if he goes too far.
All drones being used to already spot him even before the turret has a chance to, so the turret also will not be destroyed, and they get the dash from YZ, who has to back off. He's now one of the 2 people with the rifle. Russia joining him, but it seems like Russia... BLG are just waiting for anyone to maybe push them and go for a bit of a kill there. It seems like they don't want to go on site yet before they have a clear advantage.
They're trying to find, I think, maybe a duel, a kill, or at least information. For now, they don't really know anything except the drone that they've seen in the middle. That's all they know. They have no idea how many players are where on the map, so they have to go blind.
Lockdown being used from Levius. Interesting choice in this low buy. The dart as well, but look at this corner. It will not get cleared, and that means the Slow Kings manages to get 2 kills before getting taken down. I feel like you should be aware of that, looking at the minimap. Nevertheless, Rusia has a chance to get the kill onto Fang, but with only 10 seconds, the other 2 players have to force their way through the site, and you've got Martin here waiting for you.
No time. Yeah, he has to, so it's lost. They know, Martin knows that he has to plant, and he will not be able to.
Well. Look at both of these teams. This is the reason why these teams are so good. They are getting toe-to-toe on each other. Yes, they have a couple of streaks here and there. Maybe they will win a couple of rounds in a row. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. We're back to 9-9, completely even for both sides.
I think Trace would like to be the first team to beat Billy Gaming in the group stage. It has not been done yet. They didn't lose a lot of map also. I think they only lost one against JDG. So, yeah. Not a lot of teams able to beat Billy.
Especially considering there's just 3-0. And if they win this, it would be 4-0. Which basically makes them unstoppable in the eyes of the people. And I believe it is, if they win this, they're basically for sure getting the first place for the group.
Probably. I would. You have 5 games, so yeah, 4-0 is definitely a good score. But for that, they have to beat Trace, and they're struggling a little bit now. For the past few rounds, Trace has been one step further. They're gonna try to push, but the cover from Funfun, the triple, can he get the 4th one? He will not, but the work is done.
Well, and would you guess it? We're left in a 2v4.
But then, this time it's a retake with 4, so that's a little bit easier for Trace.
Yeah, unless Kano has something to say about it, but he will get traded. And a bit whiffy there from Martin. But in the end, I don't think it's gonna matter. It's 1v2, he knows where both players are, but Kai's up is just on one. And after a long time, Trace Esports have regained their lead.
And they stay so focused, not a smile on their face. 4 rounds in a row, and they do not even smile, they're just focusing on the kills, on the shot, on the team play, and it seems to be working for them.
Definitely. You're right, I mean, if it's 4 players retaking, definitely a bit easier than when it's 2, especially when you consider that none of those have smokes, so they have to somehow try to get the spike down and then defend it while being planted. So, but now Billy going for a bit of more an aggressive play. Seems like now they also have lower guns, but you cannot count them out. YZ and K-Knight, both with rifles.
But they're playing all in the same space. We can see that Martin is already trying to push a little bit towards mid. So they have to be quick. They have to plant the spike quickly. It will be done, but no kill has been get.
So far.
Yeah.
We saw in his eyes that he wants to go for the kill, but he decides to just wait patiently. That being said, they now can go for this, and the Viper Spit now being used, and look at all the 5 players from Billy. They have to walk their way through this, and with Fun just holding the side down, he doesn't even have a chance. A beautiful shot from Rusia, and that is a Viper Spit down, but have a look at Kai. He's just dominating everyone on the other side, and the other 2 players are so far away. The Hunter's Fury, yes, it's being used, but the spike is still ticking down.
It's holding, it will be diffused, I think.
Yes, easily so. And it is 11th round from Trace Esports. They now have managed to get a couple of rounds in a row, which, considering that BLG already needed to save the last one, I wonder if they probably have to save this one again, or at least go for another weird buy.
Maybe we're going to map 3, right? Trace is really standing strong on this second half.
Definitely YZ, we can still not count them out, but in this case, unfortunately, it's just not quite enough to get this. And now Trace, 2 rounds away from getting up, from getting us to the 3rd map, which would be Ascent.
Okay, they're trying to put some activity in the middle there. Last round, they all focused towards B, and now they're switching things a little bit.
Harbor ult being used, the drone being spotted down. Kai still gets a kill, however, before the Harbor ult finds him. Spike being planted inside the cove, so the AWP will not get any damage, but Bian will get some damage himself. Cole's even broken down, and now 2v5, he has to use the Viper Spit just to try to get something here. But the shorty's tried to greet him, but it doesn't find anything. And now it's a 2v3 with the Viper Spit.
At least the operator is a bit harder to use in the Viper Spit, right? So this weapon should not be as useful as before. A good pick from Lucia. It's now 2v2.
Martin even spotted down, and you're right, it's left to one with the op who gets just spammed down. And gotta be honest, when he used the Viper's Pit and it was a 2v5, I'm like, okay, maybe it's a bit of a Hail Mary, but surely they don't win this. Well, both players survived. In a 2v5, that is unfortunate for Tracy Sport.
We see again this Arbor ult that was more cosmetic than useful because it did not even leave the site, and Guy found a kill at the same time. So yeah, a bit of a miss there, but at least Viper's ultimate was a bit more useful.
A bit more useful. I mean, it helped them with the round. Definitely very much useful. 10-11, BLG has won once again, but Kai still able to keep another op for this round. We've seen him be so good with these ops, seemingly always getting the first kill.
BLG are not giving anything. Even if they lose this map, it will still have been a very close map. So they still have a chance to get the win here. We see that Trace are pushing towards mid, but they're a bit cheeky about it.
BLG just taking their time, looking, going for an interesting mid smoke here just to take away information. He will get spammed down to quite low, but he's still alive and still kicking. But with the spam here and the players spotted, seems like BLG knows, excuse me, Trace knows that BLG are gonna go A side. Ooh, almost.
I wonder why they left Neff on the other side, so they're only 4, it's 30 seconds, so they cannot rotate? Okay, they will try to, but Trace will know it because there's no time, so they have to be rotating, so they are rotating also! And the greeting comedy will be there!
Martin still has a Nano Swarm, which unless gets broken, wastes a lot of time. Yeah, you can see it's being used in 10 seconds. They don't have the spike! What is happening, BLG? You need to do something! But the time is over! And Trace manages to get us to match points. 10-12, just one round away from Ascent.
It was a bit of a miss round there from BLG. I think they got lost a little bit in what they wanted to do. And the choices were not the best one in the end. They do not manage to plant the spike. It was a little bit too late for them. And the Nano Swarm were really annoying. So yeah, match point. Map point, sorry, not match. For Trace.
Oh, nice try, nice try, nice try.
Only one round away from getting us to the decider map. But BLG still not out. Obviously, you can see the economy is not looking too great for them, but with YZ, with his knives, he's still as deadly as ever.
Why did Knight lost the shield points? Oh, maybe it's from the previous round, yeah. Not much, only 8 shield points, so should be fine for him. You're back against the wall now. You have to win this one.
BLG, excuse me, BLG going for a bit of fake pressure onto that A side. It seems like they're gonna back off because of the drone, but the B hit will come in now. Oh, trying to spam a bit with the knives. I'm not 100% sure about that, but Fang is stuck with 3 bullets, and he will get taken down by BLG with his classic. And now, finally, it will be the numbers advantage for BLG. It has been a long time.
No more bullet for Fun. So he loses his duel. Number advantage, as you said. The kunai are available for YZ. Also, you find the first one, but is traded almost instantly by Luo King.
Try to push through this, but however, BLG is just there waiting for you. And Kai's the only one left. 11-12. And considering BLG still have 2 ults left, for this next round, for this decider round, it seems like we might just be going overtime.
It could be, yes. Is it pressure? Because Trace were playing so good in the last rounds, but now they fumble a little bit, and BLG managed to find a victory of their own. A very good one.
Nice try from Kai there with his knives, but it seems like YZ's knives were just better in that case. BLG, you can see, they know they're just one round off from overtime, so they want to put all that they have into this. You can see already the harbor ult being used. In this case, Kai is not given any chance to get a kill with the ult. Except from YZ.
Precise, finding the headshots. It's a 5v4. You have to be careful because there's a lot of... At least one player has been taken. They're trying to defuse, but Rushia is not okay with it. A triple for him.
46 HP and just a dream and nothing more. In a flawless fashion, BLG manages to win this round. Almost not even a single lick of damage. And that is why it's so important to be able to combo these ults together. You can see the Harbor ult to get onto side to stop Kai from being able to do some weird shenanigans with the op that he usually does and somehow always manages to get one. And then using the lockdown as a counter lockdown, but also then to keep the side control, obviously. And then, I mean, beautiful re-clear. While they were trying to defuse the spike, you can see the Cove even slightly missing there, which allows him to get the kill on the Fang Fang, and Kai just has to wait outside of the lockdown. 12 to 12.
It's a little bit of breaking for Trace because they had such an amazing half, and in the end, it was not enough. BLG, being BLG, they will not fall that easily. The last map they lost, I think it was a 15-13. So, yeah, they're definitely battling until the very end.
Both of these teams know what overtime feels like. 2 rounds in a row stand between you winning this map. YZ going for an interesting push onto A. Once again, seemingly a bit of an insertion here. Try to give them info that they're not here, and that means that look at the 3 players on B side. I mean, do you really want to go here, Trace?
It's 1 or 2 chances there, and YZ's push is also a victory. It waited longer than his opponent and wins the duel, so it's a 5v3 now.
Make it a 5v2, just 2 players left. Between map point for BLG. It is Fang Fang and Bianc.
What do you do in this situation for Trace? you have no time. Yeah, you have no time. You have no number. You just have to wait. The wall will go down, and there's pro player in front of you. He will find one because he's an amazing player, but he will not be able to find more. And yeah, it's map point for BLG.
That's why
that's
why YZ's positioning was key. The fact that he only not got a kill there, but then he drops down, you can see it there, and then he basically has full A control. That means that they needed to go through B, which unfortunately, when you have 4 defenders on site and you're stuck in a 2v4 with 20 seconds and you have to walk through a smoke, I mean, it was over before it even started. And you can see now that we're actually in overtime, BLG decide to use their timeout to just try to get them for this 2-0 win.
They're not leaving anything to chance. It is the round, and they want to close this series right now. They have the chance. Trace had 2 chances, and they did not take it. So now maybe Bilibili will be able to do it. They will be this time on attack, the side that they struggle a little bit with. So let's see what they propose this time.
Considering we will swap sides every round from now on until the end, that means that Bilibili are now on their attack. Side that have had a great job so far, but have also shown some weaknesses. So now, the job of Destroyer, who is Trace's coach, is trying to explode those weaknesses or come up with something completely new that they haven't shown yet. That is the beauty of overtime, the chance that you always have a full buy, and this is the time where you can pull something out of the hat.
At the same time, you're always so close to losing. It must be overwhelming sometimes.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. 3 players walking through mid will get spotted by the turret or the drone or by both of them or by even Fang Fang. But Fang Fang gets a double, make it a triple. It seems a bit of a lineup there, but still. Just gifting them the round on a silver platter. And with Levius falling, K-Knight is the only one left in a 1v5. And once again, well, it seems like both of these teams have just gained another minute to talk about the next round.
Yeah, it must feel like, guys, where are you? Right, I'm all alone now. I would love to see the replay from Fang point of view, because I don't understand how they were free and did not manage to trade him. And yes, we're going to see, okay, the first 2, well, perfectly line up, and then he had just to win the last duel, so...
Yeah, but he also got, while spraying the first 2 people, he got a dink on the third person.
Oh no!
So that fight was basically already won, but that's also a very difficult spot to win a fight as the attackers. Because, I mean, don't forget, there was a drone that was about to spot you, then you have a turret on boiler, and then you have a player peeking you from kitchen. I mean, it was difficult to win that in the first place, and that is the risk of using these strats, because it reminds me a bit of Lock-in 2023, where Fnatic managed to go for this comeback, and I believe it was 12-11, and the only round that Loud managed to win was where Fnatic came up with a weird strat where they tried to go through mid. And it seems a bit similar to what BLG tried to do here. And, well, the consequences is that now there is a full reset. 13-13, economy is reset, also reset, and it's just a clean slate for Trace. Try to get a couple of rounds.
The mid strat was not very successful in this map. We did not see, I think, any mid take that was successful. So yeah, it's a hard one.
Yeah, almost no mid takes in general.
Yeah.
I mean, the only times that we've seen the player be on mid was either for a late lurk or for an early pick. So now 13-13, you can see all of these players full util, full guns, even a couple of shorties there since you have the extra money. Rushia going for the old orb, which he's done so far pretty much every round, giving him a bit of an advantage when it comes to being able to maybe later in the round.
I mean, it just has to find a double. Last time he found a triple, so sure, he's able to do it. And having an ultimate would definitely change over time, right? It's a very huge advantage in this setup.
Definitely. 5 players of Trace. I mean, they don't seemingly feel like they don't need any lurks or any fake pressure on the other side. They are just grouping up as 5 people. But obviously, the problem about that is that you have Neff on the other side holding everything, and now you have to go through 4 defenders and maybe even a harbor wall that gets put up. And Trace is like, well, maybe not yet.
No, there are some people defending this side. They've seen Harbor, they've seen the drone, they know that somebody's there, but they're still waiting for the time. They're trying to advance. They lose 1 player already.
They lose 2 now. BLG now suddenly on the back foot. K-Knight tries to do something here, but he doesn't find anything. Low King leaves Neff being the only one on side, and it's a nice try on him. But Trace, in the end, after it looking a bit dangerous, considering the recycling of the walls on defense with Harbor and Viper, in the end, it doesn't matter. Trace manages to get to 14 and just run round away from getting us to the decider map.
They pulled this out. All of the defense was there, but they still find the win. They even lost the first kill, but I mean, their aim was better. They just find the strategy, they find the place. I think they were quite aware of where Bilibili's players would be, so it was easier for them to find them.
Going for the naked op here will not get spotted by the dart, but maybe he heard his footsteps, so they have to be aware of someone being close here. But obviously, considering it's overtime, no shield, No, nothing. Just one cloudburst.
The previous strat, Rusia behind the box. The box. This time it will not work. They will respect it. They will say, "Hey, you've done this once, not twice, please." And it's not point for Trace.
Yeah, but Kai already with a beautiful upshot, and Bian seemingly the beginning of the end, trying to get us to Ascent. With Levius even falling from inside the spawn. That's a nice shock dart from Kai. Excuse me, onto Kai. But, well, stop me if you heard this one before.
But the spike is not planted. They have to do it all. The shield is up, but it will not protect you, Russia. It will fall. Victory for Trace. They do it, and Bilibili lost in the same spot. It's a 13-15, the same score. They had the previous map. They lost. Well done to Trace. They bring us to map 3.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, 15-13, maybe a bit of a heartbreak from BLG, but the fact that Trace also manages to win it on the enemy's map pick, that, I mean, so far a trend that seemingly has gone for both of these teams. So now the decider map, Ascent, which I'm gonna be honest, while we have a bit of a break later, I'm gonna look up a bit what they have done here, because I'm not 100% sure what they do, but so far the only thing I remember from Trace is when they played in the Globals this year and the last one, and Ascent was also maybe a bit of a cooking ground for them, so I'm definitely very excited.
I have not played it in the stage 2 for now. So the last time they played it, it was in May. So yeah, with Tero. So a lot has changed since then.
As we see the highlights here, and it seems like, I mean, it's basically for both sides, especially considering there were only 2 rounds difference between the winning and the losing team. You can see the 4K from Neff. We will most likely see the ace. We'll most likely see the ace as well from YZ, which was incredible as well here. The 1 HP clutch from inside the Viper's pit. So many crazy things happening, and which will obviously continue as soon as we come into Ascent. Which, by the way, a great time for the beautiful Sliggy Raiders that have come here. Obviously, maybe a bit of an unfortunate timing, since after this map we'll have a short break. But then I'm hoping that every one of you... Yeah, but it's just very short. So don't go anywhere. Like, don't forget to hydrate. Don't forget to go to the toilet. But apart from that, I hope to see you all in Ascent.
And we are going to listen, I think, pretty soon to the players come.
Trace now. The team comes here.
直接去清，好吧？我也再开回去。我等一下时间。给我单向眼，给我单向眼。OK，靠 B 了，靠 B 了。中路可能埋了一个 A 点的凯州，中路进来可能埋了一个，我直接靠 B 了，好吧？他开局听到我们架管道上。哦。在这儿。哎，听到。看一眼管理条看。给烟了，管道没看见。没有烟了是吧？管理可以，还是可以，第二天可以看飞机清了。哦，我要回来了，我要回来了。 下次马丁可以直接来，没事的。下次从管理压下去，我们一起发。烧还是烧机呢？没有烟了是吧？管理没见。还有烟吗？有一颗，我快给。隔离解除。烟都给我，烟都给你们，因为我没有毒素。没见。OK，靠壁了。我在3楼。B 通有。对。脚步，落脚步了。B。我回避了。漂亮。 对，两个，一个，海州没见过，海州开局在 A 的，两管道里，我看 A，包点进了，包点，海州也在，两个，海州也在，给了个下包位飞，不要急，我能叫，没下，下枪，白了近点，还有一个，打，还在架，别漏血了，没时间了，有个鸡脸上，打一下，就看你在搬 ，nice。
Now the MVP, Fang deservedly so, even though Kai had a lot of nice opshots and managing to get a lot of the first kills here. You can see with a KDA of 1.8 and more than 200 ACS, a very well-deserved MVP from Fang, on that Viper especially.
It was very impressive in the late game, right? Being the anchor on site B, he really stands strong and... Yeah, you could not just get past him. He was doing everything. We have seen multiple kills, multi kills from him. Very great map.
But Levius with 26 kills. Wow. Okay. again, once again, a player that maybe we weren't really talking about, especially, but I mean, obviously YZ still has 23 kills and Kai still has 20. So they still did their job very well. But the fact that these players that maybe are on a roll that you don't necessarily expect to pop off, the fact that these are the ones that get their respective team MVPs shows you the caliber of players here.
I think that's what we talked a little bit in the pre-show, right? That in Bilibili's rosters, every player is able to stand on top. Like, even if you don't have your star duelist, there will be someone who is able to be there for the team.
And it's a crazy stat. I mean, look at the first kills for both of these teams. They almost match up perfectly the amount of rounds that they won. So seemingly the correlation between you getting the first kill and you winning the round is pretty much 1-to-1. And that is why it's so important for people like Kai, for people like YZ to get that first kill, especially, I mean, Kai, the fact that I felt like whenever he had the op, even if he got harbor ulted, he always managed to get a timing to always get one kill. And that then snowballed into them winning the round. And, well, essentially, the map win as well.
And I think there has been a few rounds where Trace were able to find first kills very early in the round. And Bilibili had to play like 4-5. And yeah, obviously you're in a difficult position.
Exactly. But that being said, 1-to-1, we still have the decider map Ascent here, with both of the teams have a bit of interesting history on, but that will be talked about when we come back from the break. Once again, thank you, Sling, for the wonderful raid, and I hope that you all wonderful people stay here for the third map. But until then, we're going to have to say goodbye, but only for like 2 minutes, maybe. I told you it would only be a couple of minutes. So welcome back to all the wonderful people here. Once again, thank you to all the supporters that decided to either follow the channel or even subscribe. Shout out to all you wonderful people. As we get on into the third map, Ascent. It was only a small break. I wonder what the coaches even managed to be able to tell them in. I believe it was only like 2-3 minutes. So definitely interesting how they managed to, especially for BLG, try to keep Icebox in the past and now just focus on this last map.
And yeah, they have not lost many maps this stage 2, so surely it's not that easy for them to accept that they lose it. But it was still a close score. 13-15 is not a huge loss confidence-wise. I think they're still there and they will offer us a good third map, definitely.
Kumquat, do you know anything about these teams and how they play Ascent? Because I believe you're the one that is the one that did all the research and has all the knowledge.
So, Trace, regarding Trace, they've not played it in officials, at least, since May. So it's one when Terro was played, so it will be a different setup for them, definitely. I cannot tell you which will be, so surprise for everyone. And Bilibili, they played it twice in the stage 2, so maybe they're more prepared on this map. They lost against JDG 13-15. And they won against TEC 13-8. So I think they should be maybe the favorite on this map because they're Bilibili, but also because they've played it more.
Yeah, but then again, the more you play, the more ammunition you give to your enemy when they decide to, for example, VOD review you. And the fact that Trace hasn't played since Tejo was still as broken as he was back then a couple of months ago, that means that it's basically full of question marks. As we see the comps rolling and BLG going for a variation of the standard comp, but instead of the Jets deciding to go for the Neon, but Trace Esports going fully different. And I believe this is just straight up their Haven comp, right?
I think, yes, it's the same. It's Yoru, so same duelist. It's exactly the same comp. Double Sentinel, which was the choice, I think, of JDG against BLG, but it was not the same comp at all. They are Chamber and Vice, so very different Sentinel choices. Yeah. Same comp for Bilibili, nothing surprising there. And it's worth to say that Neff had an amazing KO against TEC. So we'll see if maybe he's able to pull out the same one this time.
Trace with the same comp that they've had on Haven just 2 maps ago. Seems like they want to try the same thing, but obviously this time with a bit more success, hopefully, and not just lose 6-13. Bit of shock dart coming down from Bianc, but I don't think not a single amount of damage because they're already all in front of it. A beautiful one-way cage just to do a bit of damage and find the kill onto YZ, and that is already your entry duelist gone.
The smokes comes a little bit late, and it will not cover the feet. So the first kill will be from Feng Feng. And you're 1 player down. What do you do now, BLG? You know this situation, right? You've played it a lot of time.
Yeah, and Ascent is one of those maps where you basically always need to play with the duelist, so that the fact that the duelist is now already gone is just going to make it so much more difficult for BLG to get onto site.
I mean, what does a duelist even do, right? They do not have any support abilities. So yeah, it's the same. You just have to have another sacrificial lamb.
Paranoid are already trying to get through here, but there are 2 players on site. A beautiful smoke there just to get them a bit of cover from the middle of site, but it will be Trace that gives it a bit of retaliation there. Knaut still gets a wonderful kill, making it a double. And on the other side, okay, Knaut will be the only one left, and he finally gets cleaned up. It's definitely a nice try from BLG, but in the end, considering they went 1 man down in the middle, it seems like it was a very predictable.
I think it was the decisive factor there, because it's very close in the end, and if they have 1 more player, they would probably have been able to overcome the defense on this side. So yeah, this first play from Trace Esports was what I think made them win this round. Very happy.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the second pistol that they've won so far, considering this is already the third map. So I can see why they're hyped up, and you can see that in their buy as well. Interestingly enough, they don't decide to go for. I mean, it's only one real rifle, the Bulldog, and the rest of them going for a bit of a lighter buy, while BLG just have Levius on the one Sheriff.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they preferred shield over weapons this time. And it was not really the good idea, I think, because there is only one Sheriff on the side of BLG. All classic for the rest of the team.
Now this Marshall can do a lot of damage, so they decide to peek into this, but it's a beautiful jump peek. No one managed to get past through, but Low King is still there to help him. And together with Martin, it seems like the defense will just get immediately shut down. One kill for his troubles for Nev. But otherwise, nothing else. And if it's only the Marshal falling, presumably they're gonna buy shields now. So that is basically the best gun if you needed to give up one.
They were able to get a lot of damage close range, so the Stinger and the Spectre are pretty good weapons, right? Everything happened in this garden. You can find your shot. The rate. The bullet rate is very important in this situation, so yeah, good round overall for Trace. Now it's the bonus round, and we see another outlaw that was very, very successful in the previous map.
It's only K-Knight with the high shields, so everyone else would be 1 HP. Excuse me, 1 shot from that gun.
You're right, can do a lot of damage there. I don't know if they're expecting it, or if it will be like a nice surprise for them.
A nice surprise,
yeah.
But not for BLG, if they manages to go through it. Now it will finally get spotted, the first bullet of the Outlaw already being used. They try to fight it, but now the problem is, if you want to go to B side, there are 3 players here waiting for you, so maybe you just might want to pivot onto the other side.
What do you do now? You manage to push all the players towards the backside, but you have to use more utilities now to kill them, which is not the case. It's a triple for Trace, and it's a 3v2 now. You have the weapons, but you do not have the health, nor the numbers advantage. It's a 1v2 with 23 HP, sorry, for YZ.
That's up the regen shield, but it doesn't matter if he gets killed from behind, which is exactly what happens. Martin there, able to even upgrade onto that Vandal. And well played from BLG, excuse me, from Trace, having the foresight of being like, well, we know we are only, in quotation marks, in a bonus, but like, I still have an Outlaw, and the fact that everyone knew how to play their job to basically to perfection. Fang there, helping his team and even covering while Kai was waiting to reload his Outlaw, and it's a well-done conversion from the bonus round. And it seems like a bit of a deja vu from map 2. Trace once again 3-0 up, and probably 4-0 considering the buy of BLG.
BLG forced to have a full Sheriff round once more, so it should be a 4th round for Trace. And you cannot really accept losing any more rounds after that, because it's starting to be a huge gap. But at least get some information about how Trace are playing this defense side.
Now the Outlaw obviously even more useful. Nev, the only one who would even survive a single shot, and even then he would be down to 10 HP. So that is definitely one investment that paid off well for Kai. The fact that he still is able to keep his gun, or even rebuy it.
Yeah, it's almost as his ultimate also. Dimensional Drift soonly available. We see that BLG don't know where they want to hit, right? Already 1 minute passed and they did not do anything, no information. They're just now starting to go through mid.
An Outlaw, ooh, but it doesn't hit any shots now. Trying to reload while getting stunned, that is definitely difficult. It seems like it will be an easy time for them to get onto this east fight. But so far, I mean, look at Fang. He's still here, just waiting to spray the guns, and they still have not gotten through sight. Fang is here together with K-Knight, as you see Bian, and even the Outlaw shot through the smoke. It's a familiar result, a 4v2 that Rushi and Nev had to somehow try to salvage, and there will be no chance of doing any of that. The last one being paranoid, and Bian with a 4K from the backup side. And BLG, once again, it seems like they might get through A main, they might get through both through the middle of site, but actually getting down to site and planting it seems just too much of a tall task for them.
It was the round they were supposed to lose, so nothing very, I would say, scaring there. But still, they could do more damage. It looks a bit messy for them. I think they have to pick up the pace, because otherwise Trace is really gonna get ahead in this game.
4-0, a result that mirrors the one from last map. And now, Bilibili once again. Now the problem is, it's not like Icebox, because if you lose this map, it's actually just legitimately over. You have no chance of doing anything else. This is your last chance to try to get up your lead to 4-0. Because if this gets to a 3-2-1 for Bilibili, it's still not the end of the world, but still, considering you have the chance to secure first place for playoffs, why not do it, you know?
It's worth pointing out that Bilibili had some struggles against JDG on their attack side in Ascent. So I think they know that maybe their attack side is not as clean as they would like it to be. So they will try to get as many rounds as they can before switching to defense, which is where they really shine. But you have to at least get, I would say, 4. 4 would be a good start before the switch.
Ascent has always been the most defender-sided map. I believe technically in the split it is Bind with the 57% win rate on defense, but still Ascent is definitely up there. An interesting alarm bomb that doesn't spot Kai and allows him to get that free kill. I don't know, he must have been on the edge of that reveal radius. But in the end, Kai once again with his ult, who has been so tough to get with the dimensional drift, just going for the info, and he will see all the players in here. That jump is maybe not quite it. And in the end, Trace will come out on top. Oh, once again, a 2v4. I don't know, at this point, I just, whenever I see it, I'm like, hey, 2v4. But still, a convincing round, thanks to Kai and his dimensional drift and Op, just able to win that in a basically flawless manner.
You surely are very proud of this, right? Because there's has just been the timeout, and you're shutting them down so quickly, so easily. Really, this from Kai was a bit lucky, because or a bit of a misplay on the BLG side, but afterwards you use the dimensional drift, you have all the information, you have the good duels, the good angles, and BLG cannot do anything. They're just completely overwhelmed in this game.
Nice flashes up Kai from at least getting the first pick here, but he still can obviously always TP out. He will do that while getting a bit of information on mid. However, all players from BLG are tucked in, so no info gained, especially now with the wall completely blocking the A side, excuse me, the side line. K9 using his drone, just clear that so far. At least for now, it seems like he will be stopped in mid.
We'll try something there, but there is the Sonar, there is the Cypher, there is the Omen with the Paranoia, so it's a 1-for-1 for now. They do not have the weapon, but it's a quite close range fight, so they could be able to find something.
You can see Kai struggling to figure out where to look with the op, just going back and forth, back and forth. BLG doing well to shut him down so far, not giving him any chance. You can see no one is out in the open, even a couple of spams here, which will scare Sky from at least going for a bit more. And unless you get a kill pretty soon, that might just be an angle to save. Really unlucky from Trace.
2 HP!
Down to 2 HP. But BLG still has the chance to do something here. It's a beautiful shot onto Kai, and it's the triple, but so far nothing else. And Rouge will take down Bianc. Martin, wise enough to pick up the op with 2 HP. I don't think any one of us would expect him to actually do some damage here, or at least win the round. So it will be the first one for BLG.
And they're 5-0 up. So, I mean, in this situation, you can save, like... Why try the 1v2 with 2 HP if you're up 5 rounds? So good call there. First round for Bilibili. Not much of a celebration yet, but they're starting to get back into it. And also it was a thrifty, so well done by them.
seemingly one of those maps where when the team can only win if they're on an eco. But you're completely right. You can see, but now, because of that round win that they got, and because it was a thrifty, as you said, they managed to get an op in their hands. So we will have an op-to-op battle for both of these teams.
I'm trying to test it in A main, and Fung Fung is trying to pick to see what is going on, and what's going on is that there is an operator in the Enzo YZ. A huge price to pay, your life, for the information.
Talk about information, the op gets spotted out from Kai as well. Just one shot from him, and then he's out. But YZ, be careful here. It's a nice shoulder peek here from the end, giving anything away, but it's a nice shot onto Kai. A huge op there from here, and K-Knight as well here to help him. And, well, it seems like once again this is going to be a save, because in a 2v5, there's just no chance that Trace wins it.
It will then probably be a flawless for Bilibili. They're starting to get back. Like, this round was very clean. The operator for YZ was a huge difference in this round. 2 elimination and almost 3. I think he was backed up by his teammate, but still a very huge advantage for them, and something to build confidence back.
Oh, definitely. Second round on a row. At least stopping the bleeding for now. You can see BLG's economy is so fragile, they don't even want to go for these last couple of kills. They know that if they just keep their guns, they're going to have the advantage so far. And you said 4 is good enough, at least for attack, considering they already have 2. This is not bad.
And there is still like... sorry, I have to count, so 5 rounds to play. That's it. No, see, yes, 5. So yeah, more than enough time to find 2, the 2 that they need. And I think they can like maybe breathe a little bit now, because tensions would probably have started growing, building up. And now they're like, okay, let's breathe out. It's okay, we're gonna do it.
This time no op for Trace, but it will be the Odin from Bianc. I mean, the Odin is one of the guns where I feel like people don't know how actually broken it is. There are some people, especially on Loud, that know how to use it, but in this case it doesn't even matter. If we even with the rifles, they fully get them. And in this case, a beautiful pinch here from Trace, and BLG just has no chance. Look at this guy with the Odin. Looked a bit dangerous in between there, but in the end, with 2 people surviving, it's not too bad, and it will be 6th round for Trace.
An aggressive round this time. It's like they lost 2 rounds and they were like, okay, let's show them. They just walked straight toward them with the weapon, with the Odin, and it worked. They lost a lot of players, but at least it allowed them to just show
That is crazy. And now, I mean, the fact that of the 4 kills or 5 kills that happened that round, there were 3 different weapons. You had the op, you had the Phantom, then the Odin. So much happening on the screen. But now YZ still has the op, so economy is not looking too bad for them. That being said, op on attack, yes, he has been looking great so far, but still, they have to use it wisely and in a way where you can actually use the op before you enter site.
On the different side, the Odin has been switched for an operator. Kai is back on the sniper. Exchange some of utilities, but nothing much is found by any of the teams. Not many information. And it looks like they're going to look in this garden. There's Luo King. Is covered by Martin also.
Oh, a nice combination of utility, especially now with the Hunter's Fury. And it's just nothing that he can do. It's beautifully played. Okay, bit of retaliation from K-Knight, so maybe he doesn't want to quite push here, because now getting this kill, now it becomes dangerous from a 5v2 to a 3v2, but Kai is still there, holding down the site, and he even has the spike down. The turret is spotted. Levius managed to pick up the spike, but in a 1v3 with 15 seconds, once again, seems like so far we've had more rounds where people have to save than actually getting a full team kill.
He will save the operator. Oh, the timing there. It could... No, it was back side. Sorry. My eyes betrayed me. But yeah. Operator is saved at least. But careful because there are not a lot of rounds left. So we said they have to get... 4 would be the best. And now it's only 2 rounds left. So you have to take them. 3 rounds, sorry.
So you're completely right. This is not easy for BLG here. And you can see that is exactly the reason why they decide to go for another timeout. This now being their second one. So obviously you want to win as many rounds as possible right now, but the fact that then you have another half left where you are not allowed to talk to your players as a coach. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Woo, that just came out. But I mean, 2-7. Trace now continuing their lead and even doing better than on Icebox, where they managed to get up 5-1.
And second timeout is used already. It's the first half, and already they do not have anything. So it's also a clear signal that you're sending to Trace that you're really struggling, and you want to go all in this first half of attack.
3 chances to try to get this to a 7-5. Nevertheless, Trace would still have the advantage, but obviously we must not forget about how defender-sided this map is.
The problem, I think the main problem is if the difference in the round is too high. If you lose the pistol, you basically lose the map. So that's what you want to avoid with having 3 to 4 rounds. And the first kill will be in the side for the side of Trace. King opening the score.
Look at the combination of the Odin and the Op, just waiting for anyone to beat this. It will be the Op, spot it down. But it doesn't even matter. The Odin still could do so much damage here. Don't forget, Valorant's walls are made out of paper, but in this case you didn't even need it. It's a beautiful second shot from Kai. And just like that, the round is already over. The spike is dropped on the left side. The drone being used just to make sure that it's cleared out. And K-Knight and Levius, even though yes they have ults, yes they have shields, yes they have health, and yes they have guns, still.
I think they can save. They just want to save the weapons. Surrender. Trace is just better. The double from Kai is perfect. The spike also that was playing in this corner. It's like you cannot do anything afterwards. And we will wait for 30 seconds until the round is over and Trace is able to take the 8th point.
I mean, the second shot, the fact that Neff was ready for it, and still Kai managed to get even a headshot there. And these players, I mean, the good thing for BLG is at least when they're saving, they have a bit of leeway, they have a bit of just time to just talk about everything. Even though they're not allowed to talk about the coach, at least they have this extra minute to be able to talk to each other, maybe hype each other up, because we know what BLG can do. There is a good reason why they're up 3-0 when it comes to match wins.
Okay, next chance for Billy. And it will be the last, I think. And no Modi left in the bank. It will be a broken buy for the last round. So they have to win this one if they want to at least have 3.
Doctor doesn't hit anything, but BLG still have all 5 players on that side. You can see now why Double Sentinel is so good on this map when you start on defense, because look at all the users that you can see. Lockdown will be used, but it will not stop Ryan from trying to go for something here. Will finally get spotted by the drone. He almost gets one, but now with the KO, he's not able to get out. He at least gets the first one onto the KO, but unfortunately, he will just be able to pick up. And so much is happening on stream right now. I don't even know what's happening. Fan, he just ran through smoke, able to get one, but then gets immediately traded. The Hunter's Fury trying to stop the drone from being used here, and it will not find the Bianx. but it will find at least a tag on him.
Okay, this idea, like, YZ is trying to come from market, which is not expected because it's very, very quick. He will find the first one, the second one, and the triple kill. It's the ace for YZ.
The second one in this series so far. He already had one on Icebox, and now he's like, yeah, you know what? I can do it again. And once again, a beautiful spray transfer. In this case, a bit more easier than flicking like 100 meters upwards, but you can see all the cogs of the machine working one by one. Once again, I like the idea of Trace Esports using the K ult to stop the Yoru from being able to TP out and then even being able to be picked up since you are in the K ult. But nevertheless, once again, BLG seemingly just on top of it and managing to win that round on the back of YZ.
I think they have done the minimum that is expected on this attack site against a double Sentinel roster, right? Kai finding the first one, and it's in direct, immediate dimensional drain. Trying something there, but a little bit greedy, maybe.
To be fair, Neff is down to 17 HP. So I get that, but also, yeah, why wouldn't you play the 4v5? You're right. That being said, you can see both of these Omens trying to psych each other out, not let the other one push up. But it seems like BLG are going to regroup on this side. Neff picking up the op since he is only 17 HP. As you might know, the Bogdan's Law. Now with the spike going onto the A side. Problem is, look at YZ and all the util that he has to go through.
Everybody's there. It's a 4v2 on this A side. They have to get the buyer down. You have to stay strong against Martin. You will be able to take him down. Now it's only Lurking that will follow. It looks like it's looking great for BLG. It's only Bianc left. It's a 4v1, not 2 this time. The spike will be planted, and it looks like they will have been able to do it. It will be the 4th round.
Immediately, unless Bianc has something to say about it, but you're 4 people in the same spot looking you down. I mean, well played from BLG. The great timing from waiting until the deadlock wall drops, because that then meant that YZ was able to use his overdrive to kill the one person on site. And the other 2 people, I mean, you can see here, well played from forcing the Omen to backing down, to TPing into site, and into, in that case, the YZ overdrive by using a molly into the back of the site. I love that util usage. And now we have 1 minute. Both of these teams have 1 minute to regroup themselves. And BLG, you're right, they have the 4th round, so it's not too bad. However, I still feel like winning this pistol is a must for BLG.
I'm still not sure how they managed to do it, because Trace Esports looks so great in this first half, and yeah, they find the 4th. I think they're talking about biggest lie from teammates. So we're gonna see. So it's someone up is someone of an HP, and the bottom is everyone is at A. Everyone A!
5A, 5A, rush! And then it's only like 2 people, maybe like a Euro clone, and that's it. I love those kind of games. It's like you see one Sova out and you're like, guys, come!
The 1 HP is a good one also, like 1 HP! And you run with your classic, and it's like...
How much you did him hit for? Did you hit him for like 23 or?
Yeah. I like these games that they have in VCT China. It's
see, they should do that for all the regions. You're
Agree.
completely right.
I'm not sure there's a public in every region, because you need a public, obviously. So that's the turning point.
I mean, VCT China has definitely one of the biggest stages, so there are a lot more people here than maybe in different regions, but there are always people watching. I mean, this is not 2020 anymore. There is no need to have social distancing, but you're right. When it comes to the crowds, VCT China definitely have the most, I feel like the most passionate ones, and the most talented ones, let's be honest, with everything that they draw, all those nighttime pictures. BLG trying to use the energy from the crowd now to win this pistol. They've spotted so far 2 with the KO knife.
It's definitely so cool for the players that they're able to play against a public every time. And yeah, it's starting for BLG now. Different side. First kill for YZ. Right click not going perfectly on his side.
Nev trying to get that kill, but it will finally... But no, K9 kills YZ! And that might just be the difference. It's a 2v2. That is so unfortunate. They knew he was 1 HP. Unfortunately, his teammate was as well. Nev spotting down the first one now. That's not too bad. Bianc has 1 minute to try to do something here. But with the Heat even getting spotted out, left in a 1v2, BLG just has to play together. And that is not what they're doing, which leaves Bianc to be able to get this with a 1v2. And we are talking about how crucial this pistol was, and then now losing it in such fashion. That is heartbreak for BLG.
Oh yes, you can stand up for this one. It was an amazing double headshot from Bianc. I really didn't think he would be able to do it, but he's so precise. Like, he's even jumping, he's moving, and he gets it. It's just incredible. What a move. And what, you said it, an important round to get.
BLG's coach, not very happy about that. Obviously, it's considering it was a 2v1. But then again, it's a classic right click, something that you can never expect. But now, 9-4. If they manage to get this one, which you presume, it would be 10v4, which would mirror the scoreline that we saw in Haven. But now, with Trace Esports on the helm, now look at the guns that they have. Rusia obviously has the Omen, trying to go for a shorty here, and now 3 shadows. They want to go for a couple of aim kills, which will be very tough.
It will be quite a slow round from Trace. They have the weapon advantage. They know this round should be for them. But you don't want to overextend, right? To go too far and to be too greedy and to stupidly lose a winnable round.
Gets a chance to get something, but no, immediate headshot from Kai. Down to 42 HP, so a bit of damage, unfortunately. That's just not quite enough. And with all the players peeking from sight, they just peek into the Marshal. And it is a clear sign from Trace Esports. They are here to play, and it doesn't matter if this map is defensive-sided. If they have the gun advantage, they are just going to plow through you on the attacker side.
It was a very decisive round. Very strong on Trace bot, and I dare to say it, even if there is something called the caster curse, but really Trace are looking so great on this Ascent. I think you were right, like probably they studied the videos from BLG where BLG had no official asset map from Trace Esports to base their strat on.
Marshall still in the hands of Fang Fang. Obviously now not as useful as in the previous round. Drone will get spotted out, or at least the Sova. It seems like they want to go for a bit of a mid pivot here. They have 2 players here, even with 1 person on main. I like that one, but you have to be aware that the wall is not a wall like Sage Wall. And that allows YZ to get another triple. He's up for another ace if he manages here to get the last 2.
Yeah, the barrier is transparent, right? So what? So he did it!
3rd ace!
It really is an ace!
His 3rd ace in 2 maps in 1 match. Incredible from YZ, and you can see him, he's just chewing his gum like there's no tomorrow. He doesn't even care. For him, it's just another Tuesday.
Yeah, like, classical for him. Classic. And yet this one has been like, yeah, maybe cover it a little bit. But very good round from YZ. He's not even smiling. Yeah.
Why would he? That's nothing special for him. That's just something he does every day, I guess.
I would not like to be in a death match with him, definitely. Operators back in the end of Kai. Seen previously.
14 kills as well. The top fragger so far, and he has a chance to get his 15. Neff down to 4 HP. That must have been just a very unlucky wallbang shot from him there. So Neff has to back off. But now Trace can use this pressure to try to go somewhere else, and it seems like, yeah, you can see all the players from BLG have backed up to A side, and even the Killjoy, their only Sentinel, forced to rotate, but all 4 players of Trace are still on B.
If you look at the kills on BLG's side, it's like just stupid. Like YZ has almost triple the kill of the next player in the team.
At this point, I mean, I feel like BLG's mental is just a bit shattered. You can see them, one trying to go for just running through mid, trying to have to get something, and then one peeking into the op while making noise. This is the mental side that we're talking about when it comes to this game, because obviously, if you don't think you can win, you very likely won't. Nev, who once again had to go down to 4 HP, but is at least still alive, will have to save together with his teammate Rusia. Obviously, Trace Esports, with the money they have in the bank, they don't want to allow this, so they are trying to at least go for a couple of kills here to see if they can maybe get something out of this.
They definitely want to be the first team to take down BLG in this group stage. VCT China Stage 2. The smoke will go to Paranoia, and the crossfire will hold them to stay alive a little bit longer. And I think they will be able, yes, to save both weapons. So at least that's that you have for the next round. Not sure it will be enough, but that's a start.
Exactly, and I also don't mind them going for that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, where it maybe looks a bit more stupid than it actually was, but still, it's not ideal to be running knife out in the middle as YZ. And YZ, who has already hit 20 kills, so the fragger that we're talking about, the star duelist of this team, but unfortunately, as you said, especially Levius, who played so well in the last map, just having no chance to activate. But this time it's a kill. This time no 4 HP shenanigans, it's a kill. And you can see Billy, just like they're panicking so much. At least they will come back. They will recenter themselves. But the hole in the map is still there. And you can see it YZ. Look at where he's playing. He needs to play back there because he has no idea of where the enemies could be.
It's definitely shaking, like the Neff shouldn't die like this. I think it really shows that mentally it's difficult for them, and they're struggling against Trace. That really puts up a big fight there. They're the huge team on this ascent. It's 11-5 already.
They have to go for this push. At least this time they push together, and they will get the first one. YZ peeking before even the smoke, and even with a couple of spam kills here, Levius will show some retaliation. And finally, I told you he would wake up at some point. He went from 2 kills to 5 kills, more than doubling his score. But the point still stands. He's on 41 HP, barely will survive one shot from the Phantom. And now Bianc left in 1v2.
There is still the paranoia for Russia, so this is a crucial weapon. It will be sent. Yank is it, but they do not push on it, and so he's able to isolate a duel, and now it's only Livius with a few HP. He picked up a Phantom, so at least it's better than a Guardian, but it does not have time on his a lot of time on his end, and he will not expect Livius to be there. A clutch.
And another 1v2 clutch from Bianc, and he had a recon dart, he had 2 shock darts, which would probably have killed Levius there, and he had the Hunter's Fury, and he's like, you know what, I don't even need those. No util, just full pew pew, and honestly, sometimes that's all just that you need. Getting his team to match point. I mean, you have to say that it was not played to perfection for BLG. Splitting up when you have one teammate on 1 HP. Yes, it was an unlucky timing, but still, nevertheless, the point still stands. 12-5. They have the chance to surpass even the record from Haven, which was 6-13, if they manage to win this one.
It would be a huge loss for BLG, and I think making them reconsider even playing Ascent in this stage. Like, this map does not feel ready at this point. 13-5 is a huge slap in the face.
BLG not taking any map control, they're just being passive. Yes, they have a double setup on tree, but nevertheless, look at Kai. He knows that the players don't have the money to buy full shields. It will just be 2 players on full shields. The rest of them, once again, 1 HP. And even then, Russia on the judge. And the only real rifle will be YZ, who has the overdrive. We'll probably have to pop in order to save this round if it goes too bad. But Russia is the first one here. He spots that the first one is a clone. So no position revealed so far. And Trace, it seems like they're backing down.
Pitching strategy. Rotating towards mid, but we can see that 2 players stayed in main. So maybe they will just try to do a split, like 3 players Garden, 2-player main. There has been a teleportation. Also, yeah, the judge is finally able to find something for Russia.
And Trace have just waited too long. There's just no chance, even with 3 players on side, they probably wouldn't have gotten that anyway, even if they had time. That being said, BLG, probably the easiest round so far. Just get 1 kill and then win. Even with the judge. But 12-6, it's still, shout out to Mr. Sliggy fans, 6 chances for BLG.
A bit of pressure there for Trace, I think, because it's not aligned with what we've seen from them previously. So they were tasting the waters, you know, tipping a toe, seeing how Bilibili are playing against the winning point, and maybe next round they will accelerate.
Once again, 5 players for Trace here. Recon Dart will land, but will be shot by only the Outlaw, so no information given. That being said, YZ playing in front of the turret, but he gets flashed out. The problem is, now how do you get out of this? The answer is you don't! Kai takes him out and gets the second one. The third one is already in his face, and he gets the third one! Now this is it! In a 5v2, Kai even having the chance to get his ace. The question is, will he do so? They hear him, but that's only the clone. Look at Russia, he has to look behind. He will finally get taken out, but the Hunter's Fury will almost get the kill onto them. Not quite enough. But the deadlock wall is there. They have so much util that they need to go through. And the setup is so strong for Trace Esports. BLG needs to look for a miracle.
Miracle they will need. It's a 1v3. It's almost done for Trace Esports. Russia has only 12 HP to do it.
And it is done! Trace Esports mirroring the scoreboard from the first map that they unfortunately lost, now telling them, BLG, well, you can win against us 36, but we can do the same to you. Amazing plays from both of these teams, getting us to 3 maps, but in the end, it will be Trace Esports winning out and getting, at this point, their 3rd win, which means that BLG and Trace both now are on 3-1 win streak, or win-loss, which means both of them have the chance to get the first place in playoffs.
A huge win for Trace. They had a little bit of struggle against, I think it was Tyloo, where they lose, which was not really expected, but really now they're standing very strong in this group, and they're the first one to take down Bilibili, which I think they will be kind of proud of. Well, I mean, we know how players are in this region, so they will probably be very modest and a lot of humility, but really they deserve the praise. Very, very good match from them today.
And that means that Trace have locked in their spot for playoffs. That means that 2 of the 4 teams from Group Alpha in VCT China are already confirmed. It is Bilibili Gaming and Trace Esports that we've seen here as we see the last round. Funnily enough, there were 2 people here that had the chance to get an ace. It was Kai in the beginning and then Russia, who got the first 3 kills. But then unfortunately, it was just not quite enough. A beautiful combination as we listen, not listen in this case, it comes afterwards, but we see the highlights, and okay, a couple of maybe BS kills here and there, but still, shout out to both teams playing incredible.
I think Bilibili losing the pistol round in the beginning of the second half was something very difficult. It was like the nail in the coffin in some kind of way, because they were not able to get back into it after that. They did pick up a few rounds, but definitely not enough. And I'm very, very curious to hear the press conference after this match, because it looked like Trace were really like ready to confront Bilibili on this map.
Seems like the VOD review has also worked. You can see sometimes seemingly they knew what Bilibili would do before Bilibili knew it themselves. And Trace, they even managed to get onto the first spot here. It is, I mean, what else can you say about these players? Shout out to both Kai and YZ, who on their respective maps had shown what they can do. In the end, it will, however, be Kai, who has shown us how to dominate on Euro and how to dominate with the knob, as we now listened to the team comps for Trace Esports.
这把刀用了，刀 A 大了，折，
别急，我中路开个飞机，可以回
必要压了，必要压了，我觉得我架一下，
可以架，
我架一下哈。不要急，他们没枪的，他们没枪的，懂吧，兄弟们？没啥铁。他以为打 A 的，射了 A。我
来 B， 来 B。
我往
别倒 B，
可以好吧？
可以。
就刚刚那个节奏好吗，兄弟们？
来吧，一起
来。
倒回 B 正面，别管中路，直接来。A 小 Timeout 直接放两步。
中路开飞机了，这个机我打了。OK。我假挡一下，假装。再架着。对，继续架。静步。换枪，卢志南。别急，进步过来。静步，谁在开脚步？来，我进步了。
我给技能线，你们去经验，技能闪好吧？
等下，我丢闪，然后
我给技能线，来转弯，
走，好吧，来，一颗烟，3、2、1，闪光，楼梯黑，你加捆，你加烟，一刀一个，一刀，这里死了，一刀一个，不，二楼，楼梯，慢慢打，
爆能器落在 B 区，
出来了，走下来，他跑了，跑 CT 了应该，一打。我打40，凯州1滴血，我打62，他没半甲的。凯州1滴。我们有黑啊，我们踢出来了。OK。凯州1滴血。他们要清点，别急。一滴血。左边过去。对，就这。可以甩他。来！
The MVP of this match, Kai, with almost 300 ACS, and once again the KD looking crazy from all of these players. 2.4 KDA, and with almost 200 damage around, that is basically 1.5 kills. This guy, on the Euro especially, just looks dominant.
He had an amazing performance in this last map. We've seen him so good with the snipers, like Outlaw, the operator. I think he even took the Marshal at some point. So yeah, a very huge perf. And we can only but like salute how great of a map also YZ had. Is up 1 kill against Kai, so very, very good map. Unfortunately, the team performance was not exactly there for Bilibili, but good map also.
You can see in the stats how one-sided it was. I mean, once again, the correlation between the teams getting the first pick and then winning the round, and the fact that Bilibili, the 2 rounds of the 6 that they won were clutches. That really shows you that they were on the back foot and that Trace managed to basically completely decimate him. We see them here now, 36, and then a bit of a weird one that ran in the middle, and then 36 in the end. So 2-1, Trace Esports managed to get the win.
Overall, it was a very good matchup. Like, I think everyone had a good series. Obviously, a little bit sad if you're a Bilibili fan, but they had a huge performance, and they're still first equal. I think they're second in the group because they lost to Trace. So they're second now, but they can still find the first seed. So yeah, great team overall. Huge performance from Trace. That's really standing strong. And I think the next team that they will have to fight against kind of start to feel a little bit scared now.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. It doesn't matter if you go against BLG or Trace, but obviously after this result, even more with Trace. And for the people watching that want a bit more information when it comes to the groups, obviously on Group Omega, only Fun plus Phoenix so far are confirmed to go to playoffs. And now, as we said, Trace and BLG both confirmed. And now there are two spots left. So who's going to be? Who knows? But now we have an interview with a wonderful BDOS translator who's going to translate it for.
Hello， 大家好，我是 TEC 的风 F。
欢迎峰峰，赢下来了这场比赛呢，就意味着你们已经进入到了季后赛。能不能给大家分享一下现在感受怎么样
？How do you feel right now that you're in playoffs?
这个赛段打的其实有点挣扎的，然后就是松了口气吧，然后挺好的。
And we kind of struggled a bit starting, but then now we're like breathing
非常有经验的选手了，包括说你们在 Stage 2的表现也是越来越好的。那相比之前的话，你觉得现在有什么不一样的化学反应吗？
And how do you think the team chemistry's changed from the team point?
又回到了 VCT CN 的舞台，因为他之前一直在做替补嘛。然后我觉得他带给我们团员们就是让我们大家都感觉很饥饿。 然后就是求胜的心。
And he says that with like me like coming back to like
包括马丁他也会更加珍惜机会一些。那还想问到关于你，因为可能从最开始的国一雷兹到现在，你在哨位上也有非常多高光的表现。我觉得你无疑是适应了一个不一样的位置的。那决斗和哨位的风格差异还是比较大的。你是怎样帮助自己在新的位置上越变越好的呢？
And how do you think you like adjust to like your new roles from like the Rays and the other different centers?
和比赛吧。
你觉得转变位置的时候，你遇到最大的问题是哪些
？And like what's the biggest problem there for you?
瞄，就是摸的 timing， 然后一些该跟团的时候一些回合，差不多。
He says like I had a kind of difficult time like learning like timing and like how to like coordinate with the team.
双哨阵容 优先级还是很高的，今天可能上了2次，包括说之前在员工重镇也玩过双哨，能不能分享一下原因呢
？And then why do you play so much double center?
技能是防守很厉害、很折磨人的，然后只要我们进攻拿到一些知识的分数，然后防守就很好打了。
And then as well as like we get like very even score on attack. Defensively very easy.
谢谢大家这么晚，然后现在已经很晚了，然后大家回去注意安全，谢谢你们的支持。
He's just like take care of everyone.
感谢大家的陪伴，因为现在真的非常晚了，大家回家的时候一定要注意安全。那今天的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，明天同一时间不见不散，拜拜。
Fang, such a nice guy. I mean, and that is true. Interesting. Thank you, Bidos, once again for the translation, because Fang used to be a duelist player, and now he is on the roles where you wouldn't necessarily expect him to pop off, and yet somehow, sometimes he just does. I mean, especially on Viper when we talk about Icebox, he was just so crazy. And I believe even got the team MVP or the match MVP there. I don't quite remember. But nevertheless, thank you to all the wonderful people watching here. Thank you to all the subscribers, to all the followers. Thank you to all the Sliggy fans. And tomorrow, before I forget, give me a second, there are 2 more games, which will be Wolves Esports against DRG. I believe that might just be the last chance for Wolves Esports to get into playoffs because they're already down 0-3. And then Shilai Gaming versus Fun plus Phoenix, another banger of a game from the 2 teams who are probably the best when it comes to Group Omega. But otherwise, Kumquat, do you have anything else to say?
No, it was a pleasure casting with you. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you to all of the Project Horizon crew. Also, it's a pleasure to be there as a community stream for you. We really enjoy doing this, and we hope that you enjoy it too. Thank you for all the supports today. It was really amazing.
Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.